That should be it. Okay. All right, so welcome again, folks. Sorry about the tech issues. It is me just to start things off, and like I said, we'll bring folks on. Thank you for joining us. This is our day of quarantine coding. We're going to go all throughout the day. So it's fun times that we are all living through. Well, not so much fun. It's a little depressing. We are obviously in the middle of a global pandemic, and hopefully you and yours, so you are you're staying safe and you're staying healthy. I was thinking about this, and again, technical things happened. In a way, this has been kind of like a nice equalizer. You see, like America has a lot of late night talk shows, and all of these folks like Trevor Noah, Jimmy Fallon, Stephen Colbert, they're all like kind of streaming from their home. And you see, like the polish is gone. They don't have as much production. They did like they're having audio issues and choppy video. So you kind of see like the rawness of how the sausage is being made, and that's kind of also what you're seeing here. So what happens here throughout the day is what will happen. We are all trying to pitch in and help keep this thing going. So again, if you're joining us live. East Coast, super early morning. Didi is probably the only one awake in the West Coast, but it should be a nice afternoon time in EMEA and evening in APJ. So thank you for joining us live. There is so much of Sam talking right now. Yes. Okay, so let's go over a little bit about what we can expect throughout the day. So the plan was, if you look at my screen here, this is our day of quarantine coding. Again, you are only going to see essentially 4 of us coding throughout the day. These are 4 team members, part of our DevRel team here at Progress Software, and we have different passions in terms of technologies, but essentially we are all dev advocates. We do .NET, we do JavaScript, and we have kind of and Didi, you're saying what's messed up? It should just be Twitch. Just me. Let me check. It should be. Yeah, it should just be my desktop. Yeah. Okay. All right, so essentially you can see the 4 of us join throughout the day, but we'll have plenty of guests. And just to kind of keep things fun, we essentially broke off our team. If you look at the 4 of us here, my name is Sam Basu, by the way. I'm a dev advocate, and I'll be joined by TJ, Ed, and Alyssa, and a whole bunch of us are also working in the background trying to keep this thing going. So at this point, me and TJ are one team. Right, so this is going to be competitive, and Ed and Alyssa are the second team, and essentially we are going to try to build something crazy over 4 hours, and we'll take a lunch break, hopefully a breakfast break if you are in some parts of the world. So breakfast, lunch, or dinner sometime in the afternoon. You're going to see Ed come on, and he'll be joined by some great guests, some great friends of ours, and then Ed and Alyssa go on and start coding. Then at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, we will come back on with Jeff Fritz. Mr. Jeff Fritz, he is the king of streaming for developers, and we will have a lot of fun. We have some amazing folks lined up. It should be hilarious. It should be a lot of informal chat, and we're going to give away some awesome prizes throughout the day, especially during the CodeParty. So definitely come and join us there. And then at the end of the day, yes, somebody needs more coffee. Of course, we need more coffee. I am stocked up on caffeine through my drinks, coffee, and as well as pop. So we'll see how long I go. Okay. Yes, you need tea, of course. It's not just you in Britain. Everybody loves tea. Okay, so that's the plan. And then at 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern Time, you're going to see all 4 of us, Ed, Alyssa, TJ, and me, come back on. We'll chit-chat on how we built our apps. We'll do a little quick presentation for you to make a pitch as to how we build things, and then it's up to you all to decide which team won. And we'll go from there. Okay. So again, that's the plan. My apologies for it's Rakia time in Bulgaria. So one of our colleagues, Ivana, she was meant to be on the live call, but we are having audio issues. She's in Sofia, Bulgaria, and it's it's mid-afternoon, so it's time to start drinking. Okay, so let's start, right? So one of the things we were thinking, so just so you know, the two teams, TJ and me, and Ed and Alyssa, we have not talked. So they don't know what we are building, and we don't know what they're building. It looks like Ed is up, Alyssa probably still is in bed, but they have no idea what's about to hit them, because TJ and I have some things in the works. So the point is, if we were to just do this in 4 hours straight, we would like to get this interactive to a point where all of you can submit things and get the app to be interactive. But essentially in 4 hours there's only as much we can build. So since this is a competition, we wouldn't normally do it, but I've taken the liberty of setting up just the back end for our app a little bit, and then we're going to build up the front ends. In terms of technologies, I do a lot of .NET, and I do a lot of Xamarin these days, and then TJ does all of web stuff. He's been doing jQuery forever. He's been doing a lot of React nowadays, so we are all over the place, and we'll hopefully try to bring our passions in as to how we build our apps. Okay, so let's start without any further ado. So this is quarantine coding, and one of the things we are all dealing with is working from home. Our team in particular, like the four of us that you see, we have been working from home for like years and years, probably 8, 9, 10 years, but not all of you and not everybody has been working from home. So this has been a challenge, but even for us, we are not used to having kids at home. We are not used to having to do all the stuff around the home. So it's been an adjustment for everybody. So what we wanted to do was kind of build something that helps us along the day, some tips and tricks of how we get about our day. So we have had multiple team calls about this, on how we can be more productive. I'm sure in the last few days you have seen a lot of folks writing up about work from home tips. So that's kind of what we are going to build, and more crazy the better. So on the chat, tell us something that you would like to see. I'm going to hopefully set up a place where we can interact, and you can submit tips for working from home, and then we'll go from there. So here's what I'm starting up, and essentially I'm building the back end, so TJ can actually build the front end, the web front end, but I will build a little bit of a front end hopefully for you. And it's 7:29, so this is about when we were supposed to start coding. So why don't I go for like 2 hours? Hopefully I can bring TJ in, and then he will go another 2 hours. And then at the end of the 4 hours, you have hopefully a web app and a mobile app that works. We need virtual donut makers. Yes. Okay, so let's start. Here's where I'm going. Let me see if I can pull up this slide here. GeoCities, yes, TJ is going way back. Okay, I'm going to take you back to something I used to do way back. 2015, as you can see, is when I had this deck made. So essentially, this is a web slide deck, and it talks about some tips and tricks. And this was a talk I used to do. It's super simple, just text-based slide deck, but I used to be able to bring this up and talk about some tips and tricks of how I deal with things. Again, if you look it up, there are thousands of tips and tricks, but this is a way in which I would have this in the background, and it'll give me a way to kind of tell stories over what we are doing. So I have 20 tips and tricks here. So for each one, I essentially have like one header, and I have like a subheader, and then I have some ways. So the point is, if I'm making a tip for working from home, the first one is the actual tip. The second two lines are like, why should you do this, and then how should you do this. So I essentially took all of this, like this entire slide deck. I wanted to make this my backend. I wanted to make this our data, so we can play off this and kind of build client apps on top. So the first thing is, where do you put this, right? And we want to make this an open API for anybody to work with. And there are lots of things. There are lots of things we can do in terms of Firebase. We can do Kinvey. We can do lots of different types of APIs or backend storage. But we wanted to do Azure just to kind of bring in a little bit of the intelligence and also have it as a service that anybody can hit. So we looked around Azure, and again, if you know Azure, there's a lot going on. So let me head over to my Azure portal here. All right, and let me sign in. Okay, so if I if I just go in here and if I do a look at all the resources, you see that like the immense number of choices Azure will give you in terms of hosting your stuff in the cloud and then having a backend for it. This one here, we just wanted a simple backend, just some table that we can pull and we can read write from it. So we could have gone with Azure Table Storage. That was an option. We could have gone with Azure Cosmos DB, but again, seems like a little heavy-handed for those things. What we want is just a simple web API on top of it. Yeah, Ed is throwing us some curveballs, and I'm sure he will have a few tricks up his sleeve. But let's start and let's show them what we can build. So essentially, we could have done a bunch of things, but I went with the simplest option, and that is SQL Server. If you cannot make out yet, I am old, but I actually haven't dealt with SQL Server like in several years now. So this was actually a fun thing to kind of come across. So if I head out here to my dashboard, you're going to see that I put up a SQL Server. Yes, your power glove, Ed. We shall see when you and Alyssa come on. Anyways, so this is my backend. Okay, so this just looks like a service because it's SQL Server running as a service on Azure. So if I go into my query editor here, so there is a database and there is a password to this. I'm back on, if someone can just confirm that you still see me. I'm here looking at Azure, and this is my backend. And essentially, I have a SQL Server running on Azure, and this is a table called Work From Home Tips. And there are multiple ways in which we can deal with it. You'll realize that this has, if I can make my screen a little bigger, you see that I have like four things in my table. There's a tip ID, which is the unique primary key. I have the tip, the why, and the how, essentially just as simple as it gets. And there are ways in which you can deal with this. I can obviously do select top 1,000 rows, in which you see all the data essentially that's coming in. So what I did in this data, if you look at it, is I took my deck and essentially I made every header a tip, and I made the why and the how. So just super simple text-based table, nothing fancy going on. Now, again, like I said, I haven't done SQL in a while, so it took me a few things that I did wrong and then kind of backtrack and fix it. Like I didn't have the primary key and I didn't have it as an identity field. You need that so the ID of the field auto increments, obviously. And SQL Server has some restrictions. Like once you have a constraint on a certain column, they don't let you drop it without changing the column and the indexes behind it. So I had to figure this out and make sure that the table is good. So clearly I can do SQL. Another thing that SQL Server does is this edit view, which is still in preview. And I don't think you actually want to do this, but it's nice. So they give you a tabular view. They give you just like an Excel type view of your data. If it's simple and if it fits, you can see and you can edit your data right here in the table. So we're going to keep this open just to kind of have a visual way of looking at our stuff as we build other things on top of it. So here's my data, and I want this to show up in a client-side application, and I want to be able to look through some of these tips of working from home, and I want to be able to be productive and doing some of these things during the daytime to kind of keep myself going. So how do we build stuff off of this? Like I said, this being just the backend, I need access to it. I need a RESTful API on top of it. Now, I'm going to show my age here again, but I believe it was like 7 or 8 years back. If you created a SQL Azure table, you had like one checkbox that said open up a RESTful API. Essentially, it gave you an OData feed on top of that, and it gave you full access to your data. You can obviously control delete without words. Yes, I'm not stopping the stream hopefully anymore. So essentially, I wanted this data out as a service, and there wasn't anything built in, because I mean they took it away because it was like experimental anyways, and I can see why, because most people, like, unless you're doing it just like for a hello world demo, you just don't want access to this data in a raw feed. You would like to put some authorization behind it. You would like to put some other things in your service layer. So I can see why Azure doesn't support it anymore, but it was nice. So I wanted this out as a RESTful API on top of this data. So how do we go about doing this? Let me close that down. So the next thing I thought was, why don't I get something that is built in? And so I found this little thing here, not that, this one. So there's actually a third-party thing called SkyVia. All right, and what these guys do is they build a lot of connections, and actually we at Progress Software, we have connectors as well to different types of backends and SQL and Salesforce and all of these things are included, but this seems super simple. So what it does is it looks at your Azure table and it opens up an OData RESTful API. OData is the Open Data Protocol, which is maintained by OSS and a few other organizations. It's just an open data exchange protocol, so we can have CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete over our data. So that's what I was trying to expose. And if I get in here, and let me sign in. Is a bunch of things. So first thing is, if I look into my connections, I have this untitled connection, and essentially I'm pointing to my SQL Azure server. I'm giving it my credentials and I'm pointing it to that database. So that's my connection string. And then if I go into my endpoints, you're going to see that there's an endpoint we created. And this is through their third-party thing, but essentially I'm guessing they just have of course 4 simple things to open up the create, read, update, and delete 4 methods on top of our database. So if I take this URL, and if I just go to it, it just doesn't say anything more than, hey, that's an entity we know. So it's looking at that table. And essentially when I come back in here, if you look at the model, this is actually a nice interface. It uses that connection under the covers, and it can go talk to the database and say, oh, these are the tables you have. You can also do like relational joins between the tables. But essentially here, it sees all of these fields that are coming out from the table. So I can choose all of them, I can save, and then it also maintains a log of how many times you're hitting the service and what's the response and so on. So if I go out here to my service, and if I actually type in the entity, which is work from home tips, hopefully this is big enough for you to see, but essentially I get some JSON back, and that's what I want. This is exactly JSON out of the table. So I get my tip IDs for each one, I get the actual tip, the why, and the how, and that's it. So I have access to my data, which is good. That's kind of what I wanted. But, and this is where we were trying this yesterday, and this is failing on us, because all I wanted was a RESTful endpoint to my data, and this isn't working exactly the way we want because of how maybe just the OData is structured. So if I go into my Postman here, by the way, if you're into, like, developers should never be in doubt as to what's happening in our network stack. We make Fiddler, which is great. I'm using Postman just for simplicity. But again, there are lots of ways in which you can fake out a service call that you're making and see how your things are working. You can fake the headers, you can fake the authentication, so that's all great. So if I go in here and do a get, so you'll realize that I'm doing a get on that same URL. And this works. So I head up to the service, and it's bringing back nicely, prettily formatted. Yay, Postman! It's bringing back nicely formatted data for my JSON data from my table, which is exactly what we want. But The thing that is failing is any type of updates, right? So if I go into post here, I'm again hitting the same URL. If you look at my headers here, I got content type of app.json. Some said you should have OData minimal metadata. We did that. OData version of 4, and then in my body I had different options that I tried, like different ways of formatting the value. This keeps failing on us, and I can't tell why, because it's a black box. It's a third-party service, right? So this isn't what we were hoping for. We were just hoping for a RESTful endpoint. So I scratched it all. Zoom the browser a little, Sam. Yes, thank you. Yes, Telerik Fiddler is awesome. But essentially, this is what I'm after. This is the URL that I want, and it's not giving me the RESTful feed. So we backtrace, right? And we decide that we can't do this, and we have to build it ourselves, which at times is nice because you get to control exactly what you're doing. All right, zoom and enhance. Okay, I can bump up my text a little bit. That's way too big. Yeah, how about 110%? That should show you. So again, still I'm looking at my Azure portal. That's my data. So I thought I would actually build the thing. Go to way too big again. Yes. Oh, who needs enemies when you have friends who are trolling and trying to mess you up? It's all good. All right, so let me show you the backend. So I'm pulling up Visual Studio. I'm on a Mac, so this is Visual Studio for Mac. It's no, I don't want to give you feedback right now. Yeah. Well, I'm the oldest man, and I have my glasses that are good enough. Get better glasses if you can't see my small text. Okay, so this is Visual Studio for Mac. Still crashes probably a couple of times a week. It's not bad. All right, so I decided that we need scaling screen would be better. Okay, I'll try. So essentially, I decided that I need to write my service by hand because it's not working out, and I need full control over the CRUD, and I just need to have this service up and running so any client application can run it and go for it. So so this is a simple web API. So essentially, just so you see, I mean, I am setting this up a little bit, but let me walk you through because this is already deployed. So if I go into hang on, file, new solution, if I go in here in Visual Studio and if I pick .NET Core, in your ASP.NET Core things, there are things like empty web API, web application with MVC, Blazor, Razor. This is the one that I'm picking. So it's literally a ASP.NET web API project. Now there are a couple of things to that are like gotchas, things to kind of care that you should know. One is when we are looking at a web project, we would like to right-click and publish, right? Again, friends don't let friends right-click and publish to cloud, but it's nice. It's nice to have that. I realize that you only have that right now if you are on an ASP.NET Core project. I mean, you can still bundle up an ASP.NET MVC or any other web API project and manually deploy it through the CLI, but if you wanted a GUI, then it has to be an ASP.NET Core project. So that was number one gotcha. All right, so and there are a few more things going on, and this essentially has to do with VS for Mac tooling, which seems a little different from Visual Studio on Windows. So here's essentially what I have. Yes, you're allowed to right-click publish when you're home, and I am home, yeah, just like everybody else. No, stay safe, everyone. Okay, so here's my my interface to get to my data. So first thing is I have a model which is mimicking exactly what my database is. And again, let me walk you through this backend, and then I'm going to build the client app for you, and then TJ will build the React web app for you. I'll build a mobile app, he'll build a web app. So here's my my sort of my POCO object that is meant to be the object that represents my data coming from the database. So I need to define that as a primary key because again, this is Entity Framework coming in and it needs to know how to serialize and deserialize and send it off to SQL Server. So that's my tip. And then here's my context. And again, for it to work, you need to have Entity Framework Core installed, which I think comes out of the box if you do a web API project. DB context of the type this, and then we are maintaining this DB set, which is our local set of a collection of tips that we want to pull from the server and then write back to the server. Now, this is the thing that took me a while to figure out. In our startup.cs, this is kind of how all ASP.NET, modern ASP.NET Core applications start up. There is some configuration, there's some DI essentially. So when you say configure services, you one at a time, you get the things in that you want to be configured, and those are all added through dependency injection, so that the ASP.NET pipeline knows exactly how to do things and how to configure that request and response pipeline. So all of this is untouched. The routing, everything else is untouched. The endpoints, we definitely do want the mapping of the controllers, because we will define a controller that lets us have access to our API. But this is the thing that took me a little bit to find. So the add DB context, this is where we are defining a DB context of our type, and this is where you need a SQL Server string. Remember, it is using options and it's using SQL Server. So this is the long string that comes from Azure. And this is the only way to bring it out so that our service knows how to talk to Azure. And the way to pull this up is in my settings. Hang on. Okay. Let me see if I'm connection strings. Okay. Yes, you can lose whatever I'm looking at. So you see that Azure gives you different types of connection strings for JDBC or ADO.NET. That's the one we really need. All right, so let me get back in. Sorry, I moved away from that just to show you the connection string. We're back on the Azure table, and let me pull up this thing. Yes, Ed, hang on, darling. I did code the backend. I told you. We'll build the front end, because without a backend, we don't have an API to code against. All right, so here's our table, right? So essentially, once I have that connection string in place, and this is where the tooling actually differs. So if I look at the tooling for Web API, right? So let me just pull up the docs as if like you were doing this for the first time. So if I head into ASP.NET Core Web APIs, they talk about getting started. Essentially, if you look at what we're setting up, just the get, put, post, and delete, create a project, ASP.NET project, all that works. And add the model class, add the database context. We are not doing in-memory, we are actually going, so the example talks about using an in-memory database. This is a to-do list, while we are going straight to SQL. And this is the part that's actually different, the scaffolding. So this tool that the ASP.NET Code Generator controller, it's not coded live yesterday. I understand, Ed. I'm going to troll you when you are up. All right, so this is the controller that actually is working well, because the visual controller is not spitting out code the way we want. So if I go back here to Visual Studio, I don't know why I have my headphones on. All right, so if I go up here and if I right click and if I do tools, you see the add, there's a scaffolding tool. In this one here, it's meant to, like these two API controllers are meant to just be spitting out data and not views. But I don't think it's wired up right. Even with using actions with Entity Framework, it tries to render views, which is not what I want. So essentially, I ended up using the CLI tool because that is actually doing what I expected to do. So here's my controller. When I essentially do this, so essentially we're going to the ASP.NET Code Generator saying, hey, we need a new controller of the type work from home tips. By the way, look at this, instead of the to-do item, look at the work from home tip. That's my entity object. Look at my context, which is where it gets the SQL Server string from, and then the output directory is controller. So that's what we want. So when you run this, it spits out this controller, which again, thankfully is the right thing, and you don't have to touch it anymore. Essentially, if I look through this a little closely, so it does have the routing. So it's API /controller name, and by default it's the name of the controller, so it should be WFH tips. That's the controller name, and in here is what you expect. So you get an HTTP GET, and again, this is like auto-generated scaffolded code, so you don't have to hopefully touch anything. If you give it the right entity, if you give it the right context, it does the right job for you. Okay, so yep, TJ is just talking about what we're doing. We are still setting up the backend, then we'll build the client apps. So we have an HTTP GET. We have an HTTP GET with a certain number, like a specific GET, and then we have put, and then we have post, and then we have delete. So all of this is wired up for you, which is exactly what we want. So let me go ahead and run this thing. And even on localhost, it is going to use the SQL Server connection string and go talk to SQL Server. So let this build. Okay, so this doesn't look pretty. I can make it pretty in Chrome, but essentially if I go look at the URL, I am hitting 5001 API, and I made this my launch settings thing. So this is where it starts, and it is getting JSON back exactly from my table as you expect. And I can do things like give me just the third tip. It does that. I can do filters, I can do queries, and the best thing is I can pull this up on Postman or Fiddler, and I can make it do CRUD, which is exactly what we want. We want write and read, and it does so over that interface. So essentially I took that and I did what Ed asked me not to do, which is right click and publish, because it's nice. I mean, once you have an app service that is set up, once you have authentication and other things set up, it's really not that bad, because essentially when you publish to a folder, that's all it's doing. It's just bundling up the things that you have to deploy to a web server. So I can go in here and I can say publish to Azure, and that's what it does. So let me take you to the service just to show you. Which, by the way, if any of you want to hit this URL, let me post this in just so folks have it. And let me post this in. So that URL should give you the read-only thing over the data, so you can see some of the work from home tips that we're dealing with. Okay, so once I have this published out, I can go out to Azure to the exact thing that I published this on. Actually, I do want to keep that open. No, I lost it again. I do want to keep that view open so I can come back and look at my data. So essentially, are you saying rest in peace, Ed, every time OBS craps out? Yeah. Okay. So essentially I did a publish, and if I go in here into my dashboard, if I create a new service, if I go into general, okay, let's look for web app. So app services is what we're looking at, and there are lots of different app services. When I do an ad, you get to choose what type of yeah, fun chat. So anyways, this is how you set up a web app. So essentially it's just a shell of a service that's deployed to Azure, and I already have that. So let me go back up to my dashboard, and let me take you up here. So this is the app service, and essentially I pointed Visual Studio to that app service so it can take my API project, and it can bundle up the controller, in particular the context and the model, and it can push it out as an app. So it is running now. So here's the app UI, which it's not going to do anything until we go to that API, because this is a web API project. So let me pause that again. And if I do an API work from home tips, now you have this. You should have the same API over that data if Azure is holding up. There you go. So I'm going to post this one here as well, if anyone wants to pull this up. So that's my Azure service that's exposing a RESTful data now on top of our SQL database, right? Now the good thing about this is I can do stuff. Let's pull up Postman again. I can hear my son is up and he's like, "Daddy, I can hear you speak. Why aren't you talking to me?" I'm like, I'll be back. Okay. If I go in here, all right, so if you notice this one here, I am pointing to my Azure service. And if you look into my headers, I am using content type application JSON, the body. This is raw JSON body. So I don't need a tip ID anymore because that is auto incremented. So just to test, I'm Samwise and my how is testing. Oh, good. Somebody looks like went to see Ed at OrDev, and they're into Blazor. Yes, Blazor is awesome. And you're going to hear Ed talk about Blazor, I'm sure. That's all that he can talk about nowadays. That's all good. All right, so if I hit a send here, we get a 201 created, if you see that, and essentially gives us the tip ID, which is the auto incremented thing that the server put in. So let's go back to our service real quick, and I want to keep that SQL database up so we see it. All right, Ed, you can laugh at me. It's OBS. OBS on Mac isn't the best. And so far, in all of the streaming that I have done, OBS has not crapped out in the middle of a stream, which is what it's doing a couple of times already now. So I'm not happy. Hopefully it holds up better. Anyway, so what I was trying to show is I tried doing an insert. I'm laughing with you. Thank you. This last record is what we inserted through Postman. So CRUD is working on that service, which is exactly what we want. All right, so we have a database which is setting out here, and we tried doing a third party to get RESTful API on top of it. We failed. Well, it does the read, it just doesn't do the updates and the deletes. So we wrote our own web API and deployed that to Azure, and now we have a web API. So all of this is just to kind of get started even before we do anything else. Right? Okay, so let's keep this on and let's try building stuff on top of this. And we want to make this a little interactive. I did post the two URLs, so the nerdy ones amongst you, feel free to pull this up on whatever Fiddler or Postman or whatever else it's using. Please don't kill it. It doesn't have any auth on it, so you can insert. Hopefully you don't mess with the top 20 records, because that's the one that's kind of what we want to show. But feel free to add stuff to it and make it funny if you want. All right, so at this point, let's build something else. So let me close down my my backend, and let's start with the front end. And again, what I've done is just started writing the code that we need to go talk to that backend, and I'm going to build the front end with you. So here is a Xamarin Forms project. I do Xamarin Forms. So essentially, this is file, new project, Xamarin Forms, and I can have Android, I can have UWP, I can have Tizen, I can have any number of platforms, in fact, even WPF and web through WebAssembly. I can do all of that through Xamarin Forms, but I'm keeping this simple. I'm building just an iOS application. So this is my .NET standard shared library that's shared across all the projects, and then I have iOS. I have absolutely zero code in the iOS folder. So everything that we do will be here in our .NET standard library. Okay, so there are a couple of things I did just to kind of help us talk to the backend so we can now build the client front end. So in here I have a constants folder or a file where I am pointing to my service. That's my Azure service, and I'm pointing to the API. Right, and then here is, just as you expect, just as we did in the backend class, we need a model that represents our data coming from the database. So essentially it's got that JSON property thing that matches up the table. So tip IDs, why, and how. Super simple stuff, right? And then I have a class which lets me go talk to that Azure service. So it does maintain a collection of tips, and then it does a get, and it does a save, and it does some content moderation, which is just something fun I was playing with. So hopefully we can incorporate that in our client application. But right now, that's all we have. We don't have any client side. So let's go build stuff, okay? So I am going to start up a new file, and this being Xamarin Forms, so I'm going to go with that. And Let's call it work from home tips list. Does that sound like a good name? Yeah. All right, so we have Xamarin Forms opening up. These two things here. We need a better app name. That's not my app name. It's just the name of that page. You don't see that app name. Yeah, the app name is called Quarantine Coding, which is super boring. So I'm hoping really like TJ is the cooler part of the team, so he can build something from an 80s theme and make this all funky. I am completely artistically very challenged, so forgive me. All right, so Xamarin Forms dropped in this new file into this project, and we need to make sure that we are opening this up. So by default, it starts with a main page.xaml and main page.xaml.cs, which I took it off because there is no main page that I want. But I do want it to start from this work from home tips list. So that's going to be our first page for the app. Silicon Valley sounding app name. Yes, please. That's all for TJ to build. So let me watch my time. I think I got another hour at least. So I want to give TJ enough time. And then if any of you want to give us some crazy ideas, we are all about building up crazy stuff. So here's my first list. And first thing that I want is that list. Thanks. So first thing that I want is a view that shows me the list of things that are coming back from my service. So it's essentially all JSON, but I need a way to put this somewhere, right? So I can do anything, any sort of a list will work, but there is a list view that's built into Xamarin Forms, but it's not as feature rich. So what I like doing is always pulling up something that I find near and dear to my heart, and that's Telerik UI, which again, you don't have to use it, but it is the same list view on steroids. It gives you so much more features. So what I'm doing here is if I go into my UI for Xamarin Telerik suite, again, you're not going to see me use any of the features, but that's just what I am used to, pulling in our list view. So that's the list view that I want. And if you look at what this does is a lot of virtualization, a lot of swipe gestures. It's highly performant, obviously, data binding to any data source, loading on demand, so you can bind it to like hundreds and thousands of records, and filtering, grouping, sorting. So it's just a very, very full-featured list view, and that's what I want to bring on. Although you're not going to see any of that. Yes. So first thing is, let's bring in our NuGet packages. So I am right now on nuget.org, and again, this is fairly normal for any dependency that you want to bring in. But we all actually host all of our NuGet packages. And if you are, again, a customer who uses Progress Software and Telerik and Kendo UI, you are used to this. We do host our stuff on NPM and on NuGet, and there are documentation on how you can set this up. Essentially, if I go into my, let me show you that. If I go into my preferences and NuGet sources, so essentially here's what you can do. You can set up a local feed, obviously, like I have downloads, and then I have a Telerik NuGet feed, which is pointing to nuget.telerik.com, and it does ask you for your subscription and authentication just at one time, and then it lets you bring in. So that's what I'm pointing to. So let me go bring that in. So Telerik NuGet source, and I'm going to search for Xamarin. I am going to bring in the whole thing just for simplicity, but just keep in mind you don't have to bring in the whole thing, because this gives you access to all of our UI, which you may or may not need. So if you're just using one or two UI pieces, just bring that in so that you're keeping your app package size to a minimum. All right, so that's successfully added. Let me look at my dependencies. So I should have UI for Xamarin. I have Xamarin Essentials, Xamarin Forms, and then I have something Azure, which we will get into. But let's start with this. So instead of hand coding everything, the other thing I want to do is be lazy, because that's how we developers should be. So this is how I start my my coding, and that is a lot of copy and paste. So if I go out to our docs, essentially I want a list view, and I don't want to hand write that thing. So if I go in here and grab our list view, getting started, that's kind of what we end up on. And this page is saying, hey, go get all of these references, which we already do have because we brought the whole NuGet package in. But essentially, here's how you can initiate the rad list view, and here's some source data that you can have like a dummy view model in your code, and you can bind it up, and that's kind of how it looks like with some 5 basic strings. But we don't need that. But what we do need is this setup. So I'm going to copy and paste some of that stuff here. So first up, let's get our namespaces right. So I'm going to go up here in my namespaces, type those 2 things in. All right, let's make sure I have enough space. Okay, and then here is my content view, which yeah, I can drop in the whole rad list view. So if you look at what this one is just some sample code just to get a list of things going. So I'm just going to grab that as a starting point, right? And then I'm going to change it to fit my ends. All right, so let's make sure this is nicely formatted. Okay, so here's my list view. Let's give it a nice name. Okay, let's call it work from home list view. All right, we don't need the item source and the binding right now. Now I'm going to do this like super non-testable code. I don't want to use MVVM. I don't want to pull in a view model right now. I just want to get my data. So forgive me for the lack of testability in what I'm doing, but this is just hello world. Okay, so got rid of that. So essentially I have my list view. It has an item template. We do need that because we do want to control exactly how each row of my table is looking like, data template. And then inside of it there's a grid, which I don't like, so let me get rid of that. I want a stack. I just want a stack layout. Let's make that vertical and close that, and we're going to close the stack layout here as well. All right, so that's my thing in here. Now let's keep the label here because we want to show like a couple of labels that bring in the feed, but we're not ready for that yet. So let's just keep that as a placeholder for now. Okay, so we have a little bit of XAML. Ed is still trash talking me. Okay, I get that. All right, so my my code behind is completely empty, and this is where I want to pull in some stuff so I can use the interface to go and get my data, right? So this is where we have this thing called the tips manager, and let me increase my fonts a little bit. Oop, too big. There you go. So what I have here is an observable collection. So I want this entity. I'm trying to be at least a little clean, even though I'm not being very testable. I'm not doing true MVVM, but I'm still trying to keep my model, my view, and my view model separate. So what I have here in my sort of my model and my interface to the service is that observable collection. This is a specific thing that we use in any type of XAML coding that lets us bind to an UI, and it works out nicely in terms of updates. All right. Okay, there's more trash talk going on, which is okay. And then we have an HTTP client, right? So that's what we want to use. So I have a get method, and this is what I want to use to reach out to my stuff. So on the get, if somebody asks for a collection of all the tips, then I want that response to go out to that particular URL, which is coming from my constants file, which is that URL. It's a static URL pointing to my API. Right, and then I want that if it is successful, so if we get a 200, then I want the content read out, and then I want to deserialize it back out, right? And this is where Newtonsoft JSON comes in, JSON convert, and I'm going to deserialize it back out into an observable collection of that, right? So that's what I want. So if I were to bring that in, so let's first have a tips manager. What did we call it? Just tips manager, which is a horrible name, but let's just call it work from home tips manager, right? And we're going to new this up Again, we should likely make this a singleton class, so you're not newing up multiple instances of this. And what I want to do is have an async and await. So let's do private async. We should not return void, but the service already returns an observable collection, so I think this is okay. So if I do fetch, let's just call it that. So this is my method that's going to go out and bring that thing down. So I can do an await, and I can use the work from home tips manager. So now that I have a way to get it, I can do the get, right? And that I'm not bringing any data into the code behind, essentially. If you're a nerd, you can post, yes, please post away. No inappropriate stuff, please. But hopefully I can protect against that a little bit, which I'll try to do. Let me watch my time, 8:49, good. Okay, so this is my get call, so I'm going out to go get that. Why is Visual Studio complaining? You don't have a reason to complain, you're good. All right, so at this point, did we name our list? Yeah, that's the list view we want, right? Anti-fever app name, that sounds fun. Okay, so now I want to go this dot the name of my list view, and essentially I'm doing a very forced thing here. So at this point, hopefully the tips manager has that collection filled up, which was called the tips collection, right? Okay, so at this point we are letting the manager go and get the tips, which is the get method. So we are firing off this get, and this will be on an async await, so the envelope will not be filled with data right away. We are going to have that task of observable collection of the type this, but hopefully once the call finishes, we are going to get data back, and then that's going to be funneled into our item source, so that we can set the source of the list view to be what our thing is, which is the data coming back from the server. Where's my mouse pointer? Okay, here we go. So we got that wired up. Now let's get these two labels locked in, and I want to give this a little margin. Let's do like 30 on each side, or maybe I'll just do 30 on the left. So the margin properties or padding properties are left, top, right, and bottom, right? So 30 on left and bottom, and then if I can type 30, 0, 0. Okay. And in here, let's now start doing the binding on the text, right? So this will be binding. Now the first thing we want to get is the it's not going to give me IntelliSense, right, but that's all right. So essentially, once the item source is set, then I can bring the data in and I can bind it to my labels. All right, so let's make this text, and this one's binding could be the second thing, which is Y. Maybe I'll just keep it to 2 for now. Yeah, close that. Yep, there you go. So we got 2 texts. Do we have enough to fire it up and see if it will work? All right, let's try. So I am firing up a build essentially, and this should bring up my iOS simulator. It knows that this is Xamarin Forms project. I need to go to Xcode, do the build, and come back with the app package. So that's what it's doing. And here you go. This is the iOS simulator, and we'll see how our crappy UI looks like. I didn't do anything else to this. I essentially put the whole list view inside our content page. It's thinking. Nothing, which is expected because I think it's going to try to fire off that call, and don't want that. And I still have nothing. Okay. Let's debug. and let's see why we may not have everything. Locked at home, home to prices. Yes, I like them both. Right, so what am I missing? I got my list view. Let's debug. I don't know what else. Oh, haha! I never called fetch. I made that method and never made a call out to it. Okay, so at this point we will call into this and we will ask the tips manager to go get the tips, and when it comes back, I do want the binding to work, right? So let's do a breakpoint just so we see this working. I'm going to stop here at the tips collection if the status code is true. All right, let's run. It is thinking, building. Okay, firing it up. Okay, and so we do have that data, or we are at least hitting that. Let's step over this, and I went too fast. I couldn't see the tips collection, but it looks like we have data. That's exactly what we want, right? I stopped it. Let's bring this back up again and see how it's looking. Okay, so it is looking pretty crappy, but that's not the point. The point is I have a list view, and looks like people are typing in the tips, which is good. So this is looking a little busy. Maybe I should make this one like a font. Oh, no, not there, but let's make this font attribute. Let's make this bold. And maybe on the other one I'll make that italic. Okay, so this should hopefully give us all right, Ed, yeah, we don't need your good luck. We are good to go. You go get coffee and breakfast. Ed is big into breakfast. His day doesn't start without breakfast. All right, so if I run this again, still refreshing. So this is kind of like hello world for mobile apps, right? We have a cloud service, we have a SQL Azure database, we have a service on top, and now we're able to pull that data through. So this I think looks a little better, right? So I have the bold text, which is the name of the tip, and then the Y of the tip is showing up in italics, which is good. And then yeah, this one I think maybe TJ entered that it's a little too long, so it's not formatting as nicely for me, but that's fine. Hot reload, yes, absolutely, I can enable hot reload for this because I am using the latest Xamarin Forms bits. So that's it, right? So this is 101, so I have my data. Let's talk about writing back to the service, shall we? Because that maybe is our second thing. So let's go in here and let's add another thing, and we're going to call this save. Oops, where am I typing? Save work from home tip. TJ, if you're still on, shall we try Skype just to bring you in? Would be nice to see you. Let me create this file and then I'll try to get TJ on so we're not lonely. All right, let's call you TJ on Skype and see how we deal with this. All right, TJ, can you hear me? Hang on.
Yes.
Okay, I hear you, and I have my headphones off. Maybe that was what was messing us up. So you are seeing raw feed here of me trying to add TJ.
Breaking the fourth wall.
There's TJ. Yes, I have you. And I'll make you small. And I'm gonna put you right there, okay?
Alright, sounds good.
This is getting a little meta, so let's minimize that guy. And let me take a quick look.
This is a way too big of a look at me.
We like your face. Spinning. Come on, Twitch. Okay, so yeah.
I think we're good. Chances we're good. So I think you can just keep rolling.
Okay. So maybe that was the thing. Like maybe the audio needed to come straight out through you, and as like system audio. Okay. Hey folks. So we have TJ live on the call. So TJ, do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Yes, I'm TJ VanToll. I'm a developer advocate. I work with Sam, and going to be helping out on this app. We've got Sam's got the API in place. He's working on a Xamarin app, and then I'm going to fire it and create a React web version of this here in I don't know, probably about half hour, a little bit more, something like that. It said there's an echo with me.
All right, hang on. Okay, can you speak, TJ?
Alright, let's try this one more time. Chat, let us know if I'm still echoing or not.
One of you needs to turn off sound. Yeah, I'm just hearing TJ in my ears, so hopefully that's good. Okay, we're good. Alright, so TJ, be with me here while I build my stuff. Where's Visual
Sounds
Studio?
good.
Okay. Can I get Skype away? No, it's gonna hang around here somewhere in my screen, right? Or maybe I can move it off to my other screen. There you go. All right. So we had our first screen where we showed the list of things coming back from the server, which is what we want. Now we want to write and have a little fun doing it. So I created a new page called Save Work From Home Tip, and Visual Studio spit out the XAML and the XAML.cs file. I'm going to take a shortcut here because normally you're supposed to have navigation. So maybe envision like showing a list of tips on one page and then maybe having like a plus sign that you can tap, and then that lets you onto another page where you can add the tips. But I'm going to take a shortcut just to kind of show you. So I'm going to go to the save tip directly, okay? So just one page in my app. So for the XAML, let's set up the XAML first. Essentially what we want is a little bit of UI so we can have a little fun. So let's start setting up our XAML. So first thing is stack layout, because that's kind of how I always begin. Grid is nice, but I like the stack. So orientation vertical, I would like this to be centered. So let's do center and expand. And for my horizontal options, I would like this to be just centered. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so we have a stack. Now let's start writing up some things here. So I'm going to have a few labels, bunch of labels actually. So text. This is where we want to actually have people write the tip. So name of tip, right? This UI is going to look horrible, but it's fine. We can.
What's supposed to?
Yeah. Entry. So this is where if you are a XAML developer, you'll notice differences. If you have done any UWP XAML or WPF XAML, it's different. It's not. There's no text box. It's an entry field because Xamarin Forms XAML is very much catered to mobile and form factors. Let's give this a name because we will need this to grab what the user is typing. So tip name. And do we want anything else? No.
How or why?
Yes, I'm getting that. So another text is why the tip. Okay. Close that. And another entry. Let's call it tip Y. Okay, so at this point we have just 4 things. Let's see if this will actually. Oh, what did I do? Control Z. No, I didn't undo anything. Okay, so 4 things, right? So let's see how this looks like. Where's my simulator setting? It's daytime, so I can open up a little bit of my window. Hopefully the light is better. There you go.
There's a I'm curious, so you're on a Mac, so Visual Studio can bring up the iOS simulator. Mm-hmm. What happens on Windows?
Oh boy, that's the $1 million question. So the question is, can you develop for Xamarin Forms if you're on Windows and if you want to target iOS? And the answer is yes and no. The yes is because, the no is because you don't absolutely have to have a Mac, but the point is when you build an application, in Xamarin Forms, it's a truly native app, so you are building .apk and .app packages, so you will need Xcode that does the building for you, and this is an Apple restriction. Apple wants each developer to be wait, let me see if my build is going. Apple wants each developer to build apps from Xcode that is licensed to the same developer that has the Apple Store account, and like nobody can get you around that. So that's the part there where it is a yes, you do need a Mac, but the no is it doesn't need to be a physical Mac. It could be a Mac in the cloud. You can have like services like Visual Studio has this thing called Visual Studio App Marketplace or App Studio. What's it called? Let me look it up. This is fun. But by the way, these 2 things came up.
But they give you like Visual Studio gives you ways of like wiring
exactly.
that
So
up. Though, like
it'll do the cloud build for you. Help us out, folks. What's it called? VS DevOps App Service. What's it called? It does CI/CD. I have it in. I talk about it a lot, so it's too bad that I can't remember it. Hang on. What's the name of it? If I can go into any one of my talks, I talk about it. State of mobile dev. Hang on. This is. I'm curious now. People are submitting MS Paint logos. Is it like logos for our app? I can throw that as like a splash screen or like the logo for my app.
Yeah, locked or I think we haven't totally decided. Locked is my favorite, and I like the idea of having like a really corner.
Hang on, I am trying to remember something because it's too bad you asked and I can't remember. Oh, there you go. It is called. Come back. App Center. Okay, so Visual Studio App Center. This is my preferred way. If you don't have a Mac, this is actually very nice. The interface. It's one dashboard that does everything. So it will do the iOS cloud builds for you, and it will do. It'll do everything. CI/CD pipeline. If you don't want to go to the store, it can distribute within an enterprise. So the answer to you, TJ, is yes and no. It's a mixed bag, right? Okay. But on a Mac, Visual Studio on a Mac just knows, since you have the Xamarin Bits installed, it knows that there's Xcode. It just knows how to fire it up. It never actually opens up Xcode. It's all command line. So it's nice actually. So we got these 2 things working. The entry, this one was a little too small, so I want to make that a little bigger. Let's just say 200. And 200 for this one as well. Yeah, let's start with this. And now I need a button. Let's give it a name, if I can type. So let's call it save tip, and I will have a clicked event handler called save tip clicked. All right. Oh, I don't have a text for it. All right. So I should have that save tip clicked event handler. Again, this is horrible coding. I'm not doing any patterns whatsoever, but just to kind of prove a point that our API is working. So I can actually copy a little bit from what we did here, where we had the tips manager. TJ, maybe mute yourself when you're not speaking, because your keyboard is loud.
Oh, but I like my keyboard. I'm investigating our very important logo, so I'm doing some really important work. But I will mute my keyboard.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's see, what am I doing? Okay, so I have the tips manager. So now here, let's just assume that we have created a tip and we want to add that, right? So here we can go tip. This is going to be our new tip. All right, and let's set up the new tip so that we can read from what the user is typing, right? Dot tip is going to be this dot, I think we called it tip name. Yeah, that's the name of my entry field. Dot text. This is as simple as it gets. And then for the Y, we'll get this dot tip Y dot text. I don't have a how. Let's just hardcode the how, because it's the same thing. So this is just being a text, so I'm just going to say just chill. All right. Okay, so that's my new object, right? And now I can do things like, oh, I need to make that an async. So I can call into my async and await private async and void. Okay, so the thing I'm trying to call is in my manager, this is the thing that I have. So I have a task that's meant to save my tip, and it takes in the tip and essentially does a JSON. This is like a Newton South JSON, does a serialize, so it just flattens the object into a text stream. We create the content, it needs to be encoded, and this is what sets the content type of our HTTP request, because I am using the HTTP client excuse me, to app.json, and then here's my response, and we fired off the REST client. This is picking up the REST service URL from my constants file, and then we do a post. So 4 lines of code, as simple as it gets, but this content is what should have that tip in it. Right, so let's go in here, and did we miss anything? No, I think that's it. So I can do await tips manager dot save, and now we pass in this new guy, new tip. Is that all I need? Yeah. And once that has hopefully gone in, I'm not going to worry with any other UI, so I'm just going to blank out those things. So for our user is super smart, and he or she just knows that once I clear out the text, his or her updates have gone in. Because why wouldn't it, right? Blank out that, and blank out the tip Y. I can hide, or I can disable the button and do all kinds of fancy stuff, but I don't need to. All right. Is that all that I need to do all right? Quick question. First time here. Can we ask questions, or should we let them folks? No, please, Mr. Jackpot, fire away as many questions. We're going to be a little funky and try to be funny around answering your questions, but please fire away. Any technical stuff, please. We got TJ on board, and we got some other folks in the chat room as well. All right, TJ, do you think this will work?
I think so. I mean, I have very little idea of what I'm looking at, but
okay,
seems like you're calling save.
Yeah,
so what could go wrong?
What could go wrong? Let's set a breakpoint there, just so I know. All right. So when I hit debug, it is trying to do the build first. What was for your breakfast, TJ, today?
Had cereal, so nothing, and a lot of coffee. So
this is my usual. I have cashews, because most days it's just coffee and cashews.
So it's the breakfast of champions right there. You know, if you use something like NativeScript, you wouldn't have to wait an hour for your build to start up.
See, this is a good thing. So all of the web stuff, right? So I call them like JavaScript native apps. So I include NativeScript either with straight up JavaScript, or with Angular, or with React, or with Vue. And then React Native is the same way. Flutter is the same way, because you can all use like Webpack, and you know exactly which component you test, and you can push it out. Xamarin, the dev cycle has been slow, and they're very aware of this, but the thing is they are trying to be better at this. So they have things like hot reload and hot restart, so they can also see exactly which, especially if it's a new markup, they can just push it out. They're also starting to do like more code things that they can push out, so they don't have to restart the app all over again.
Sam, Sarah, it's okay. I'm not trolling Sam. I'm trolling Xamarin, and that makes it okay. So,
all right. Oh, we have a question from Binary Chef. Can NativeScript do remote iOS builds from VS Windows? TJ, that's a question for you.
Not from Visual Studio, but you can do remote builds through NativeScript Sidekick, but there's no Visual Studio integration.
Right. Now, I mean, granted, like what you're writing, like we have a playground. I can show you that real quick. So if I go to what is playground.nativescript.org? Is that what it is?
It's play.nativescript.org. Yeah.
So what NativeScript does is actually incredibly similar to what Xamarin does. You write up your markup in XML, or if you want to do Angular or Vue components, you do that, and then at runtime it gets turned around as native components. So like the playground lets you kind of start and play around with this. This one is, if I new this up to be just a JavaScript app, you will see that you have an XML. Now come on, it's spinning up. And then you have the JavaScript for the code behind, and you have a view model, and that's it. So this actually looks very much like, if I can make this a teeny bit bigger. So this actually looks kind of like Xamarin Forms almost, but then if you change it up to NativeScript with, let's just say Angular, then you're going to actually get a full component. You should see TypeScript show up and HTML. So this is the home component, so that's your TypeScript for your code, and you are bringing in our dependencies and our CSS for styling. Our HTML is the actual thing. Again, even in here, it's like a shim so that we can render the corresponding native UI. What you are writing here is very, very generic stuff, right? There is nothing proprietary here. It's all JavaScript, HTML, CSS, web stuff, right? So you can start here, you can pull this thing down, or you can use any of the CLI. You can use any Visual Studio or any other IDE really just to write things up, and then once you're ready, it'll do CLI builds for you. So the answer is yes, it'll do iOS builds. Is that correct, TJ?
Yep, for sure. And Sarah's just talking about the icons, or the app icons and such that are coming in. So
okay. I want to give this over to you because I think you're going to have much more fun with the web stuff. But where did we stop? We had a breakpoint set. So let's just call this Xamarin test. The Y is why not, right? And then when I hit save, so here's my tip to save. Let's see what it came up with. So this is the tip that we are building up. So the how part is just chill because I commented that our tip ID is 0 because that's going to be auto incremented. That looks about right. So let me let this go, and hopefully, oh, there you go. It emptied it out, right? So let's go check. Did it save? I'm going to save this. Isn't it funny? Like we are at whatever stage in our life, and we get excited when when the write to a database works. How sad of us.
Well, then you also, but if it works the first time, you're so too.
How did it work?
Yeah.
Okay, so it did go in. See, that's the last thing here is Xamarin test. So it got in. The ID field is auto incrementing. Which, by the way, TJ, the tip ID thing, I did not have it as auto incrementing, which was failing on some of the CRUD. So I had to do some funky stuff. So that's why it's showing up at the very end of the columns, because I had to define this as a separate column. And then I had a primary key on the tip ID, so I had to drop that constraint. I had to remove that column and make sure the increment thing got the primary key. So that's why.
Databases are fun.
Okay. So this one, so far so good, but I want to do a little bit more fun stuff with it. So let me show you what I'm thinking. Since particularly all of you on the chat room, I don't trust anybody except for TJ, because everybody else is trouble. And you are going to mess us up, and we're going to show things that we don't want to show. So I was thinking we would make our app a little more intelligent. And especially when you have folks like Didi and Sarah, I mean, you don't need any more enemies to mess up your stuff. So I'm going to pull up Azure Cognitive Services, and a funky thing that they have is called, let's do text moderation. So they have very nice moderation services. So this is a little bit of ML, but you don't have to be a mathematician to understand what they're doing. This is content moderation, right? So Azure has their whole suite of cognitive services, which is real nice for being able to do vision APIs and sentiment analysis and all kinds of fun stuff. This is about content moderation, and a lot of people are actually using this, like especially on GitHub issues or any other thing where you want to gauge the sentiment of the chat or the issues. You can do that. It'll do image moderation. So if you are building an app where you're uploading an image and you want people to not do unsavory stuff, you can throw this in the front of it, and then you can automate some of it. You can also have a human that does it for you. So the thing that we want to do is text moderation. And this one, TJ, I was looking at this last night. This one's kind of funny in what it does out of the box. So it will catch a little bit of profanity. It does this thing called classification, which I don't quite understand, like how it's doing based on like blacklisted text. Maybe it's doing flagged content. It does identify any type of personal data. So I think it's called like PII, so personally identifiable information. So if you put in anything, like if you want to have this in front of your blog or your anything where the user gets to type something and you're writing to a database, you don't want to make sure you're kind of rinsing it first. This is great because if you want to have somebody put in a phone number or a social security number, anything that's identifiable that you don't want, you can actually flag it and say, nope, that's not good. So this, see right there, it's called PII. So it's nice. It identifies phone numbers, addresses, social security numbers. It will do autocorrect. So if I do quick brown fox, it'll fix it. And then you can obviously do your own custom things. So you can say, in my app, don't say these things, obviously. So this one is pretty nice. And essentially, what I was looking at yesterday is this. Didi says profanity is her native language. Yes, Didi, we know you. So what this does is, and this actually works, TJ, for JavaScript as well. Well, let me see. It has Python and Java. I don't know if you're going to be able to use those two from a web app. But it does have like a moderation console where you can just pull up this app and then you can manually do it. But for .NET, it's pretty simple. You just essentially pull in one NuGet package and you set up a cloud service. So let me show you that.
Presumably, too, this is cloud only. Like you can't run it like offline or local. It's probably all running in Azure.
So what it's doing is, and I think you can do local, but I think by default some of the intelligence that's baked into it, that is in Azure. So if I pull up here my Azure service, it's thinking. So this is my tip moderator. This is my cognitive services thing, and I haven't done anything more to it. There's a key and an endpoint, which hopefully you're not copying down. But essentially, once you deploy it, it has some of that basic intelligence. But I think you can make it just like language understanding, just like vision and other APIs. If you have your own custom things, and if you're willing to have those things local, then or within like a firewall, it can do that for you. So that's what we're trying to use. So I think for .NET, you need to bring in this one content moderator thing. That one NuGet package will give us the things we need. So let me see, where did Visual Studio go? All right, so Visual Studio, okay. All right, so far our save works. Let's do a few more things. So I got the 2 entries. So instead of directly saving, maybe we should have another button. And let's call it, what do you want to call it? Say moderation, right? That's what we're doing.
Yeah, sounds good.
If I can type. Let's just do one. And on the clicked, I do want another event handler, as simple as it gets. But once I do that, I do want some things to show up. So let me put that in right away before we go away. So first is, I want a text that says something funny if I am flagging your content. And I'm not going to stop you from adding stuff. And I'm going to bring in DD, right? Because she apparently loves profanity, and we're going to make that invisible for now. All right, and we need a thing to hold the things that are flagged. So let's just call it file words. And why don't we flag it, what's it called? I don't need a font, I just want a color, text color. Okay, so we're going to flag things to be red. Okay, do you think we need any more UI than that?
That's a good start to just test the hello worldness.
I do need the name for that label so I can turn that thing on. Okay, so I have a text and I have is visible false, and then this one doesn't have anything. You are in our code, DD. There is no escaping it. All right, so what I want to do is this call into this method, and this was what I was writing up actually late last night. So I have that dependency in. So I have that cognitive services and then that content moderator. So that's all I need essentially. And then I can reference that. So I have these 2 namespaces. I have Newton-South-JSON, obviously, and content moderator, and then .models. So what I can do is, Didi is being funny. She's going to add this as in her profile that she showed up on code. This is a method that's going to take in that text, and it's going to call into, so it has those 2 things that Azure gives us, which is a key and an endpoint. And I have it defined here in my constants. So that's my key and that's my endpoint. Again, it's cognitive services, work from home tip moderator, that's my endpoint. So when I do that, it's essentially going to call into that, and I'm setting the endpoint. And then I was debugging this, and this is actually nice. So when you call into this, this method here, it's called screening of the text. So check out the signature on this guy. And maybe I can make this a little bigger. So what it takes in is first the type of stream it is, which is text plain, and then the actual stream, which needs to be like a memory stream of whatever it is that you want them to classify and look at. Then should I do autocorrect? Yes. Should I do personally identifying information? Yes. The foul words, I think the profanity comes built in classification. So it does a whole bunch of things, and then it lets you do your own shared thing. So if I went into the service and added my own terms, I can do that. But that's essentially my code to fire this off to the service. And when it comes back, if it does flag some things, it has a terms collection, and we're going to go through that collection and essentially grab the words that are flagged by the service to say that's not good, right? And then we return this whole string, which is again just really bad from the way this thing is written. I should do try catch and all of that, but just to prove a point, okay? So I'm going to call into this. So when I click on that moderate tip button, do we have an event handler? Yes. So when I do that, I would need to
so is it actually like returning you an array of the bad words it found?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't need to create the tip right here. I can just grab whatever the user is typing. Let's do tip to moderate, and we're going to set this to whatever you type in. So let's just say tip name is the only one we want to do. We can concatenate and do funky stuff. So that's my tip thing, and let's do let's grab the thing back from the service. So flagged words equals. So this is where we can reuse this guy, and we can do moderate text, and we can send in the tip to moderate, right?
So is this a separate endpoint here?
Yes. Well,
okay.
It's a separate endpoint on Azure. So you can hit this if you want, but I don't have this deployed anywhere else. But I can give you the endpoint, which is, and I can also give you the subscription key, because you're going to need the key to make a call to this. But I can give you the endpoint and the key, so that way from your web app you can call. I don't have time to deploy it, or ideally we should have this, like TJ and I were talking about this, like we should have this as a part of the service itself. So like before we do the CRUD, the read and update and delete, we should have something that does the moderation, but I don't have it integrated yet. So let's do this. If the service says, if I can type, flagged words is not, because it should be empty string otherwise, right? If it's not string.empty, which means we have something, then we can do the thing where we can open up this dot, what is it called, warning dot is visible to true. Yep. Okay. And what we could do is, what did we call that other label?
I can't remember.
Foul words. This dot foul words dot text equals the flag words. All right. That's it. I think that's it. And then if it does save, we do want to turn those things back off, right? So let me grab these two. Ed, or not Ed, TJ, how am I doing on time? Are you good with another 5 minutes of me? 5-10 minutes more of me? I'm at the very end of what I wanted to do.
Yep. Yeah. When we do 5 minutes, and then for anybody watching, basically we are building up an app that I think we're tentatively calling Locked, and Sam is working on a native app for this on iOS and Android, and then I'll be starting in on a web app here in
which should be
probably 5-10 minutes, something
much
like that.
More fun. Okay, do we have everything? So essentially, when you hit the moderate button, I'm going to go off to the service. I'm going to do the check. If there are words we are flagged for, then we're going to bring them back. We're going to make that warning visible. We're going to show the flag, and then still let you make the database entry anyways, or hopefully you have good conscience unlike DD, and then you can fix it. I think that should be all. Maybe we should put a breakpoint. Let's put a breakpoint right there. All right.
Have people submit their favorite foul words to test this out. Is that correct?
Yep. Now here's a not so nice thing about building native apps. There is no easy way for me to deploy this Xamarin app anywhere, right? So I mean, I could set up like I can try while you're coding. I can set up like a VS App Center thing where I can locally push it out, but it's going to be a bit of work. It's so much easier to deploy a web application. But TJ, I'm going to give you the endpoint so you can call in.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we'll test all this out.
All right, come on, Visual Studio.
Yes, sir. The locked, but we should pronounce it locked.
Lcokd. There you go.
Lcokd. Sounds like more pretentious, right?
Yes.
So you can correct your friends. So you see locked? Like, no, it's locked.
Okay, so TJ, give me your foul words. We should keep it somewhat.
Well, is it set up to flag like social security numbers? Could you put in like a fake social security number, or should I just give you my real social security number so we can test this out?
Okay, let's do it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 dot 4 5 5 6. I think. Now the code that I have is not going to be. I mean, we can still see that it did flag it as the social security number, but the terms thing, that is really just meant for the terms. Okay, let's just say why not. All right, moderate. Okay, so this is the text to be moderated, right? So see, it got this is crap and then social security number of that. Right, so let's step in. Okay, so let's look at the terms. Okay, so see that count of 1. This essentially means that it found one flagged term, and I'm guessing it is for that crap. And any other profanity, it will obviously, yes, see that term, it's crap. Now, just to see what else it returned, if I look into this moderator result, which is the whole, so Azure has an object called moderator screen. So language, English, yes, normalized text, original text. Oh, that's interesting. It did not actually find PII, which is the personally identified information, even though we said SSN.
Wonder if maybe it wanted the dashes in there. That's funny. Yeah. I actually find it amusing that it flagged crap too. I wonder if they have like tiers of profanity.
They'll give you levels. Yes. So just like they do in the Vision API, they'll give you like how much trust do they have in this result. So, anyways,
I want to be on the Azure team. There was a meeting where they said they had to put up every profanity they could think of on a board and just put them all into tiers, right? They had a Trello board for this.
Okay, I'm going to screenshot this because this is going up on Twitter later on. So look at that, DD. It doesn't hurt to be nice, okay? And Azure told you that crap is a bad word, so don't do that.
But your social security number is A-okay.
That's okay. That's okay. So let's get rid of that. And since this is DD, we're going to let her still go ahead and save. Okay, it's gone. All right. So go back to my SQL Server and run the select top 1000. Here you go. It says this is crap. Why not? Just chill. There you go. Okay. So I don't want to eat into any more of TJ's time, but hopefully what you are seeing here is the offensive image meeting.
The offensive image meeting.
Okay, so essentially we are TeamCabin, me and TJ. We are building our app. We are midway We did have a technical glitch, so we didn't get to start off with some of the guests that we have planned, which we will try to get some folks back on. But at this point, what you have here is me having my data in a SQL Server database, and then there were some hiccups for us to expose that as a service. Should have been real simple, just an API, but it's unauthenticated, everything is open. So I have a web API project that I built, and I published that out to Azure, so we have a RESTful endpoint on top of that thing. And then I sort of showed you just a one-on-one way of building a Xamarin application where I can bring that up as a list of tips. And then I took a shortcut. I didn't have a button or anything. I just took you to a different screen, but we are also able to save a tip straight back through the service into the database with a little bit of moderation check. If you care, if you have a conscience and Azure marks it red and you still go ahead and do it, that's up to you, Didi. But otherwise, this is kind of a one-on-one thing, right, TJ? On if you're building any type of mobile app, there are things you need. There are things, hopefully you're using good UI, because again, as a developer, if you don't have access to a design team, your UI struggles a little bit. So get some UI help if you can. There are lots of frameworks, both web and native, that help you out. We make a lot of that stuff. And then just the one-on-one stuff of putting some data down from the cloud and saving it back, and then the world is your oyster beyond that point. Okay. So TJ, any other thoughts on my side of the story?
I don't think so. No, so we got an API in place now. We've got some content moderation that we're gonna play with a little bit more. Yep. So I think at this point, I think we're about ready to turn things over to the website.
All right. So I'm going to go into the switch the thing on OBS so we can have you take over. So folks on the Twitch stream, just give us 1 second here while we switch, so TJ can show us your stuff. Or his stuff.
Yep, give us a few minutes to work things through. It's a great time to grab some coffee, use the bathroom.
Yes. All right.
Take a few minutes and we'll be right back with you.
All right, cool.
All right, so hopefully we are back and everything should be working. I think OBS has been our favorite tool of the day. I'm not even sure if my video is coming through for some reason. So Sam, you might have to end up narrating this, but that is all right. We'll see if OBS decides to fix itself. Otherwise, can we just get at least a little bit of a tech check to make sure that the audio is coming through? And Sam, maybe you could say something as well, just so we know that at least you can hear us correctly.
Yep. La 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 la.
All right. So while that is running, Sam, how much do you know about React?
Nothing at all. So
all right, we can hear beautifully. So my video is not working, but so Sam, you're just going to have to represent both of us right now. At least the sound is working. So just to set the stage for everything here, this is Quarantine Coding. We are building up 2 different apps. We are part of TeamCabin. We're building up an app for work from home tips and tricks that I think we are calling Locked or Lock Day, something like that. We have a logo. I think this is the favorite one that I saw on Twitter. I think this is pretty excellent. And Sam just built up an API for this. He showed off how to consume that API in Xamarin, built up a little content moderation. So we had that as well. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to build up a React app for the web for Locked that actually leverages this. And so why don't we just...
Before you start, TJ, just to kind of double down on a question. So Binary Chef, you're asking if everybody can only see me and not you. So that may be OBS just being too busy, but hopefully... TJ, do you want to try one more time to see your video coming back or not?
Yeah, let me just, let's kill this and I will try this one more time.
Would be nice to see you.
And I'll just add it as a completely new source here. So let's do this and say, yeah, it's like randomly just all of a sudden not recognizing my camera at all, which is really, really strange out of the blue.
It's not a deal breaker. I can try to entertain on your behalf. And I mean, we hear you just fine.
Yeah, I don't know. Things are acting up really strange today.
Yeah.
So
let's not worry about it. Let's
the sort of canonical way to build new React apps is called a tool called Create React App, which a very good, I guess, a good name. And there's a command you use for this. So let's head into here. We'll call this locked, and we'll start up a new app. And Sam, feel free to ask any React questions that you might have, and we'll try to work through this. And if you in the chat here are new to React and you have any questions, feel free to chime in. So this is installing the internet from NPM to start up. The one thing about Create React App is it brings in a lot in terms of like it does a lot for you, which is both a good and a bad thing. So it gives you the ability to use TypeScript built in. It does all the Webpack setup for you. So it takes care of a lot, but it also just adds a lot of complexity. And you see that in terms of like all these dependencies it's installing right now that we're waiting for.
See, my comment is, if you ask me to configure Webpack for anything, I'm just going to drop everything and run away.
Yeah.
So it's real nice that it does that. But like out of the box, like if you just so this is like CLI, right? So if you just did like a hello world, how much does it pull down? Like half?
Yeah, I don't know how big Node is. I mean, the good thing about it is it does a good job hiding it for you. So there's something called a eject process built into Create React App, so that because by default it's like you look in your package.json and it's like, oh, I'm only depending on these handful of things, which is actually quite nice. Now what they're not telling you is that under the hood you're actually depending on a whole lot, but you don't really know that because they all happen through these random React scripts, and your code actually stays pretty darn minimal. There's really not a whole lot going on. And actually, your first line of code here is just this like app.js file, and this is basically kind of it. This is almost your entire application. And let's see, so that's that, and so lock should be good to go. So I'm actually just going to grab the terminal and bring it out of the way. And then what I'll need to do is npm install, and that might be a little bit too big, but we'll try to keep this on the large end. And then I'll bring over my browser so we can actually see what our gorgeous locked app looks like. We got some good comments on the logo. I'm quite the fan. Twitter did us well.
So this is way down the line, but just so you know, I did send you the Azure key and the endpoint. So if you wanted to do any moderation, you
okay.
Can.
Yeah, we might have to try that because ideally we're going to take this app and actually deploy it out so anybody can try submitting their own tips and we can see it. And my hope too is that if you have any suggestions for this app, this sort of to go along with the logo, the intention here is to make this an absolutely ridiculous app. We're going to make it as silly as we can in the time that we have. So if you have any suggestions for that, there's one thing I've never tried before, but there's this theme out that somebody created, I think actually a few years ago, that was a theme for Bootstrap that basically brought in the best from GeoCities, like these amazing buttons and such. So if I bring this in, we might try out some of this. This input with air is especially amazing. But we might try out some of that depending on how much time that we have. There's a question about why not Yarn, and honestly, it's something that, so for those of you that aren't familiar, Facebook basically started their own, I guess, like alternative to NPM, but it sort of builds on top of NPM, called Yarn, that has a lot of different optimizations. And the honest answer is I haven't done a ton of research into it. I'm just sort of NPM is what I know, so it's what I use. But supposedly Yarn is like more or less like an optimization on top of NPM, which in this case might be nice to have, because really what we're waiting on is just Node to be doing npm install, going nuts. A lot of your project development ends up being watching dependencies get installed and such. It's everybody's favorite thing. It's actually making the JavaScript world more into like the Java and C# worlds of watching builds happen, watching deploys happen, and that sort of thing. This one's taking like an especially long time, so it must know that we're streaming here. So actually, so while we're waiting, because we don't want to sit through all of this, so we have our app, and this is like so we can kill this. This is like essentially, well, I can make it literal hello world. So if we did this, this is like your hello world for React, which is nice because it is pretty minimal. So I'll do npm start, and this is just going to fire up a quick web server, and we should see hello world.
So while we're waiting, TJ, npm is now a Microsoft thing.
That's right, yeah.
Right, as of a few weeks back. So who knows what's in the pipeline? Maybe things will change a little bit for the better.
Yeah, honestly, like with Microsoft, with GitHub at least, it seems to not much has changed. So right, exactly. So I kind of expect the same thing to happen here. So the cool thing about React, and this isn't just React, but just once you get that, so that was painful, that initial build time, and but after that, the refresh cycle is pretty darn fast, and you can develop pretty quickly. Question about, do we have visuals, mock-up of our app? No, we're just making this up as we go. So all we've got is we've got an API that we have data for, and I've got, I have Postman open somewhere here so that we can see the API, and basically we're just building an app around that. So if you have any ideas or such, or things you'd like to see, just let me know, and we can try to incorporate it. But we have Postman here, and we can just get a quick look at the data. And because actually our first step, I'm going to need to grab this endpoint anyways, because our first step is going to be hitting this endpoint and showing a list of data. And we need to bring the logo in to make this work as well. So we're going to need to send a get to this endpoint, and this is the data that essentially comes back. So I'm just going to get started with this. So let's see. Sam, ask any questions you have. I think the React is both, it's super powerful, but it can also be super, I'd say, like esoteric. Like there's a lot of like funky things that go on. So for example, you might think, if I'm going to store my tips, I'd start with some simple line like this, right? Like that's sort of your expectation. But in React, what we're going to do instead is say this line, which is kind of black magic. So essentially what we're saying is we still tips. This is sort of our equivalent of this is going to actually contain our tips. And we're going to have a way to set those tips. And this, what you pass to React.useState is the initial state of this. So we're going to start with an empty array. And this insanity is because React sort of will make sure that this tips stays up to date as you render your JSX here. And so if we want, like we could probably start before we actually hit the endpoint. We could throw it, let's see. So we have tip. We'll just put some absolute nonsense in here just for testing purposes. And we got why, we have how. So this sets it to an array that has a single entry, which eventually we're going to hit our endpoint to do, but for now we're just going to set it to a hard-coded value. And then if, yeah.
So, quick question, Jay. This is the JSX model, right? Where you're putting HTML inside of your JavaScript, essentially,
yes.
Right? Is there a way you can like you can split this off, right? I mean, could you keep it separate if you wanted to?
You could, but for the most part, people don't. So I could, because the real power of React is sort of integrating them, and ends up being like you sort of get away from the benefit of using it if you start to split things up too much, but you do have the option to do that. So let's see. So I'll start with the like untemplated version. So we'd have like an H3. So this would be like the tip name, and then like, let's see, this would be why and probably how. So we put that in there, and we're probably we'll style this here in a minute, but this is what we're going for. So the job is to get this from basically our data up here and to actually put it into the markup that we're writing. So to generate this, and this is a little bit crazy also, but we'll see if I can. So first of all, if you have, so let's say you have a basic variable, you can use this structure to essentially put a JavaScript variable into your markup. So in this case, I'm just basically interpolating, if that's the correct word, foo, and that's what makes bar show up in the actual application. So if you take that a step further, you could say something like tips.map, and what you'll do is, this is where the syntax starts to get a little bit crazy.
And does Visual Studio Code help?
It helps in the sense of like highlighting, so it'll help make sure that I'm not screwing anything up. But like getting the matching brackets and such can be tough. And actually, sometimes I have to find code to like copy and paste from to make sure I don't screw something up, because
isn't that how we all code? We just copy.
Yeah, exactly. Because
so yeah. No, I hear you. Yeah.
Because in this case, so right, what I'm saying is, so the same thing that when I showed that we were taking foo and just making it show up. So in this case, instead of just a simple variable, because we've got over the simple stuff, I'm saying instead, hey, take this array of this JavaScript array and map over it. So for each one of these, we'll do the actual tip and the index, and I can say spit out an li, and that li is going to have, and this is where I'm just going to take this bit of code that I wrote out earlier, and we'll just throw it in here. So the tip name, and that is, I think that's going to be tip.tip. The y would be tip.y, and then the how would be tip.how. And so at this point now it's taking this loop in the JSX, this template is working. It's just grabbing data from up here from the use state. And Sam, does that make sense at all, what I just did, at least roughly?
No,
okay, cool.
Yeah.
So
can we pause for just 1 second? I think one of the questions is kind of interesting. It's kind of in line with what I was asking of separating out your concerns. So Zaina, if I'm pronouncing that right in the chat window, the question is, could you put Google Analytics into a functional component, and how would you, I guess, go through the life cycle? Because you want the logic to be in that component.
Yeah, so basically React is, at this point, splitting, sort of moving from one model of writing apps to another. So the sort of, I don't want to call it the old way, because still probably most React apps are written this way, use what's called just basically components, where your React components have life cycles, and they have hooks. Like component did mount would be essentially an API that you could use to run some code when the component actually gets used in your markup. What I'm writing here is known as a functional component. So there's no like classes here. This is just a function, and the function just returns essentially what needs to be rendered. And so to provide essentially the equivalent of those APIs, React introduced what's called hooks. So this is one hook for state, React.useState. And the other one, and I'll get back to the question here in a minute, but I think it's easier if we have a little example to use, is known as an effect. And the effect is essentially for any time your functional components have what's known as side effects. And this is kind of why I say React can be somewhat esoteric, because there's a bunch of just weird stuff you have to know when you get started that makes a little more sense when you start building with it. So the idea here is you put anything in effect that needs to essentially run at some point in your app, and you pass it an array of dependencies for your effect. So for example, if every time my tips changed, I needed to run some code, I could do this. And if you leave it blank, you would just put an empty array here saying this bit of chunk of code has no dependencies. And if you do that, it's sort of the direct equivalent of the component did mount, because essentially this is an effect, it has no dependencies, it's going to run one time. And that's actually what we need for this example, because these tips, so right now I've got this hard-coded list, but what I'm going to do instead is say, we'll just fetch, and this is where I'm going to need this endpoint. So I will grab our tips, we'll fetch from there, and then actually, so we need to do response, we need to turn it into JSON, and then we have our data. And actually, let's start by just making sure this data comes back as a sanity check before we do anything else. And this is sort of why we do it. So we are getting, we're getting CORS issues. Say I'm accessing that endpoint.
Can you just pull it up on a web browser? While you're doing that, in the chat room, our good friend Dan Siegel is here. So hey Dan, maybe in your on your stream deck, TJ, maybe just turn the audio back just a teeny bit, so it's not too hot. But you see the data coming back. So what can I fix? I mean, it's just a service. It's an API service.
Yeah. So I just turned down my mic a little bit. So let me know in the chat if that helps at all. And so basically, it's the browser is going to block any request that is coming from essentially a different origin. All right, sounds good on this end. That's good. And so because of that, basically, if you want to be able to use this from different origins, the backend has to send this header back with it, access control, allow origin back with a star. But if that doesn't work, what we can do instead is I can move this data, at least temporarily, into just like a local JSON file so that we're able to use it. But Sam, I don't know if you can get in and add this CORS header.
I can try. What's the difference, like when I pull the data down from a browser or a mobile app? If that's working, what's different about this app? And what's the different, like when you pull it up on your browser? Like what's different?
It's basically a security restriction from the browser to try to prevent like cross-origin requests. It's basically just a security thing that the browser has. And mobile apps are not subject to the same restriction, and also just the straight up browser. But it's just in place for JavaScript running in the browser as basically a security thing that browsers enforce.
Okay. All right. Do you want to dump off some of the data that we had, or do you want to make some stuff up?
Yeah, for now. So if you're going to work on the header, basically let me try. I will. Let's see. Does this work? Should be able to do what? File save as. That should work, right? Yeah. So.
Can you save the JSON? So.
I think we'll do tips.json, and that looks right. So let's
Oh, there you go. That's nice.
All right, Chad, you might need to help me with this. So if I'm doing this, then we're going to comment this out for now because we're not going to actually fetch this from a back end yet. And we're going to kill the starting state because we'll want to set this to tips from. I'd be shocked if this just straight up works. We might end up having to Google this. So tips.json? I'm totally making up syntax, Sam. What are the odds that this just works right away? Okay, 0% chance. Let's see. Somebody help me out in chat so I don't have to just Google this. Import, let's see, React import JSON file. Oh yeah, this is like everybody's workflow, right? Just the same. Import custom data. So let's see, there's going to be a first answer with like a ton of oh, so it wants, I see. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of hacks. So what I could do is just set it as a variable. That's what most people are suggesting. So we'll take our tips and we could say like const tips equals, just save this as a JavaScript file instead of JSON, and then I think it's this, and can't resolve tips. Yeah, I changed some things up, so let me go ahead and restart this. Can never remember the syntax because in real apps, this isn't something you wouldn't have to do very often. It's just like import some test data. Actually, you know, this is kind of silly. I don't even need to do this. I could just save this off as like a, yeah, why even bother doing this? Why not just screw having this file altogether and just set the tips here. We'll just say local tips because we're just setting this in here. And for now, we'll just do this. What about fetch? Yeah, fetch could be interesting to do that as well. What? Oh, that's a... Something just took down all of that. We should be good, right? This looks like a valid JavaScript object. So let's start this back up and see what happens, because I got rid of that. This file can just go away. All right, there we go. So for now, we have these local. Sam's going to work on changing up the API so that we can hit remote data. But
I'm trying.
Yep, no worries. This progress is being made. We are good because we now have a list of tips. We just took this down, our crap tip from the end. So if you missed the end of Sam's bit, we added a little bit of content moderation, and Azure thinks crap is a naughty word, so our tip is there. So we are local. We have this. And so at this point, I think I want to start adding a little bit of fun. So I don't know how this theme actually works, if this is something that is real or we could just take like inspiration from. Is this up on, oh my God, this is pretty amazing. Download.
It's quite epic.
Bootstrap, yeah, we want the like, all right, I do not know what's going to happen, but there's only one way to find out, right? So let's go in here and say, we'll just call it geocities.css. And okay, wow, there is a lot of code here. But you know what? We are good, because we are just going to say, so we got app.css, and under it, we'll just, what could go wrong, right? /geocities.css. And where is our apps? So not this version, not this version. Let's see. You attempted to import flames.gif, which falls outside the project. All right, so we don't take care of flames. I think a lot of the images, see how many there are. Okay, we don't have that many. So for now, I'm just going to comment out all the images that go in here because they're not super important to what we're doing. And, oh, but the background, all right. So if this does end up working, I might need to go grab the images that go along with this. Or actually, what I should have done is a change all that points at the, there's one I missed. Oh, yeah, I did miss some. I should do a change all that just points at whatever server those things live on for now. Okay, I think we got them all. Yes. All right, this is an excellent start. What font is it even using?
My goodness, look at how it's looking.
All right. That turned out better than I wanted it to.
That needs to be trademarked, like a developer saying that turned out better than what I want.
Well, look at these color choices. So that's a nice shade of yellow that's very popular in modern web designs. And what font is it using? Font family, Comic Sans, excellent. Is it actually? Yes. Okay, so Comic Sans, that's also a nice design choice. So I also wonder, so some of these images, like I want that background specifically. And so as we're going to find where these things are hosted. So microfab, is microfab in here? Yes, it is. Okay, so I want this. So pro tip here. So we're going to go and grab this entire rainbows and unicorns is excellent. If you have suggestions for rainbows and unicorns, like I could use some CSS to like throw it like a unicorn animation in the background or something like that. So if you have any suggestions for that, let me know, because that'll help me get up and running faster. So I have this, and let's see if I can nail this. Oh boy. Maybe I did this? All right. Let's see if that worked. Okay, yes. Okay, so we have a background. And let's see how good I am at this. So now I want to take, oh no, these aren't all consistent. Some of these I probably won't end up needing. Button primary seems perhaps important. Oh, button primary has some rainbow built in, so that's actually very important. Yeah, I'm going to do this manual for a second because I don't want to screw this up. I love that there's IE7 and IE8 code in here. All right. Did I get them all? No. All right, I might have got them all. All right, make sure I didn't break anything. Okay, so now we need, we should get the logo in here because we need that. All right, so we don't need the local tips file anymore. Where did I put the logo? All right, here we go. The logo luckily matches our color scheme perfectly, which is really fortunate. So let's see. I think I put it in here. We're making this up as we go, everybody. So locked source equals /logo. Let's see if is it going to work first try. God, we are crushing it here today. All right, so locked. What should we do here? Should it be well, first of all, this has got to be smaller for sure.
TJ,
yeah.
Sorry to pause you for a second. Did you throw away the code where you were pulling from the service?
No, I still have it. Do you want me to switch over?
No, I mean, I'm not sure if it'll work. I enabled course. I think the middleware in ASP.NET is meant to do that, but I'm not sure unless you try. Because again, I see it in the browser, but I don't know if that's, yeah.
Let's give it a shot. All right, so we'll do this. Oh, and we'll get our syntax correct. Still getting cores issues.
Okay. All right. I'll keep trying. If anybody in the chat room knows, so essentially the backend is it's ASP.NET Core Web API 2, and it's just pointing to some data. And I'm trying to enable the middleware that does the course thing. So, sorry. Go on with your local file while I try to figure this.
Yep, no worries. And so I'm taking this out. Let's see. What should we do with the logo? So I'm wondering, should I like dock it to the top corner or something? That seems like, let's do that. How did I get, okay, I don't think I need any of this. Let's see, does anything go away if I do? No, okay. So I'm gonna take, let's give this thing a class name of logo, and let's dock this somewhere. So if we say this is absolute positioned, we want it on the top, we want it on the right, and height, I don't know, I'm making things up. Okay. I like that it's out of the way there. I think this is going to overlap, not that I'm too concerned about details here. Oh yeah, that's fine. We're good. We'll just dock it in the top corner right there. We'll make it a little bit smaller. All right, we're good. 150. So we got our tips, and all right. So we wanted to take the ability. We also wanted to add the ability to add tips to this. And so let's see. We need a. How should we do this? I want a form, and luckily I have some excellent choices for form components in here that I definitely want to make use of. We might even have to try to get this air thing working. I think that's a very good use of our time. The 90s call, they want their design back.
Hey, by the way, miss you from PL. I'm trying what you posted.
And I also like the suggestion to put an alt tag. Like, yeah, I think in this important, it's very important that we stay accessible. That's very important to us. So we'll throw in an alt tag. The fire form, I think this is an absolute necessity that we're going to make this work. So we're going to create a form and just throw this up if there's any errors with the form. I think there's a 100% chance that that's going to happen. But I do want, let's see, so if you're going to add your own item to this list, we need a button somewhere. And I don't know, like how can we bring, like, so the material design has like that floating button. So I'm wondering if we do something like, so hear me out. If anybody has any other ideas, let me know. But what I'm going to go with is button. I think Bootstrap wants this. add. So let's see what happens when I do this. Okay, so it's, all right, so I've got the button, but now is where we have some fun, because since we have the hook, we're going to also position this absolutely. We are going to throw it on the bottom of the screen. We're going to be trendy and hipster here. We need this bigger. Let's see, 3M. So the bottom would be, we got to move this up a little bit. Oh, nope, I want the opposite. Can never keep that straight. I don't know what is happening necessarily here with the background. That's like, I think that background might have a hard size, so we might need to make background size auto. What if we did like size, I don't know. What happens if I do this? Nothing. I don't know how to, I want to keep the rainbows there. I think that's absolutely vital and important. Yeah, I agree fatally. Rainbow buttons tie this app together. So I think it's a necessity that the rainbows stay, but that font's got to be bigger. We could just make like a, because see that rainbow background staying the same, and it's a background image, but what is, if we have any CSS experts in here, what is keeping that background image from not growing with this? I can never remember. Background size is one of like the absolute arcane parts of CSS that never works like you want it to. Background position, background size, background repeat. You know what? If we might just keep this as is. The rainbow button is is to the app like the rug to a dude's room. Exactly. What if? All right, this is like me making up CSS stuff on the fly. Yes, okay. It's probably because, okay, I'm not going to pretend like I know exactly what just happened there, but this is getting us in the right direction. So, all right, we don't need quite that much padding. We probably don't need the background size anymore. Okay, we don't. Font size, okay, yes. Okay, so then now we're doing pretty good. What if we threw like a really large, this is material design, so we got to make this like a, oh yeah, there we go. Circle button, we got to move it over to the right, kind of the same from the bottom. So we have add tip. Oh look, it's staying nice and accessible. We got the cursor pointer.
TJ, it's funny, like anybody is coming in and they're like, what is this? What are you watching?
So that actually does remind me, just for anybody just hopping in, this is Quarantine Coding. We've got Sam there, me. OBS has been our friend today, so my camera's not working, so I am here, but I'm sort of coding incognito. And Sam, during his segment, built up an API so that we could use this and showed off how to use it in Xamarin. And I'm now building a web app. We had some contributions for this logo. This locked logo came from Twitter. I need to look up whose name it is so I can credit it properly, because it's an important design work that needs credit. And for the web app, this is a React web app that we're building around this API. And we're doing something that I've always wanted to do, and using this theme, this Bootstrap theme that somebody built. I don't know, somebody poured their time and effort into this, and this isn't just like a meme, it's actually a real theme. Oh, there's nav. Okay, so we're going to dive into this. These nav bars might look good on top of this app too, but we will get to that. And so we've got reading data, and right now I've actually got the data hard-coded in here. Sam's working on trying to set this up. We hit some cores issues. So we'll try to get this data from our backend, and especially if we're going to allow people to add tips in. The question about what is the function of this app. Basically, the idea is that if you are quarantined or you are locked at home, get it? That we're going to allow you some tips for things to do. So things like using the right tools matter. So knowing how to use some of the things you need for your daily, knowing how to use Slack, Teams, Zooms, manage your expectations, be reachable, decide on times, those sorts of things. So the idea is that we have a bunch of tips for working from home that others can submit. And so the next bit of functionality I want to add is a way for people to add tips to this app. And so we have this, you're doing what I always wanted to do in high school. See, you should have just, this is what I actually did in high school. This is how I got started with web design. So it's now I'm doing it for a job. So I'm living the dream. All right, so add tip. And we want to, what I want to do is, I'm not going to care about like code quality or modularity or really much of anything in this. I think I do need to make this, we want this to say like fixed. Yeah, there we go. We're like,
did you see how testable and how perfectly architected my code was?
Yeah, exactly. We're throwing all that out the window. So let's make this a dialogue, and I'll explain why. Because basically, I want add tip to just spit something out that's going to allow users to add something to this list. And dialogues tend to be the easiest way to do this because we don't have to mesh it with the rest of this. And so I'm going to start by and we'll have a form in here. I'm just going to type some nonsense, and then we'll work on making this functional here in a minute. So this would be like a form with a submit. And this thing would start so let's see. So React, we need some more state. So is dialog visible? Enhancement idea plus minus 1 tips, and if they go behind a certain threshold, it gets removed. That's a decent idea to add voting into this. So we will see how much time we have for this, because I like that idea. React use state. So by default, our dialog won't show, and set dialog visible. So I think this thing has like a hidden or invisible. Oh, no, we don't want invisible show and hide. So we say class name equals, and we want to say if the dialog's visible, then we want it to be show, else we want it to be hide. And so the content should not show, which is good. But then when this gets clicked, stick with me here. So we'll say on click of this thing, we want to toggle the dialog, and then we want toggle dialog equals, and we'll say set dialog visible to, let's see, if it is, oh God. So if it is visible, then we'd set it to false, else true. I might have typed that wrong, but we will see what happens. Okay, so it is working. We're just showing it on the bottom of the screen there. That's where that submit button is coming from. Yeah, HTML4. That's perfect. This might even be like HTML3, honestly. We're going way back. Okay, so now the fun part, so we have a dialog that can show and hide, but what we really want is to take advantage of some of the amazing toolkit that we have here. What is creating this stars background? Because that is, I think, an essential. The dialog with the stars meshes so nicely with that background. I want to know what class name is creating this, because I think, so it's on something broader than the form. Is it on this thing? Actually, I think if I put it in here, it was stars, navbar inner hero unit. Sure, we'll go with this class name. So let's see. dialog visible. Oh, actually, I might be screwing this up because I have a class name here. Oh, there's probably a nicer, there is for sure. Actually, I should do, this should be a class name, and then this should be style, and this would be display, and we need an extra bracket. And so if the dialog's visible, the display should be block, else the display should be none. Let's see if I screwed that up or not. Yes, okay. So what I did there is I was putting my class name in two different spots, so they were overriding each other. I want this to be a dialog, which is a hook I'm going to use to style this thing. And then from that bootstrap thing, this hero unit is what's creating this stars background, which is exactly what I'm going for here. And so now we got to style this dialog, and I'm going to switch this app just for debugging purposes. We'll show the dialog by default, just because it's going to make it easier to actually show this thing. And all right, let's get to work. So we'll say the dialog has to say, not display position fixed, because we want this up probably like at the top of the screen. Yeah, something like this. We want it to take up the entire screen though. There we go. All right, so what do we need? Sam, our form fields are, well, let's see, let's get the, what is creating this heading here? Oh, this is, I just love how they're using really semantic markup for this. That's something about that is just really fills me with joy. So they're going full field set with a legend. Add your work from home tip. I don't know, something like that. And let's see what markup they're using within here. So control group, sure. We'll keep with their markup style because I believe in their work from what we've done so far. So we'll do control group. We have a label, class equals control label, sure. We'll do that. A div with a class of controls. Oh man, there's more to this. We'll just get the basics going for now. Controls, input, class equals input x large, and sure, let's just see what this looks like before we get further. Okay. I think, oh, I didn't give it a label. So tip. All right, so we had, I'll play with the CSS of this in a moment. So we had a tip. What were the other two, Sam? How and why?
Yep.
All right, yep. Okay, I should match the, actually, we should probably do how and then why. All right, so then if I click this, I should be able to. Okay, so we're still good. How and why. Ed, you're back, you're missing. So Ed, we've got a logo that we community submitted. We've got an API. We've got an amazing theme. We're just about to allow people to add their own tips, which is very exciting. And let's see, this input with air. And okay, save changes, cancel. Let's, and I think I do want to add validation to get this, the fire on there. Like that just seems very important. So button primary. And then we will make this form actually work here in a minute. All right, so we have this the save button. Oh, because I said, so this is why you're careful with your CSS, everyone, because I just applied this to all button primaries. But I actually want this to be like, this is just like, we'll say like, add button. See, code quality just makes this so important. So add tip is now there. You can toggle this. We have save and cancel. All right. How do they have the, oh, form actions? Man, the people behind this theme thought of absolutely everything, because we do have some form actions. And there we go. What is creating that? Oh, I'm just trying to figure out what this padding in here is coming from. The dialogue is, does hero unit have some like, I want to go here. Oh yeah, hero unit has a whole bunch of padding. And we want some of that, but probably not all of it. It's weird that it's on, it's like a border box thing. No, not line content. No, we want box sizing. Yeah, so this, we want box sizing border box for all of this.
Yeah, Binary Chef is asking if it's going to do Blazor, like as if he can do anything else.
Exactly. Okay, so we got to make the, and then I want that. Let's tone down the padding a little bit. I wonder if it's, we're going to bust out everybody's, the worst trick that you should never use, but I'm totally using it right now because we're coding in a crunch. We'll go with that. It's your tip to work from home. So while the dialogue's showing, this button should probably go away, but at the moment, I'm not worried too much about this. I'm wondering why I'm not getting the side-by-side here. If there's like some, I think I need form horizontal is what I think I need, Sam. Let's see. There we go.
By the way, miss you from PL. You're being awesome. So our folks in the back end, let's hook you up with some shirts and stuff.
All right. So we got our buttons.
Thank you for your help.
Definitely appreciated. I am going to, so this cancel button's got to, so we got to make the cancel button work real quick. So on click of this, we should toggle the dialog, which will close it. Oh yeah, this has got to be, we don't want this to be a submit button. There we go. All right. And then when the dialog's showing, just a real quick thing, we've got our add button, and we're going to steal this because we want the add button. Say if the dialog's visible, this shouldn't display, else it should. So like this, which is good. All right, so now we need to make this form actually work. And so we've got a tip, we've got a how, we've got a why. And there's a lot of different ways to do forms in React. And we actually have a pretty fun one in Kendo React. But the simplest way, because we're going to keep things pretty simple, is just to create a bunch of state variables for everything you intend to use. Actually, if we just did the, I just want to see, I'm obsessed with this air one. And is this, I'm curious how they implemented this. Is this with the, so you actually have to put a an air class name on this, so it's not actually using like HTML5's form validation stuff. But let's see if it just works. So if I go to one of our inputs and I say class name of air, oops. Let's see if this just works. No. Is there something else I need on it for it to work? Or is the... Let's see, what else creates the flames on here? Oh, it's control group. Oh, that's weird. It wants it on... I don't... Also, I should be using... You're supposed to use class name in React. It's probably been yelling at me this whole time. It wants it on here. And then it wants input on here. So, still no go. Controls.air. What's this all? Control group. Oh, it wants it on the whole control group.
TJ, by the way, you have the updated logo coming your way.
Oh, we got an updated logo?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. All right. So now we have to make this actually work. So this air class right now is hard-coded, which let's see what we can do. This is probably going to be kind of monotonous to do. So let me just do a quick time check. Yeah, we got time. I think this is important enough to make work. So just in terms of what we're going to try to implement here, I'd like to get this to actually be a functioning form that actually hits a backend and has validation that just shows off the that we can use with this flame background. And then I'm going to try to throw this up on GitHub and throw this out hosted somewhere so that everybody else can try this. And then we'll see if we have any more time from that to do any other fun ideas people have. If you have like there used to be like a unicorn rainbow CSS animation. If anybody has some ideas to, let's see, radiant gradient background animation.
And while you're trying that, miss you from PL, if you have any other ideas on course, let me know. I'm trying a bunch of things. There's a lot of documentation on, this is ASP.NET Core 3.1. And I think I have it enabled for all headers, all requests, but it's not liking how the app starts up. Something in the middleware is not liking it. So I'll keep trying. If you have any other ideas, let me know, please.
All right, I'm on a tangent. I need to stop this tangent. All right, I want this form to actually be a functioning form. I think that's kind of important. So we're going to do that. And all right, so we have 3 bits of state here. We've got a tip, and we'll set the tip so React.useState, and that's going to start off as an empty string. I still am so the React ecosystem is very much on team single quotes, but I still can't give up double quotes. It's just sort of built up to me. I did give in. I used to be on all about 4-space tabs. That's how I coded everything. But the JavaScript world at some point decided 2 spaces was the way to write everything, and I finally gave in on that. But I can't bring myself to give up on double quotes. So I don't know. Sam, where do you stand on that?
I don't know. I go both ways. By the way, you do have a animated unicorn.
I do? Oh, I sent the unicorn animation. Where is that? Twitter. Twitter. Sam, could you send me like just the image file on like Skype?
Oh, okay, hang on.
Just so I don't have to dig through tweets to find it. All right, set y, use state. All right, so we have these. All right. Oh, I dealt with this. I might have to find forms with React are annoying, which is why there's a bunch of like libraries and components, and kind of React we do this to make them easier, just because they tend to be a little bit of a mess to deal with raw. So I'm going to put in some default values just for essentially testing purposes. And because the way you do this is a little bit weird, but we'll get it to work. So value for how, and a value of y. So we have our default values in there. I got to get since we're dealing with the default state, we'll get this error out of here. And I end up always Googling this because I can never remember it. But it's React controlled components with hooks. And I find like some of the same blog posts every time that show how to do this. Because it's a little bit weird. This isn't the one I wanted. React controlled forms with hooks in plain English. Because yeah, this is what I started off doing. Because you have to say, give me just a second while I set this up, because I think what we got to do is say, so for tip, for example, we have to say, oops, not value. We say when the tip actually changes. We say e. We'll have a function that runs when it changes to set the tip state variable. And I think that should be all we need. And then this would be set how. And we screwed that up. And then this would be set y. And then we also need, we're going to need a submit handler. So on submit equals add tip. And what I want to do here is we get the event. We want to prevent the default. And then I want to see if this works. So I want to see tip how and why. And let's see if I just code. Yeah, it's funny that React doesn't like anything I'm doing here. It's giving me all sorts of warnings that I'm just ignoring right now. But this should work. And then also if I change these to something like this, I'm getting the updated values here as well. So one reason that a lot of people use some sort of library or tools to help them with React forms is you can see how this would get monotonous if you had, say, like, I don't know, a form with 10, 12, 20 things, which I'm sure a lot of you are building in your day-to-day work. So there are libraries that exist to make it easier for large applications. But this isn't too bad when you're just using a handful of things. And let's see. So then the next thing, so if we'll empty these out, and what I'm going to do next is say, so we want to make the fire work. Of course, that's very important. So we'll say tip air, and we'll just do one of these to start. So by default, there is no air with the tip, but we could say that, let's say we had, we'll assume a valid form is true. Then we could say if tip that trim is not 4 equals is empty, then we say set tip air to true. Valid form is now false. And then down here, let's see, control group. So we'd have to say class name equals and switch this up to say, all right, so is, probably should have an is. I like is as a prefix for Boolean variables, but that's all right. Does tip have an error? If it does, we want control group error, else just control group. Let's see if I coded that right. So now when I save, let's see, invalid assignment. Oh, yep. So it turns out if you create something as a constant and then you try to change it, that does not work. So let's see if that works. Empty string, empty string, empty string. But this did not work. Why not? Let's see, control group error. Did I put it on the wrong thing again? Is the image not working? Let's go back to looking at this. Control group dot error input. So it should be control group and error on this thing. What am I doing wrong? So we have our control group. We do this, control group error. What is not working, Sam? Anybody in chat see my stupid mistake here, maybe? Because I thought, like, if I, was it on controls, control group dot error input should have the flames, and we thought we just had it. So if I went down here and see if I can hard code this in. Okay, so that's working. That's peculiar. Why did is the flames getting like overridden or something?
I can't tell.
It looks like it's getting overridden by like LastPass or something, which is kind of funny. So I might switch over to Chrome for a second to see if it's working there. At least that's what it appears to be. So let's go over here. Yeah. So LastPass is coming in and putting in this logo here, which is overwriting the form image. So here's a nice fun error for us. All right, so, I'm gonna wire this up. We'll tie this to our backend, and then Sam, I know, have you, like you said, there was an updated logo and a unicorn image and some things.
No, I sent you an animated unicorn in Skype.
Okay, so once we, so I want this to actually function. So let's take a second to do that, and then we're gonna have some fun, and then we're going to deploy this. So if you are just joining, because we're about 10:30 here, I think we've got, Sam, do we have about an hour more? Is that right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
So this is Quarantine Coding. We are building up apps for people working from home. I'm TJ VanToll. I have Sam Basu here is online with me. Because of OBS errors, you're not seeing me right now. You're just seeing Sam on the line. So Sam built up a little back end for this application, and we're now building up a front end here and just trying to have a little bit of fun with building an app that we're calling Locked, that is going to let people that are locked at home, get it, submit tips. And we are working on making that happen. And I found this geoCities theme, and I'm trying to, it had this flame animation for aired fields that I felt was absolutely vital to make work. So we are doing that. All right, so set set tip error. No, not set y error. Set y error. So this is going to be a minute or two of some monotonous work to get this working, but that's okay. It would help if I could type these things correctly. Set y error, and then when we add, we need a bit of a tip. So if how.trim is empty, then we will set how error to true. And our form is also valid at that point, or invalid at that point. And what should we do to the user? So as I type in these last few things, Sam, what should happen to tell the user other than the flames? Like, should we spit out like an old school alert, or?
What else could we do? Go back to where you had where you grabbed everything from. Like for errors, you mean, right? Not like
correct. So if it's a success, so basically, so if we have a valid form, then in here we're gonna like send data to the back end. But what I'm wondering about is what should we do here? And one second, I'll go back to geoCities in just a second. I'm just gonna grab. I just want to, while I'm thinking of this, get this wired up correctly. So I've got this, but this will be for the how error, and then this needs class name. We need class name here for input, and this should be the last thing, and this would be y error. And so if this worked, these are not aired, I save. Hey, okay, so they are not working. And so Sam said we should get creative here with what we show. Oh, this new is, oh man, if we had time, I would totally make that happen. Oh, this, okay, hold on a second.
Scroll down. What else can we do?
That is the very bottom of this.
Okay.
That alert is under construction. Okay. I'm just looking through this real quick. How can we do this? All right, so what is this alert? I might just steal this markup verbatim. Okay, let's see, alert heading, alert box. So let's see. So what I want to do is at the top of the dialog, and we'll see if any of this works. Oh, mixed tabs and spaces. So that's not okay. I need to take a second to fix that. All right, so we got an alert box, and I don't want to let people close this. I don't need to do that. And this image, I'm going to have to fix that heading.
Were you actually going to call out to the service?
I do want to call it to the service, yes. Okay. I just want to, we'll do a time check here in a second. So this is the root of this. What doesn't VS Code like here? Oh, so JSX is very big on making your markup right. The style tag.
How dare you close a div tag without opening?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right. You screwed up. How can we berate people here?
Okay, and in the meantime, I've done like 4 deployments to Azure. I don't know what I'm breaking. I don't care at this point. So I've done a Hail Mary, which opens up cores for any header, anything. And yeah, thanks, Miss Yu. I think the ordering of like how the routing is configured for each of those controllers and the endpoints, that's important. So I think I have it, but I just don't know at this point.
I will try that in just a second. I'm getting the styling on this correct because we'd really hate for this to be off. So that pull left. This is like the biggest CSS hack ever. Like if you want to cheat, so this is like something you should never do. But if you were gonna do it, if you just make something position relative and then you basically just cheat and move it around a little bit. So you did not hear me tell you to do that, but if you were, that's how I would do it. Okay, so then the last bit of this, and then Sam, I'm going to try your back end, is we need one for whether the form is aired in general. So form air, set form air. And this is also going to be, there's no air by default. And this would be, so valid form, then at the end, we would set form air to, well, it would be the opposite, I think. I don't know. We'll figure it out in a second. And so then this becomes style equals display. So if there is a form error, this would be block, else this would not show up. So our alert's gone. There we go. You screwed up, and we show an alert, and we mark the specific fields. This can close it. All right. So at this point, I want to try to make this actually pull data back. So let's see if that works. So, okay, the dialog doesn't need to be visible by default anymore. We will hide our local tips.
In the meantime, Binary Chef is sending out emails that make money. I wish I had that job.
Is this like an email scam or sending out like scamming people? All right, let's see. All right, cross your fingers, Sam. Here we go. We'll kill this. Oh, no. Oh, wait. That's data. It is. So now if I say set tips to the data, this should work. Come on. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
We got it. All right.
Yay. Hey, Misu from PL, thank you so much. There was a bunch of things I was trying, but what you pointed out on Stack Overflow, that was the right thing. So this is super unsafe, but go for it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's open for everything.
We're going to deploy this live here in a minute. So, all right, so now, okay, so we are almost there, Sam. We're doing pretty good, and then we can go into unicorns.
Yeah.
So we need to make this ad actually work. So, all right, ad tip. So we've got valid data. If there's a valid form, so we don't need an else at this point because this takes care of showing that alert if there is a valid form. So actually, I like doing this the opposite way. So I can say if it's not valid, just get out of here because we're not going to go any further. But otherwise, we're ready to hit our endpoint. And we have this. And there we go. So we are going to fetch our endpoint. And there's some nonsense we need to pass in for there, which we're going to figure out in a second. And then when we get back, we should, so just thinking, we have to add the new tip to our local list. And then we also have to set dialog visible false because we're ready to hide that dialog. And we'll figure this out in a second. But first, this is like...
Wait, why would you add it to your local thing first? Or is that what you want to do?
So basically when... well, not local list. I should just say the local variable would probably be the the better word. Okay. Not the like hard-coded data, but the we want to make sure they show up in like the top of the UI. All right, so tip. Let's see, what am I doing here? So method post. I got to look up because I'm totally making up this API yet again. Sam, I think is it uppercase? Is that what the backend wants?
No, it's
insensitive. All right, then I'm sticking lowercase.
But I'll say this: like we've been professional coders for years and years, and Ed probably went to take or have lunch. He can probably troll me. But to this day, like on whatever platform it is, web, mobile, I cannot write HTTP things by hand. The APIs just always fail. The fetch thing that you're writing, you're a pro. I cannot write this by hand.
Well, let's see if I'm a pro to see what actually happens here. All right, so it made a call, unsupported media type. That might have been something I did.
Oh, that's the content type. Set the content type to JSON.
Okay. Let's see. I'm making this up too, but this seems content type. Let's see if this works.
Application JSON.
All right, 111 or whatever 33. 400 bad requests. Now this might be something I'm doing. Something's changing, which is always a good thing. All right, so it did send it as a post. That's good. 400 bad requests. One or more validation errors occurred.
Yeah, go back.
The JSON value could not be converted to quarantine coding backend.models.whf tips. Let's see if that's because of something I did. What did I send?
Try the same thing in Postman.
I like how the content type back is application/problem. Because I might need to, one second, Sam. It might be how I'm sending the body because I'm not actually seeing a body. So maybe I'm, let's see, fetch, post, send JSON data. Stack Overflow is going to be there for us, right?
Okay, so Binary Chef is asking something which I actually, I have two thoughts on this. I'll let you answer. So is it generally accepted convention in JavaScript to use
semicolons? Yeah, it's a hotly.
What do you do?
It's a hotly contested.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Thing. I like using semicolons, but that's probably just because I've been using them for a long time. It's sort of the hipster thing to do to not be using. Ooh, did that work? To not be using semicolons. But I still cling to them just because that's what I've always done. So Sam, did that, like something happened, and I don't know why I'm not seeing the request here.
Okay, let me pull it up. You sure did.
Oh,
submit.
There we go.
That. Pull up the API in your browser just to prove.
Yeah,
separate browser.
I just got it actually in the UI. So.
Yay!
All right, we are getting somewhere.
Can you imagine? We have a request coming in from a web application. We're writing to a database. This is like earth-shattering stuff.
We are blazing new territory here. Is there?
Well, just check out the number of roadblocks we placed on our way. We had to deploy to SQL Azure servers, which does not expose an API, so then we had to do web API. So several hops along the way, we are eventually putting data in our database.
Binary Chef, about the endpoint capitalization. Yeah, I think most.
Yeah, that's what
I see. I misinterpreted, but most JavaScript I think follows. I think this actually kind of spans languages where you put just constants like that are just static values with all uppercases. So I remember I used to do that when I wrote a lot of Java code. And the JavaScript community tends to do the same as well. So, yep. Sam, I think we should. Yeah. Okay, there's a couple like minor things I want to do, and then I'd like to get this like out there somewhere.
Yeah. So we have probably another half an hour to 40 minutes to go, so it's up to you. Do you want to fix up things here and get it up somewhere, or do you want to still call into the moderation thing?
Oh man, the moderation thing would be a lot of fun. Let's. So there's like.
Let's try it. Yeah, I mean that's just a simple like web call. It's just REST. There's no authentication, nothing else going on.
Okay, send me the endpoint for that. There's two minor things I want to get done. That should take about 2 minutes.
It's in your Skype.
Okay.
It's in your Skype, and hang on, your audio is chopping up a little bit.
Uh-oh. Hopefully.
Hang on, it's OBS linking. Okay, you're back. Okay, so people have pointed out that I have shown my Azure keys on the stream, so well, this will be fun. Are you? Is your stuff kind of frozen?
I am good. Can you hear me? Okay.
But I'm hearing over Skype, so.
Oh.
The stream is thinking for a second.
Let me look.
Okay, so Sarah said she can hear us.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
As long as the stream comes back on. Could be me. I'll refresh.
Okay. I will keep going for now. Let me know.
Okay, so yeah, keep going. So you got two things to do. One is if you want to hit up that Azure Cognitive Services thing with just like one of the strings that you get from the user and have a little fun with it, that may be one thing. Or if you want to push this out somewhere.
Yeah, I'm hoping we have time to get both done. So I should say set tips, new tips equals making up some syntax here. The only thing I want to do is make, when you add one, for them to show on the top of the list. So we'll see if I get this right first time. So if I do 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. So no. Cannot access tip before initialization. Tip.trim. Oh, because, yeah. This is like the worst coding practices ever. So this would be like the tip. Because essentially what I want to do is just after I add them to make sure I can see them on the top of the list. There we go. All right, so we submitted that to the back end. In theory, this should still be there. Okay, so this is, at this point, I'd say this is now like a functioning application, I'd say, because we can add things, and when we add them, they do show up. So what I think I'm going to do, Sam, is I think I'm going to actually just deploy this real quick, because I think I can get that done in like
do that.
5-10 minutes. And then from there, we can play with content moderation with whatever time that we have left.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is functional, gives us a way to show this off and for others to try. Hey, Kevin Griffin. Sorry we started the party without you.
Right, so I am...
Where are you thinking of hosting?
So I was thinking about using Netlify, but I'm going to first toss it up on GitHub. So let's see, git add. Should be able to just do everything. Git commit. This is awesome. And all right, so this is now up on GitHub, and I'll toss this in the chat. If anybody wants to get in and play around with this, there is the app source code. And let's see how well I can remember how to Netlify real quick, because that's sort of my go-to for this sort of thing.
So let's do the whole, if you're just joining us thing, because we do have some new folks showing up. So again, welcome to Day of Quarantine Coding. We are all stuck in our homes, so we are trying to have a little fun. We are building a quick app where we show work from home tips. I'm Sam Basu. TJ VanToll is the one who is sharing his screen. OBS, like TJ has said multiple times, has not been our friend. In fact, TJ, I look a little floating in your window. If you don't mind me just pulling me back. And again, for those of you joining, you see the little like V around me. That's just kind of my halo. That's how I roll. That's actually the edges of what the green screen is falling off. And if we had more time, TJ could trim me. But essentially, we are building an app where we have some data in a SQL Azure database. We have a web API on top of it. I struggled through building a Xamarin application, but at least we got the list of things showing, and then we were able to read and write to it. And so TJ has got that working from a React app as well. And then we could try some moderation and see if is the web API in Azure as well? Yes, it is. That's the endpoint that we are hitting. It's just a ASP.NET Core 3.1 web API with a simple controller that gives us CRUD over the data. Walmart has nothing left. Yeah, so we have been joking, like, while we are doing a stream, like we're going to go 12 hours today of streaming. So our interruptions, while the list of interruptions we might have where like internet goes down or somebody comes to steal your toilet paper. So either one of those things is a showstopper.
All right, we are live, Sam. So this is I love Netlify for this sort of thing. So all I did was just throw this up on GitHub, and then with Netlify I can point at a GitHub repo, and basically this gives me a URL. Now I'm hesitant to share this, so I'm trusting all of you in the chat. You seem like very respectable people because we don't have any content moderation in here. So I'm not going to put this out on the general internet, but I'm going to hope you all can be trusted to have a little fun and put in your own tips with this. And Sam, maybe you could clean up some of these, like just straight up testing ones.
Yeah, I could
as well, since we now should have a functioning app.
No, C# Frizz, please don't tweet it out. We don't want swear words to show up. Yeah. Can I ask you, how did you put the newest ones to come up on the top of your list? And I can clean up some while you're doing that.
Yeah, so what I did is when the data comes back, I just reverse it, which is a method that's on JavaScript arrays now. I think it's a newer method actually. So I might be breaking code in older browsers, but I'm guessing our Twitch chatters are probably using something pretty modern. So that's probably going to work. And then at the very end of this, so this is also some newish JavaScript. This is called, I think destructuring is the correct word. So I'm saying so the add at this point I know is successful because I'm coming back from the fetch. And I'm saying take the tip, which is the new data that the user just entered, and then make a new array that has the new tip at the start, and then the rest of the tips from the array after that. And then I set that tips, which is going to be the trigger to React to actually make that data show up. So kind of cool.
Yeah, I wish I would have done that. Yeah, it is nice. And I'm sure like C# will let us reverse the, well, I put it in a collection, which against, I mean, it's an array. We could have reversed it, but it's nice to be able to see the newest added ones first.
Yeah, and that's the thing with like React is I find a lot of it is really, like I said earlier, esoteric or kind of weird at first, but once you get some of this down, it really does kind of feel like you have superpowers and that you can be really productive with small bits of code that can do that much. All right, Sam, I'm going to open back up, or if I can find it. I know you'd sent me a few things. I'll break the fourth wall. You can see Sam and his green screen there for a second. And I'm going to, all right, we have a CSS animated unicorn. That's one option we have for our time, which might need to happen. And then we have the moderation endpoint. All right, so Sam, how am I going to, if I wanted to moderate this, so I'm thinking if we did here, we could almost before we actually send it, we could hit the moderation bit and just yell at people for things.
Yeah, just like some UI. So just grab any piece of text that the user is typing in and just send it off. And then once you get back, you can flatten out the response. But like I was showing you, any of the foul terms is what Azure will flag. So you can show those terms if you want.
All right, so I've got, how am I going to do this? So I've got my data. Actually, I want this. I still want this because I want the tip.
TJ, go ahead and refresh. People are putting in stuff.
All right.
Go ahead and refresh. Here I'm trying to clean up, and then people are putting stuff up.
Yeah. All right. I got to start back up my server so I can see it locally, and we'll show it. And I've got a new endpoint for this. So it's going to take me just a second to hit that.
The internet is merciless.
Never. This one's my favorite. This is actually a handy tip. I do that. And of course, say hello to your cat. Say hello. All right, Sam, teach me how I'm going to use this. So I got my endpoint. How am I going to use this subscription key, though? What's my...
Okay. You have to essentially, well, I don't know if you'll be able to do it the way I did, because like I have a .NET SDK, which you don't. But pull up a browser. And maybe we can get some ideas from other things like Python. Because I don't think it has JavaScript SDK, which is weird. Like Azure has, Azure does JavaScript first almost.
Well, under the hood, it's got to be sending HTTP requests of some sort. So does it have like a Azure Cognitive, oh boy, spelling, Cognitive Services HTTP API? I gotta make.
It's called content moderation.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, we have Speeder Girl, I think is Alyssa from our team. So, hey, Alyssa.
Alyssa, how are you going to compete with this? I mean, honestly.
Yes, just look at what we built.
All right, content moderator API reference. Is it text moderation API?
Yes.
All right. Come on, give us a, like...
Hey, Salt and Burnham is here. Yo.
Sick button, yeah, exactly. All right, so here we go. It wants the URL. Okay. Well, see, this is, so we're not hitting the raw...
Look at the...
We're hitting the endpoint that you're exposing, and not the content moderation service directly.
We are.
So I guess it depends on what you're exposing. What is that expecting?
It is the content moderation thing. So like Binary Chef is saying, there's a Node.js SDK, so there has to be JavaScript support somewhere. Let me find out. But can you make your browser a little wider? What are you looking at?
I was just trying to look at the this is the content moderation. I don't know, API. You use the API to scan your content as it's generated. So I'm not sure. The operation detects profanity in more than 100 languages. Select it. So I am on the East US. Let's see what that does.
No, I think you're going to a panel where you can manually moderate. I sent you a link on Skype. Is that the same thing that you're looking at?
No. So I can bring that up. Profanity.
So, yeah. So there's an API console, like you were saying.
Yeah, it's just a matter of how we hit this sort of thing.
Yeah, this may be something you have to hit, or you have to kind of set this up on Azure first before you do that. And even if you do, it's not, I mean, it is a manual thing. It's not just something that it gets back to us with.
Gotcha. Yeah, because in this case, I'm guessing if I just sent like this sort of thing, well, this is just hitting your raw endpoint. So if I did this, if I stringified the tip, I mean, we could see what happens. Actually, I think this is probably going to have the same CORS issues as well. So put in some data, send. Let's see, what just happened there? Let's see, we want network.
What are you stringifying with? The whole object?
The whole object, yeah. What just happened? Let's see. Well, that's weird. It did that actually? So it went through to that endpoint, and
you didn't give it the key, did you?
I did not. No.
Yeah, without the key, it's not gonna. It's just gonna probably just 404 on.
Well, it looks like it just functioned as a pass through. But did I not get the latest version? Because I thought I turned off the bit that added it to the top of the list too. Let me just refresh out of sanity there.
Yeah.
Somebody's checking the cross-site scripting of hat tip to whoever did that. But React does escape that for you. So Sam, that's really weird. It looks like actually this. How is that happening? Is this is messing with my head a little bit? It looks like
so it's just doing a pass through and not responding.
It looks like it's almost just functioning as if the almost exactly like the other endpoint was. Because this, like, it's legit adding it to the list. And, oh no, work from home tips. Why is it not getting this version? Okay, I think this is on me.
Yeah, this may be something to do with your app, like maybe refresh the whole thing.
Yeah, let's just sanity check, start everything back up from scratch. And if this doesn't work, we've got about 20-some minutes left. We could just, we could also try to get a unicorn in here, something like that as well, to wrap this up. Okay, so the test one went through. So now I believe I should hit this, the moderator API. Oh, and I think my... to add to the theme of OBS for the day, I think my Bluetooth mouse just ran out of batteries, so I might have to grab another mouse here in a second if this doesn't work. What if you escape the escape character? All right, Sam, I'm going to grab another mouse. If you want to handle some chat here for a second and cover for me, I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, it is... I'm a big fan of the Azure Cognitive Services because it gives you a little bit of the intelligence behind the scenes without you having to do your own custom thing. But it doesn't look like they have APIs or they have SDKs for every platform yet. And that's all right. I'm pretty sure the sentiment analysis thing, that they have it for everything because, hey, what's good? Well, we have been streaming since morning, had a bunch of tech issues, so that's all good.
All right, Sam,
and they're powering through.
I am back, and let's see. All right, 404 actually.
Yeah, I thought so. Because without the key, it doesn't like it.
I see. So,
is there a way of adding the key anyways? I have no idea because the SDK kind of masks it for you. It just lets you create like one request with the key embedded in it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know where to put it, so
Yeah. This may be too much of a wild goose chase. I wish I had the time to kind of do this in the web API itself, because like that is .NET, and we could have put that in. But then we'll have to figure out other ways of, like, right now the API is just CRUD, right? So we will have the API have multiple layers in which it can do the moderation, come back with you with some data, and then you can do other stuff.
Dreister, can you do something in low code so I can understand what you're doing? No, this is a high code stream actually, so we're keeping things pretty high level. I don't know, but we're just having some fun with it too. So you can clearly see this is actually going to be the next Progress product. I think I'm going to add this theme directly to Kendo UI. I think we've got something that we're working with here. All right, so Sam, what can we, if we're going to stop the
Did you get the unicorn?
Moderation? I do have the unicorn, so we could absolutely use our time to do that.
Let's do that.
Okay, so we should take the unicorn and we should make it just move around the screen, I'm thinking. So what I'm going to do is,
like, if you mean like if it succeeds?
Oh, if it succeeds, that's it. I like where you're going with this. All right, so I've got too many windows open here, but we've got a CSS unicorn and go to CSS unicorn. Sure. What is this thing?
TJ, could you take a second to trim my thing so I don't have the halo sticking out into your code? So just do an options and then click your mouse and just drag me inside a little bit so you cut me out.
Yeah. I should have it now. Yeah, OBS is just going absolutely nuts a little bit. So this CSS unicorn, okay, this is, what if we just went with, so that's a little heavy. Let's find the most ridiculous images.google.com. I just want a single image at this point. Unicorn GIF. Okay. Okay. I need like a transparent background though. There used to be, I know Paul Irish used to have a site with like all sorts of unicorn GIFs that you could add. Unicorn GIF transparent. Okay, here we go. Yes. Open image in a new tab. Is this? Okay, yes, this is exactly what we need.
We don't need transparency for GeoCities.
We're professionals, Sam. All right, so we got unicorn.gif, and we'll throw it in here. That's great. Okay, so your idea was showing it like on success, right? Which I like a lot.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do, oh man, I'm using my non-Bluetooth mouse, is we are gonna, so first of all, we need this image in the DOM somewhere. So image, class name, unicorn, and let's see, we want this, it's just unicorn.gif. We'll give it an alt because we build accessible apps. So
we're trying to be inclusive even in this madness.
Exactly. Okay, so we have the unicorn. What if the unicorn like went across the screen on success? So, okay.
Go for it.
Let's see. Unicorn. All right, so it's going to start. We don't even need it to start. Yeah, I guess. So we need it positioned to absolute because we don't want it to. So if we position it absolute, it won't move other things around the page. But we can start it at a left of like negative, I don't know, 500. And then what we want to do is animate this thing. So let's see, unicorn.moving. This will be like animation name. All right. Gonna have to stick with me. If anybody in the chat is really good at CSS animations, missing a marquee tag. I wonder if we just, okay, I have to know this. So if we just straight up put this in a marquee, what would happen? I don't even know. Does anybody have any predictions for, like, is the browser going to move this unicorn on its own? Because I know marquee does work, but what happens if you put an image in it? Does it? Oh, I think it's just gonna. So if I just had some random text in here. Okay, so the text is. So the marquee text does work. What? Okay, hold on a second. Something is. Maybe if I don't position absolute it.
So this is why we love our friends so much, because we put out our APIs in public. Well, not really public. So folks are careful to not do the drop table thing in our SQL, but they're putting in CSS. Why not?
Okay, so the marquee doesn't. Okay, let's see. So I don't think marquee, this was an excellent idea, and I commend the person that suggested this. Thank you very much, Binary Chef, but I think we're going to have to actually do this with CSS animations. So we're going to...
Oh, man, look at that.
This is going to be... So I think our goal at this point, so we're at like 15, 20 minutes left here. I think our goal here would be to make this work on success. Maybe we could get a sound effect in too if we have time, because that's very GeoCities. Like actually like auto playing background music would be fun too. But we are going to, okay, so we have our unicorn. We gotta go back and do this the old fashioned way. So go back to position absolute and we'll move this off the screen. And now, so let's see, CSS animation. This is pro developer tip here, right? Just Google things. Move image around the screen. So
I use Bing.
No.
I'm more pro than
No. All right, so
Microsoft gets surprised when they hear like Bing users in the wild. Really? There's somebody else?
So let's see, keyframes move. And we got to say, so we're moving from negative 500 pixels to 500 pixels. Oh, and it wants, I got to say from left, negative 500 pixels. And then I got to say to a left of, actually we want to a left of like, I don't know. So this is not the way to professionally code this, but that's okay. We're good. And then, so if we do this and we say animation of move 3 seconds, and we're going to have to configure this, but we're just trying to get this to happen. So the unicorn, let's see, animation of move 3 seconds. So at the moment that did nothing, which is not what I wanted to happen. So let's see, what did I do wrong here? So let's make this so we can see it the whole time. Let's say like 0% to 100%. And so our unicorn gone. So there's our unicorn. Okay, so we have a unicorn. And I mean, normally you would do this through like unicorn.moving. And you'd say like, actually we could make it moving all the, okay. I'm talking myself in circles, Sam, because I think this is important for us to get in here. So we want it to move, animation, we want this to start right away. It's like, duration, like 3 seconds. But our unicorn isn't moving. Do we have any CSS, missing a timing function. Let me try that. Animation, timing function. Oh, I didn't want that, but we'll do ease. Yeah, Chrome defaults to ease. Linear, infinite, animation. We'll just throw these all in here until something happens. Iteration count, infinite, we'll keep it moving. And linear, what's that one? Animation, Direction isn't really what I want. Play state running. Oh my god. Okay. Really, it needed this. So that was a little bit of a surprise. Okay. But now we have, all right, so now we can go back to saying something like this. Because I think she'll fly across the screen now. There we go, okay. Probably don't need her to fly quite that far, I think. Let's go to like, wonder if the browser would let us use percents here. Oh no, they'd have to be like 120%. All right, so what we need to do is trigger this to happen when you do something successful. So iteration count, I don't think we want it to be infinite. I think we want it to just happen once. Let's see what happens here. So I have the unicorn, and we want it to start at a left of negative 20%, and then dot unicorn dot moving will have all this stuff. And we don't want to start at negative. We need to start at negative, more than that, negative 50%. What gets it off the screen? Okay, that works. And so now I would hope that if I add moving here, the unicorn starts moving. Okay, yeah. So now what we have to do is say, success, right? So we need some trigger. Move the unicorn. Well, we should be semantic, so show success. React.useState. So we don't want to show it by default. And then we want to go down in here and say when this is successful. So we're down in here. The dialog is not visible. So set show success to true. And then moving. So class name has to be dynamic now. And we'll say moving. If it is moving, it needs to be unicorn moving, else it will just be unicorn. All right, Sam, did I get it? No, I did not get it right the first time.
I'm not looking at your screen right now, so it's coming after a bit of lag, so keep going.
Okay. Show success. And let's see what happens. If I add a tip, I think I don't know if that came through, Sam, but I think we have the unicorn working successfully. So I think we have it successfully showing. So I should deploy the unicorn. Are there any other like last minute things? What's like I don't think sound isn't necessarily going to come through, but like, success sound effect.
Jeez. Oh boy. I don't know if sound will. Well, we'll see. You got like 10 minutes.
So add infinite to the end of your animation line. Why would we need infinite? Because isn't it? Because I think we just want to show it once. Set the page title. Oh, somebody. That is a nice find because we got to keep this professional. So the content is an amazing app for tracking work from home tips. The title can be where's the actual title tag in this mess? locked. That's a good last thing. Without a title,
yeah, that's
we'll
true.
fail SEO. Yeah, you're right. We're only worrying about the important things here. And all right, can I get a sound effect in here? So we have like 10 minutes. I think this will be hard because because we can't. I don't think this will actually come through in the stream. Does anybody have like a sound effect? Ideally, like a free to use success sound.
Have you seen our chat room and how people are ready to mess us up?
Oh no! Are they trying to like hack this down?
No, I'm just saying, like, asking for folks to give us sound when there are so many enemies in the chat room may not be the best idea.
Yeah. Can you play like a WAV file from a web browser? These are like questions that I probably asked in the 90s that I haven't. Best way to play WAV from the browser. Nowadays, the best way is to use the HTML5 audio tag. Oh my God. You can trigger it manually. Okay. I'm going to try this as a very last thing and then deploy our workout with the new updates to the world. Log in to download. I might even have... It says free to use, so... If anybody else has any... Yeah, it says I have a username. Do you see us live again?
It's coming up, yep.
Okay. Yeah, OBS has been our friend today. If you are just joining us, we're building a application here that we are calling Lcokd, and we're just about done with it. And the last thing I wanted to do is add up a sound file upon success. 9s, more please. And I have the sound file, or at least I thought I did. I don't know where this sound file got placed. Oh, there we go. You won't be able to hear it for me testing, but my hope is that when I deploy this, which I'm going to do to end our stream here today, at least our section of this, that you can try this for yourself. So I have a success file, and somewhere in here I have a Stack Overflow post saying that you can just toss an audio tag in your markup. So I'm going to do that. I don't know where it's supposed to go, if anywhere, so we're just going to put it here, and it's /success.wave, and then I need to get a reference to it and actually play it. So what I'm going to try doing is saying, this code runs right away, so I'm going to see if this works locally. If it does, we're just going to toss it out there and play it. So
I heard something.
Yeah, did that actually come through?
Yeah.
Why didn't it play the second time? Because that totally, I think, worked the first time, but then did not work there, which is really kind of strange. Do I have to like wait for it to load? Let's take this and actually just throw it where we want it, the success button with the unicorn. And see if that works, because that, in theory, is the last thing we're doing. So tip how why. It did. I heard it. Do you hear it?
Did we? Yeah. Did we add the new logo, the non-animated locked image from Twitter, or maybe we didn't?
No. Do you have an updated version? Because we could throw that in before we do this too.
Yes.
All right, so we have sound effects. We have a moving unicorn. I think if we just get the new logo in there, I think we can ship this.
All right. Oh, Skype. How do I send a file over?
You should just be able to drag and drop it.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I'll throw the new logo in there. And then actually, while you're getting that, since this is our very last thing, I'm just going to bring up the... Oh, you do have it. Oh, that logo is with the rainbows and everything. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will... I'm just downloading this. I'm going to put this in, and then we can talk about where we're at with this and what's coming up next. I think at 11:30 is Ed going to be taking control while we do some like lunchtime hanging out.
Yep. We have some fun stuff lined up. Did you put the logo up, or is it deploying? Or I'm not seeing your screen, the latest.
Oh, you're not seeing the latest on my screen? Oh, yeah.
No, then that can just be the stream, because I'm just looking at the stream.
Yep, it's not in there yet. I'm working on it right now.
Okay.
I've got we've been doing this for a while, and I've got so many windows open. I'm just trying to get the right thing in the right place.
It's okay. Take it.
So here's logo new, and then yes, okay. All right, we'll get this in here, and we'll just deploy it out. So logo new is PNG. Oh, it's underscore. There we go. All right, thank you so much. Sam, do you know who we have to credit for that logo? Because it is very much appreciated.
Yeah. We will go through the history, and yes, we know.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And it's the same person helping us with the course, so we appreciate that a lot. So let's recap. Let's recap what we did. All right. So we started super early in the morning. We tried to get like 3 or 4 guests, and audio issues kind of stopped us from having a nice conversation to start our day. So we got into coding. Like we have been saying, this is our day of quarantine coding. Hopefully you and your family, you're all staying safe. It's a little depressing. We are all social animals, but like they say, like this too shall pass. So we took like 4 hours from like 7:30 to 11:30 Eastern. I started building out a backend. We built a sort of a sample Xamarin Forms app. And this is the thing, DJ. Like, I wish I could throw out the Xamarin stuff easily. I just can't, unless you kind of bundle up the app and just distribute that, which is hard to do it publicly. Yep. So TJ took over. We had some course issues. We finally got the APIs to work. And the chat room helped us quite a bit. Yes, those of us working from home, we have been social distancing. Yes, yeah. Again, I mean, a lot of us are used to it, but again, we are not used to doing this all day. We're not used to not traveling, not seeing people. So it's an adjustment for everybody, I think, and we can all learn from each other and kind of hunker down for this to pass us by. So, TJ, I think what you and me did is a working app. It reads and writes to a database. Like, what else do you want? Right?
Yeah, so we created an API. We can read from the API, pass to it. We put a modern user interface on top of it. We built a Xamarin app on top of it. So overall, I think we are good.
Yeah, and do you want to put the app out again? Oh, you did.
I did, yeah. So Netlify, quite cool. I just pushed the commit, and yes, the new app is up. Again, please use the app with care. We tried to add some content moderation to this, and we kind of got it working, but we never really got it integrated in the API. So
the API and the backend is completely vulnerable. It's completely open, so please don't mess it up. We will like to show this again in the evening, because I bet right now Ed and Alyssa, they're supposed to come on like after lunchtime in the Americas in Eastern time, but I'm sure like right now they're in full-on scramble mode, because like they've seen what we built and they're like, oh,
they're
crap.
Quivering. Like we put the pressure. We put the pressure on, so I'm proud of that.
It's good to go first. All right, so I think we are going to take a quick break and then switch around to something super fun. So we're going to bring on three of my favorite people from some corners of the world. Out on the West Coast, we have Richard Campbell of .NET Rocks. We all know and love him, and he's a big foodie like many of us. And then the Engstroms, that's Jessica and Jimmy out from Sweden. So it is lunch or dinner time, so we'll flip over to our own Ed Charbeneau hosting this and talking about food and just like general casual stuff for half an hour before they get the pressure on. Yes, breakfast, Banner Chef, before they get the pressure on to build what they can build. And I'll just throw this out. I know Ed is kind of trolling us, but if you wanted to use our API, Ed and Alyssa, since we put in so much love into it, go for it. Go for it. It's out there to hit. It's just sitting on Azure. Okay. All right. So that's it from us. TJ, any parting thoughts?
No, thanks everyone. Like Sam said, there'll probably be a brief break here as we switch things over, and then make sure to stay tuned with us for the rest of the day. We got, as you can see, quite a lot still going on, so feel free to hang out.
And after the second team is done, I'm really looking forward to the CodeParty because we're going to have the pioneer, the Jeff Fritz, host a CodeParty for us. We have at least 7 or 8 guests lined up, so we'll have great conversations and give away a lot of prizes. And then all 4 of us will come back up at the end of it. So.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Thanks, everyone.
TJ, let's pause, and then we'll have Ed take over.
Sounds
thank
good.
You.
Bye.
I think we're live. I need to pull up some basic chat stuff to see if we're actually in chat here, and then we'll be able to take questions and things. This is our breakfast / lunch / dinner chat. Depends on what part of the world you're in. We've got the always amazing Richard Campbell with us. You may recognize him from things like .NET Rocks, and you have a new book. Is the book out now, Richard, or is it?
No, the book's still not finished. Okay, I like your enthusiasm.
It's in writing. Okay.
Yes. Well, and I'm home now for months, which is going to help, without a doubt. Writing on airplanes versus writing at my desk is a big difference.
So you're working on a book about the history of .NET.
The history of .NET
should be a very interesting read, especially for us .NET folks that have been working with it.
Yeah, me too. I'm I'm still very much at the point where, as various pieces of story pull together, I'm still staggered at all the things that happened. So much serendipity.
And we also have the Engstroms with us. Sorry, it was a little audio crossover for a second there. We have the Engstroms with us. Say hi to folks.
Or had the Engstrom with us.
Oh, did they freeze up on us?
I think, yeah.
Uh-oh. We may need to, and I spelled it wrong too. Sam's correcting me in the background. I've been harassing Sam all morning, so he is going to return the favor, I'm sure. We may need to call them back in. I don't know if it's a Skype issue. Looks like it is.
Let Skype do its circle as it does sometimes.
Let's try this. Let's remove them from the call and bring them back in and see what this does for us. This is the miracle of live broadcasting with no safety net, everybody. So
yeah, you're having the fun, you know. It's fun to be a guest instead of a host with this sort of stuff.
And I'm trying to get my chat room monitor open here too, so I can see the inevitable harassment from the chat room. All right, I think we're good now, despite the Engstrom still being frozen in time. So what are you doing for breakfast there today, Richard? We were supposed to do a cooking segment. Is that what we're still doing, or are we just gonna chat?
Well, I'm not normally a breakfast guy. My breakfast is tea, and this is my Kerbal mug,
nice.
Which my son-in-law had made for me for Christmas. So I'm having my usual breakfast, which is tea.
What type of teas are you drinking these days? Is it just are you a tea geek like me, or are you just going for the bag stuff that's in the store there?
I have a house full of serious tea snobs. Like, make no mistake, I am not alone here. Like, for me, as because I have a hot beverage in my hand all day long when I'm home. It is truly like what the English call workman's tea. Like I like Yorkie Gold, which apparently is Patrick Stewart's favorite tea. So if it's good enough for Picard, it's good enough for me. But do we have Swiss filters and bags of various kinds of refined tea? Yeah, well, yeah, lots of that. It's just that's not me.
I used to drink a lot of tea, and I was quite the tea snob. So much so that I drank enough to where, let's see, I think we got maybe a call coming in. Did we get the Engstroms back? So I was drinking so much of the tea that it actually started causing vision problems.
Oh my!
So I kind of
getting to the caffeine, like you're tanning your insides.
Yeah. So apparently it can raise the eye pressure in your eyes if you drink enough of it. And every night I'd go, sit down and watch TV with the wife, and I was like, man, I think I might need glasses. Like everything is really blurry lately. And I was gonna make an appointment, and I kind of noticed in the morning when I'd wake up, it didn't have a problem. And then by nighttime, I had a serious problem. And I was like, either it's eye strain or it's something else. So I backed off the tea for a while, and now I can see crystal clear again. So
that's good. That's great knowledge, right? I drink black tea in the mornings, and I drink it completely black. I stopped putting milk and sugar in it because I do tend to have a hot beverage in my hand all day. And so, if you keep putting milk and sugar and stuff, eventually you've drank a quart of milk in the course of a day. Yeah. But I've now switched to green tea in the afternoons too. So, getting old.
Jimmy and Jessica, we got you back.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the show. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if it was
Skype died on us.
Skype died on you. All right. So welcome back. What time is it in your neck of the woods?
It's almost 5 p.m.
Almost 5 p.m. So you guys got any dinner plans?
We have a homemade miso soup.
All right.
Yeah.
Is that something you guys have a recipe online for, or did you steal one?
We made our own recipe, basically.
Just kind of winged it with what you had in the house?
Yeah. No, well, miso and leek. That's the main part.
Yeah.
Sometimes the one you buy at the sushi shops are a little bit watered down and not enough miso.
And did I catch the mugs? Is that a DC versus Marvel?
Yeah.
Partnership? There you go. The DC versus Marvel couple.
Yeah, not as much a partnership as a fight, but I'm winning.
Now, for Sweatug, how did I end up being Superman then?
That was not by our choice.
I see. Okay.
That was the artist.
Because you were awesome.
That's
why.
I stay out of this fight. I stick with Black Horse. Live longer.
So I've got Chad Green in the chat room calling me out on my tea snobbery. As geeks, all of us, I think, kind of have this trait. I don't want to stereotype us or put us in kind of a bucket, but we tend to geek out over things and maybe obsess a little bit about certain subjects and things. I do that.
Nothing succeeds like excess,
right? I do that a lot. If it's tea, if it's coffee, if it's code, I kind of find a subject and zero in on it.
Yeah. We go all in, right? And for obvious reasons, like it's the nature also of our work. You dive headfirst into a technology, you get good at it by absorbing it deeply. Why wouldn't you do the same thing around tea? It's like, hey, I like this. How far can I go with it? Then you do find a line, right? Like you did hit a point where you're like, I now have an entire drawer of just tea. Maybe this is more tea than necessary.
I still have a pound bag of Earl Grey. When you're ordering by the pound, you might have a problem. Yeah. So it's
I got geek friends who roast their own coffee now. Like Stacy gets a regular fix of supplies of coffee from various friends that make their own, that buy raw green beans and roast it exactly the way they want to. And they're literally with labels on it saying, drink in the next 3 days.
I've gotten to that point, but my wife pumped the brakes on me. One day I came up. I work from home all the time, even when we're not in a crisis like now.
Quarantine, yeah.
So 5 years now I've been working from home. So my wife's upstairs, and I walk upstairs, and I said, so if I decided I was going to roast my own coffee, what would you think? And she said, shouldn't you be working? So
well, Stacy picked up a hobby recently, and it is weaving. So she said, do you mind if I bring a loom into the rec room? I'm like, you need to buy all the gadgets, because I'm not going to be a hypocrite here, right? I have a lot of gadgets. When she wants a gadget, you need to get the best one ever made. Like, no, it must have at least 3 USB ports and have blinky lights.
Of course.
It turns out that no USB ports on looms, but yes, there's a loom in the house, and things are being made.
I saw one of her shawls. It's beautiful.
Yeah, she's got some skills. She's very happy there. But I don't know. This is a fandom behavior in general, and I think it's nothing but pleasure that we dive into things, that we explore them hard, that we take classes, that we celebrate every part of the things that matter to us in our lives. This is all good. I see no downside to it. Although there's the repeatedly, okay, maybe I've gone too far.
maybe I'm making myself go blind. Yeah, that's when you need to pull back a little bit.
So, well, collecting the tea is not the problem. It was consuming it continuously.
Yeah.
But I did have to take a score and just realize, I'm drinking like 12 cups of tea a day. And that's why the milk keeps disappearing. And so then you sort of tune it up. Turns out if you drink your tea black, you just don't drink it as fast. It's not candy anymore.
Yeah. So my problem was I had one of those gravity filtered pitchers, and I had a small one that you put on top of your mug, and it, the tea filters through the pitcher into your mug. And my wife was like, you're buying all this nice tea. I'd like to try it. So she liked it. And then I found myself making 2 of these mugs, and it wasn't very efficient. So then I bought the pitcher size. So you're supposed to make like a gallon of tea with this thing, and you set it over like a large thing of ice and make iced tea and stuff. So I bought that one and made us a couple of glasses of tea every day out of that. And then I started making it stronger and stronger. And she's like, all right, it's too strong. I don't like it anymore. So I just started drinking her half. Yeah, and that's where things started to go bad.
But there's this samovar approach too, right? Where you make a strong essence and then you add water to it. And samovars are beautiful. Like if you can find a nice one, they're works of art. A very Eastern Orthodox style of thing. But not that I would obsess over anything like that's not that I do that. But I can do 10 minutes on samovars, I swear.
So my current obsession is my Breville Barista Pro espresso maker, and I had to get an espresso machine for the house, and saved up for like 2 years to get the one I wanted, and researched all of the equipment, all the things, and just happened to find it on sale at the right time. So I made that purchase like late last year, like before Christmas time. And now we're in this situation. So it worked out that I actually have really good coffee at home during all this, and just kind of lucked out.
But does it have at least 3 USB ports?
Doesn't have any USB ports. Unfortunately, I don't know what I'd do if it did.
Yeah, without an IP address, how good could it be? Really?
I know.
I mean, my sewing machine can read floppy disks.
Yeah. What's a floppy disk? Oh, you mean the save icon?
Oh, yeah, it can read save icons.
But, I mean, here's the thing. It doesn't have those things, but it has potential now, because now you can get a Raspberry Pi and add what you want.
Oh.
Yeah, I had a thermostat that was malfunctioning in the house, and it kept resetting its temperature. And I was getting very close to actually building out a Raspberry Pi to mechanically reset it every few minutes to keep it working properly. And it's like, or I could just buy another thermostat, which, isn't as much fun, but definitely more practical. So I have a new thermostat.
Richard, you're back in Canada, right?
I am home, yeah.
The last time I saw you was not in person. So I had seen you on Windows Weekly. and
well,
sorry,
it was in Pennsylvania.
Not Windows Weekly. It was Windows Weekly.
What's Windows Weekly? As I am literally, this is my last day of a 14-day quarantine, having come back from a trip to New York and Pennsylvania. So I literally left New York just before cases started appearing in Manhattan. And I spent a few days in Pennsylvania at Paul Thurrott's place. And while things were getting crazy, and then it was like, you better get home. So I came home on time, on schedule, but at that point, quarantines have been put in place and so forth. So I've been literally home now for 2 straight weeks, which is not that unusual. Like, for the most part, my work life isn't changed much, although at this moment I have no airline tickets outstanding, which is the first time in 12 years. But yeah, because I was literally with Paul, he's like, hey, Windows Weekly's coming up. You're coming on, right? So,
yeah. I used to watch that show all the time, and I just don't have time to watch and listen to podcasts as much as usual. But I just happened to be tuning in that day, and they're like, and Richard's with us. And I was like, oh, this is cool. So I managed to catch that episode. It was a good one. It was kind of, like you said, you were there with Paul. It was kind of interesting to, I thought they were joking at first. And he's like, I've got him, right here in my living room. And I'm like, that sounds weird. So now we know the backstory.
To actually see people in person. But Jess and Jimmy have been up to my place as well before the MVP summit. Like, it's nice to actually. I mean, often we only see each other at conferences. It's nice to have each other in each other's homes as well. It's rare, but it's pleasurable. So yeah, that's my last trip is for the foreseeable future, at least, was that run to New York and Pennsylvania. So I don't regret it at all. I managed to get to see Hamilton on Broadway.
Nice.
Before, again, ahead of all of that shutting down.
Yeah, we just came back from Chicago before everything started happening. It was early February. We went to Chicago and saw some live shows, kind of Broadway-like shows, and went to Second City, and we were flying home, and that's when the news started breaking that this was not contained within China, and we were fortunate enough to still have gotten our trip in and not be in any kind of danger. Jessica, Jimmy, how are you guys doing there in Sweden? Have you been on? How long have you guys been inside and stuff?
Well, for us, it's no different.
That's kind of the boat where we've been into.
Yeah, I saw this meme from everybody. Oh, how do we work from home? And we need to cancel everything. And then there's this guy like, this is my life. What do you mean?
Welcome.
Yeah. Well, I do need to change a class I have for tomorrow to try to do group assignments over the internet, which is not that easy. But other than that, we're fine. Scandinavia in general is the government here has a little bit higher. We have a little bit higher trust in them, so we usually do what they say. So there's no real bans or quarantine. There's please stay at home if you can. Please work from home if you can. Wash your hands. Do all that stuff. But then we look outside in our little suburban area, and everybody's outside because the sun comes. And as soon as the sun comes in Scandinavia, we're out. Yeah. Except us.
Definitely not us.
Definitely not us.
I actually had to go outside today because I had to have a tooth that needed fixing, so I went to the dentist. Not that enjoyable, I would say.
The dentist or the outside?
Yes.
The sun, it burns.
Have you been with us?
Yeah, we've been doing a little bit of, to bring it back to the miso soup you guys are still sipping on there, we've been doing a little bit of that too. Like, we have things in the house, we have plenty of stuff, but we're trying to like mix and match things and make recipes because we don't want to get bored. I'm a pretty decent cook. I was making some food the other night, and my wife's like, I want pasta, but we have plenty of red sauce, but we're gonna get burned on that really quick. What can we have? And I grabbed some stuff, and I found onions, garlic, cream cheese, and just some spices like nutmeg and stuff. So I put half a stick of butter, chopped up the onions really thin, put about 4 cloves of garlic in there, and just let it sweat out until it was all perfectly clear. And then added the cream cheese in, topped it off with a little milk, made the best sauce. It was absolutely amazing.
Well, with 1 stick of butter, it better be good. For reference, it's about 130 grams or so. Yeah. So it's.
I'm not a doctor, but I think it's on the list of things that help you cope with viruses. So.
Of course, if you put on fat.
Yeah.
You won't die of starvation.
See, the butter coats your insides, and then none of the viral material can stick. It's perfectly scientifically sound, I'm sure.
Yes. And you have a saying about fat content in food as well.
You mean it's how you measure how good the food is. Yeah.
Butter is very much like memory. The correct amount is more.
Yeah, we.
Well, it is possible to measure how good things are. It's measured in calories.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is it though?
We try to eat healthy. We really do. But when you're grabbing from what you have, sometimes.
Well, you don't have to reach for the butter. We made lasagna the other day, and I made it with red lentils and no butter. Just saying. You still have that red sauce.
This is America.
Where's the meat?
And that's Sarah talking about if you spill a little scotch to clean your hands. Only if it's over 60%. In which case you're spilling a cask strength, and that's a sin.
I was upset we didn't have any kind of like white wine or anything to add to that sauce, though. I was like, we needed some kind of little base of alcohol in there to kind of break all that stuff up and just add like a little bit of flavor to it. Just didn't have any in the pantry. I think that those supplies ran out extremely fast. We've yet to restock them.
The alcohol supplies. Yeah, you definitely need to keep that inventory up.
We need more hand sanitizer.
We don't drink. Yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah, we've got a couple of the local distilleries here that are now making hand sanitizer, which is just distilling stuff all the way up, not worrying about the flavor. So.
We have that too. Absolute is doing that. Well, they're doing the base, and then someone else has to put in the.
We are talking about the country that makes aquavit. Like, you've always made hand sanitizer.
Yeah. Actually, when you go to the alcohol shop, they have put up signs. This is not good enough for hand sanitizer.
Nice.
Yeah. So, apparently it's.
If Scandinavia is careful about high concentration alcohol, like generally everything is 40%. They don't do a lot of the higher percentage.
No, because it's not drinkable.
It's dangerous, really. The history of challenges with alcohol in the northern regions when it gets really dark through winter.
Yeah.
So, Richard, I heard you're a fan of bourbon. I don't know if this is true. This may be a rumor.
It impairs my judgment.
We were in Chicago earlier this year, and we visited the brand new Starbucks Reserve Roastery.
Oh, interesting.
Very cool place if you get a chance to check that out after all this madness is done. But what was interesting there, and my wife tried it, and it was really pretty cool, is they have the bourbon, and then they take the barrels that bourbon was aged in, then they put the beans in that barrel, coffee beans, and let them absorb the flavor of the bourbon, and then they make.
But they're leaving the barrel dry, right? Like, they're not actually putting in liquid, because you wouldn't want to soak the beans. They're coffee beans.
Yeah, I don't know the full process. I don't think they get them wet. I think they just put them in the empty barrel when it's been used.
Well, because according to FDA rules, American oak barrels for bourbon can only be used once. which is why you find so many bourbon barrels in Scottish whiskeys, because the Scots don't mind using barrels multiple times, so they're happy to take bourbon barrels off the American bourbon makers' hands for a reasonable price, and make Scotch whiskey with it. So yeah, there's lots of barrels. You can buy Jack barrels and like, all kinds of different things for smoking food too.
Yeah, they're awesome for smoking food.
Yeah, so that's really interesting. So a bourbon flavored coffee.
Yeah, so they take the beans, they do some sort of process with the barrel. I don't know if they put the green beans in and then roast them, or roast them and then put the beans in and store them. There's some process there, but then they make a cold pressed coffee, and then they serve it to you side by side. So you get both the glass of bourbon and the glass of coffee.
The bourboned coffee.
Yes. And then you alternate drinking the two, and the bourbon's the kind of a palate cleanser, but you end up picking up different flavors as you go back and forth. So it's a pretty really cool little experiment.
But did the coffee taste of bourbon? Like, did you try that first?
Definitely.
Okay, so it was there. That's really, it's interesting to think about, what do you get from a used barrel, right? Because that barrel has been toasted. It was, and depending on whose barrel it was, like they can be literally charcoaly. Like I've seen, I was at the Woodford distillery while they were opening barrels, making a blend. And you literally saw chunks of charcoal coming out of these barrels. So they had charred the insides of the barrels before they put the whiskey into it. And so you'd wonder what that would do to green coffee.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I know they do it there. We also do it here in Kentucky. When all this is done, next time I know I'm going to meet up with you, I will have to bring you a bag. We have a local roastery here that does it as well, because they're right on the Bourbon Trail. And I can just go to the grocery store anytime and pick it up. And it's I can't remember the name of it here, but it's made in Lexington, and it's a bourbon flavored coffee. And I gave some to a coworker of mine, and he loved it. He thought it was great.
Yeah, because spiking coffee with a little bourbon or brandy should be just not a bad idea all around, right? Like,
Chad is saying this is coffee I might actually drink.
Yeah. Yeah, now you're talking real flavors here, right? Not just burnt beans, but real flavors. Well, I have been doing virtual cocktail hours, and did a whiskey one the other night with a group of friends, some of whom you may know, and so it was sort of the ritual of showing the bottle you got open and having a drink and talking a little bit about the whiskey. So, you can have some fun with this.
People must be enjoying what we're talking about. We're getting some new followers as we do this, so thanks for that.
Nice.
Somebody. I'm terrible with Twitch names, so I'm not even going to try right now. But the comment in the chat room is, we need a liquid version of bacon.
Yes.
I'm pretty happy with the bacon version.
But there is You can have liquid smoke. It's not as salty, but it's a pretty good second. Yeah, at least if you can't have real bacon.
Yeah.
I put it in everything. But again, I can't have bacon, so. A
nice crispy bacon, like as a garnish on a cocktail, not a bad thing, right? It's easy. That's easy on a Bloody Mary, although there's very few cocktails that don't benefit from a piece of bacon.
I think we all missed the MVP summit in the Lot 3 candied bacon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Virtual MVP summit was an interesting experience. Great to take in a few sessions, but I think you gave everyone an appreciation of how much that summit is a hallway conference.
Yes,
definitely.
That it is the time with the folks you don't get to see very often,
but I think under the circumstances, it went very well. There was a little bit for everyone. I mean, not as much as on campus, and we couldn't mingle with everyone, but some groups, I know the mixed reality group had VR meetup. So there was this guy he built up a whole cafe and everything, so you can walk around and mingle.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think And you speak to an interesting reality, Jess, which is that the MVPs are not a homogeneous group, right? That different groups do different things and work different ways. And I could see the AR/VR group actually embracing the situation and doing some very creative stuff. I sit in a malcontents group, which is probably the right place for me. And so we were always chatting anyway. But it's a different sort of dynamic depending on the teams and the products you work with.
So there's this guy in the chat room named C Sharp Fritz, I think it is. I hope I'm reading that correctly.
Never heard of
I don't know. Yeah. Never heard.
He seems to be interested in our conversation about the MVP Summit. So we should let him know that we enjoyed it.
Yeah, definitely. And I told Jimmy we saw one of Jeff's sessions, even though we're not really part of his group, but they're kind of meshed together, so it's still relevant for us. And he's such a great moderator. It's insane. And the skill level since he started twitching, my gosh.
Yeah, no, he's a pro these days, isn't he?
Yeah.
I was impressed.
Well, and I'm in the midst of my renewal, and I'm pretty sure he's the guy who signs off on me. So, I know you never really know, but I guess I have to say nice things about him.
He's such a fantastic guy.
But he is, though.
I'll also say this: those guys had to go first, right? When the plague came, that's one of the first big events being canceled that then turned itself into a virtual event and rebooted itself completely.
Yeah.
So, and there were some growing pains, no two ways about it, but they did pull it off.
Yeah.
And you can't not be impressed.
No, I'm surprised how well it went.
Yeah.
I mean, they had literally no time.
Scramble it was.
Yeah, they had literally no time, and they did good quality sessions and did what they could. I think it was awesome.
Yep. Yeah, like I said, there were challenges, but they got it done. Like, kudos to all of them. And I'm sure the build team is watching closely because what they learned from MVP Summit is going to directly affect what build looks like.
Yeah.
Just more of the same.
And what we don't see is all the disasters that happen behind the scenes. So they were fighting fires like mad.
I'm sure it was a duck experience. There was much paddling.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just getting this stream set up today, like right before I called you guys on Skype to get you on, I had reinstalled OBS and the Skype plugin 3 times. And then I had to hard reset my PC because it locked up during that process. Because this all just stopped working 5 minutes before we were supposed to go live. So I can't imagine something at scale like the MVP Summit and all the different things they had to deal with. So they did a fantastic job.
Yeah, they got a lot of people working. I'm hoping to coordinate podcasters for build. I haven't got anything set up yet, but I think that will still be a useful thing to do, and to get to connect up great guests that are involved with build to as many podcasts as we can get in play.
And you know where you can find a podcast?
I know a few people right on this call. So
actually.
100% of them.
We've got some folks that can help us here. Sarah and Eva, if you're in the chat room, if you can pop the links to the several podcasts that are available from. I'm sure most people know where .NET Rocks is found, I
hope
we could share Jessica and Jimmy's podcast as well. Then everybody can jump on and find that. Give you something to listen to and. Give you something in the background to feel like you have coworkers while you're working through the day.
Well, and I'm due for a geek out, so I suspect you'll see in the next few weeks we'll do a coronavirus geek out. I'm not wildly excited to do it, but I certainly have enough notes. Lots of people have asked, and I have the cycles, and I can't write all day every day, so. Finally. So and upcoming DNR will be my analysis of the coronavirus.
So
try and give
Sarah and Eva both at the same time chimed in. One posting the Coding After Work podcast link, and the other dropping the .NET Rocks link in there. So thank you for that. Make sure you guys follow those and put them on your favorite podcast catcher and give them a listen.
And if you want just the Geek Outs, geekout.show will actually take you to just a list of the Geek Out episodes.
Those are great. I'm really glad you started doing those.
That was entirely Carl's idea. I hated the idea. I just happened to do that.
I enjoy the nuclear power ones and some of the space ones.
Oh my goodness. And those were the ones where I learned how much trouble I was in with the Geek Out. Because they were so controversial, right? I try to take a very middle of the road, fact-based approach to even technologies, even as something as sensitive as nuclear power. And the result was I made everybody angry. So people that were very pro-nuke were mad at me, and people that were very anti-nuke were mad at me. But the byproduct of that was then one of the pro-nuke people that was angry with me was a guy named Rod Adams, who worked in the industry and had his own podcast. And so we invited him to do a show and to come on and correct me, so to speak. And it didn't work out that way. You go listen to it, but it also taught me that one of the challenges when you have experts is that experts come with very high biases. Mm-hmm. And so it's also useful to give people foundational material, sort of a balanced perception of it, so that you can recognize when those biases are presented. But it's been a learning experience making those shows. The first ones were back in 2011, so it's been years now. And I haven't done as many because the book has been consuming me. But the passion for research doesn't stop, right? Like that's an ongoing thing for the way that my mind works. So we'll stand it up as its own show when I get the book out. So some later this year, the book will be done, hopefully by the end of the year. So 2021, I'll stand up a separate show just on Geek Out.
I mean, I'll admit I'm very biased, but I also am not an expert on anything. So that kind of...
Neither am I, but I'm very curious, and I'm a good reader, and I find that enjoyable, trying to understand the whole of something and trying to put together a coherent hour on it is a driver for getting that understood, and so I test material on family all the time, who are non-technical people, and so if you can get to a place where they sort of go, oh, that's interesting, and that engages them, then maybe you got the material right. I don't know why this is who I am. I'm not complaining. I'm clearly storytelling is all that matters to me, but getting to a place where you can really tell a narrative on something challenging like that, it's good fun for me.
Yeah, I think all of us could probably agree. Like one of the things that irritates a community like ours is bad information. So it has to be difficult to do a show like the Geek Out and make sure you have good information from good sources. It seems to be a growing problem in general these days, is getting good information out to people on technical subjects. And all of us being speakers and podcasters and, in the public eye, we kind of try to do our best to give good information.
Yeah, and it's nice to make those kinds of videos or those kinds of shows just because it becomes people's reference material. The highest compliment I've ever gotten from my wife is the fact that when it comes to talking about genetically modified food, she just refers to the GMO shows that I did. Right? It's like, this is the best information I know of. It's my husband's research, and so here, listen to this. So that's part of the pleasure of making those things, is that you get to a place where you can say, this is the best thinking I had at that time. Of course, stuff progresses inevitably.
Well,
it's funny. Go ahead.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what we talked about earlier. We go all in nerdery mode and we do all that research. And I think that's, at least for us on the call, it's true for us. Yeah. I was going to have a talk about design for developers. And I had a small little segment on fonts, like typefaces. And I did research, so I can probably hold a 2-week course on typefaces. And I needed material for 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Yeah, no,
but
I know
there
that feeling
might
well.
be something
Yes.
better.
Yes. And it doesn't surprise me at all. Like, I know your passion around those UX things, that once you tipped over that typeface rock, you're like,
Yeah.
uh-oh, here we go.
I literally have to time box my research because I'm gone.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. You have to put a spike down and say, I'm going to spend this long on this.
Yeah.
Because there's so much to dig into, and it's certainly sorting information. I am thinking I'm going to live stream some of the research for Geek Outs going forward, just because people are always curious about sourcing and things. Which,
nice.
I mean, I read scientific papers. I like that. It's a fun thing to do. I don't know why anyone would want to watch it, but if you want to watch me read a paper, here's how I read it. Well, and I realize there is some complexity to that, because often you hit terms and concepts and references to other papers where you have to drill down. And so there's an art to managing your stack on that problem space. Like, just, okay, we better go read this other paper before we can get past this sentence in the previous paper.
Yeah.
But you can do it like a fireplace reading of the data. That people would watch that.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I mean, I already have people saying they play the Geek Outs to their children to put them to bed. I think the sort of side by side of here is the document I'm reading, here's the OneNote I'm taking notes from, so you can see, this is the part I'm focusing on, this is the note I take from that. Well, we'll see. It's all an experiment, right? We have the room to experiment with understanding, and I think I'll do more of that.
So is there an opportunity for a font geek out show? I think I heard something brewing here. Jessica?
I think
Richard?
so. I think you're right, Ed.
There is stuff happening right now in that world. I kid you not.
So anybody
I think we're in a good place.
Anybody that does any kind of design starts to kind of geek out over fonts a little bit. It's a big part of what you do, and I've got enough knowledge, not like a huge font geek, but I've got enough knowledge. And then one day I pick up my wife's phone and she has set her Android default font to Comic Sans.
No.
Yes.
No.
And I to this day don't know if it's just the longest troll.
I've been waiting months for you to look at my phone.
Or if she really meant to do it, or if she was just trolling me hard. Watching her use technology sometimes.
That is the best.
It's cute, and it also, I usually have Comic Sans as an example when I show off. Like, this is some sans serif, and I show that off because people. First of all, you can spot the designers in the room because they will feel ill.
They'll twitch.
Yes, exactly. And I think Comic Sans has become the one that gets all the bad fonts shit. I think that we just say bad wingdings and I don't know, Vampire Slayer fonts, and we call it Comic Sans. It's like all bad stuff.
Yeah.
All inappropriate. It's just Comic Sans. I have a designer friend, or we have a designer friend, Dave, and he is basically allergic to Comic Sans. and his friend was trolling him. So he started sending emails in Comic Sans to him. And he's like, I'm not reading that. So he overrode that in his Outlook client. And his friend like, but what about if I embed it and send it as HTML? So he sent it again in Comic Sans. And Dave, he's technical. So he's like, nope, no Comic Sans coming in here. So
there's now an arm race of Comic Sans over an email. Like, now you make it into a graphic and put
he
it
did. That's exactly what he did. He wrote it in Word, took a screenshot, and emailed it to him. That's how you win.
Arms race. I like that.
Our chat room says papyrus.
Oh yeah.
There's actually an SNL music video on this.
And the Avatar movie.
Yeah, that's what it was.
There's a video on Papyrus and the Avatar movie because it's basically the same font. They just tweaked it a little bit, and it's hilarious, that video.
Awesome.
Yeah, I know Jessica has Comic Sans in her presentations, but I also know that Ed has Comic Sans in his presentations.
Oh yeah, that's my go-to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go overboard on my presentations. There's some other folks that really do some good presentation material too, like David Neal. He does some really good stuff.
Yeah.
And David Pine. They do a lot of hand-drawn things. I don't do a lot of sketch work like they do. I do, believe it or not, and people will probably barbecue me for this, but I actually use PowerPoint to create my imagery. So what people don't really realize is PowerPoint has one heck of a vector engine in it, and you can actually make decent vector graphics without having to exit the tool. So I just do it all in there. Nice. It's one-stop shopping.
And why leave if you're comfortable? Yeah, why leave if you're comfortable? I agree. I love it.
I mean, I could open.
There's so much potential.
I could open, Photoshop or InDesign or whatever and tool around in those things, but I'm already in PowerPoint and it's going to end up getting pasted in there anyway. Might as well do it in the native environment. But I've drawn things like spaceships and cockroaches and all kinds of vector images in there. Believe it or not, you can get it done relatively easy.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, that Moonbase talk from the Geek Outs I did is the one I've done the most of, and the side effect of my research stack is so high, I can do a complete rewrite of it again now and do a whole new version of it just based on everything that's happened with NASA, and different thinking about what it's actually going to look like to be sustainable in space. These topics are huge. They just you can drill into anything like this really and find the interesting bits. I think part of it is you have enough passion around it to find the stories that exist in that. Like if you would start digging into the histories of fonts, where they came from, what they were used for, the motivation of their creators, there are phenomenal stories.
They were used for tea in the Vedic period, and that's like 300 to 500 before BC.
Right.
So yes, I went down that rabbit hole. They watermarked the tea to connect to the tea again back in the day to know which was good and which wasn't.
Well,
so that's true.
It's exactly astonishing, right? Like just the places those things take you to. It's fun. It's fun to tell great stories.
Yeah, we were talking about this on Twitter just the other day. I'm a big fan of War of the Worlds, and it's in a lot of my presentations. So it's got some good quotes in it that give you a good starting point for a story. And
are we talking Orson Welles or the Tom Cruise version?
Well, they're all based on the book loosely.
Yeah, some were looser than others.
Yeah, some looser than others. They usually all generally start and end the same way though. It came up in a Twitter on who was it that I was talking to? The name will come to me, but I didn't realize there were other War of the Worlds geeks out there. And I was happy to find there was at least another one. It was Rachel Appel. That's who it was. And she was tweeting about it. And I was like, there's another one. There's two of us
I really
now.
liked the TV series, like from the 80s or something.
Yeah, there was. When I was a kid in the 80s, my mom actually drew a party invitation for my birthday party based on the opening scene of that.
That's
wow.
Cool.
So
if you have a reference like that and you think it's obscure, I don't know how obscure that is, but is it just me who find it so satisfying when you find that one person in the audience that
totally
actually
gets it?
Yeah.
And the other ones, they don't know that they miss out, but that one person, you made each other's day.
Yeah.
We have references like that.
What I don't like is when I put something in there that makes me feel old because nobody gets what I'm talking about. So I used to have a slide deck about doing prototyping and wireframing. and I had a black and white wireframe picture of the Atari game Pitfall, and the title of the slide was Wireframing Pitfalls, which is obviously a pun. Nobody in the audience was getting this. Yeah. And so one day I just stopped and I asked, and I was like, how many of you know what Pitfall is? And like, there was no hands, and I'm like, Atari? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, oh man, this hurts. This hurts deep.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, man.
It doesn't feel like it is the problem.
Yeah. Well, it's somebody reminded me just the other day we're the same distance from 2050 as we are from 1990.
Stop. Is that why we see so much 90s things coming back?
Oh, sure. Because it's 30 years old now and it's hip again.
Yeah. It's all the anxiety.
Yeah.
I saw in the store, I took my daughter's school shopping this year, and they were bringing back Quarter-A pretty hard. I was surprised. They had Quarter-A everything, skirts, shoes, you name it. And I was like, wow, this looks familiar.
Yeah, how did this happen?
My 12-year-old was like,
who thought of this?
This material is terrible. Nobody should wear this.
But sometimes a new generation has to learn that for themselves.
Yeah, but still, we saw some TV show the other day, and the hostess wore this very long blazer thingy with loose pants. I'm like, shoot, I used to wear that, and it was purple or something. Like, that is not nice, and she does not know that yet. Wait 30 years.
You said blazer, but I tuned out for a second. What was that?
Not that blazer.
Oh, come on.
The other blazer.
What?
I've got 5 more minutes and I get to talk about that.
The other blazer?
Yeah, the other blazer, for sure.
We're going to do some more live coding in about 5 minutes. Appreciate you guys coming on and chatting with us. We had planned to do like cooking segments and stuff. I don't think any of us are equipped for that. We need to call the one and only Chef Brent next time for cooking segment. But this I think worked out better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't have any complaints about what we ended up doing. I could rebuild this rig in front of the kitchen. In fact, an episode of My Drunk Kitchen was shot in my kitchen, so I'll look that up on YouTube. So. Yeah, I was gonna set up the same way that one was done, to go, hey, welcome to the set of My Drunk Kitchen, and go from there. But there's 2 places we could probably do some food shooting sometime in the future. One is the outdoor kitchen, so if we want to do a little smoking or grilling or things like that, and the other is the proper kitchen where we could put out a grill or a cooker and have some fun. But today, if you're going to make me do breakfast, you're going to get tea.
Oh, and scrambled eggs. Please, scrambled eggs. Richard makes the best scrambled eggs.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I have fed you. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe we'll do a segment with a paella at the outdoor grill, which is that's a good hour. But when you're done, it's a huge pile of food.
I'm not equipped for it. Our kitchen, first of all, my wife would not be happy if I put cameras in the house anywhere else besides my desk.
There is that.
So I don't think that would fly.
So instant noodles?
I'm sorry?
Instant noodles?
I'm a decent cook.
I mean, if you can't use the kitchen.
So let's see. If I can't use the kitchen.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we should have a little contest to see if
desk cooking.
I don't know how we would do this in the chat room. We don't have much time for it either. I was gonna do 2 truths and a lie. So true or false? Do you guys in the chat room think that I won MasterChef? Let's see if anybody picks up on this. False. They're saying false. Show? They're saying false.
They're saying
false?
Saying
false. What do you guys think?
True.
I did. There is a caveat.
You actually got on MasterChef.
So there's a caveat. So there is truth to this. So 10 years ago, before MasterChef started on TV, they ran a campaign to all of the major cities to do a local version of MasterChef. And it aired on local TV stations instead of nationally. There was a Louisville MasterChef, which I did get in, and I did win. So there.
I remember we talked about that on our podcast.
So while I didn't...
So it was a little bit cheating for me.
Somebody saying the, quote, real MasterChef. Yeah, okay. It wasn't the show that you watch on TV. Gordon Ramsay was not there. No.
But you did win the title. So.
Yes. So it was sponsored by Fox, and it was on a Fox network. But it was not the seasonal show that you see.
The national Fox.
So it
was
to drum up awareness about the show that was coming out season 1.
That's cool.
It was fun. It was fun.
Definitely counts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Worked.
Favorite recipe from that contest there, Ed? What were you really proud of?
So the way they did these initial contests was different than how the actual main show turned out. It was more like Chopped. So if you've ever seen Chopped, they give you a handful of predetermined ingredients. You have to come up with something that just uses those things.
That's fun.
So I had chicken, pineapple, and basil were the things I had to use. I did a Cuban mojo chicken wrap with a pineapple, red pepper, basil salsa, and it was killer. And it won.
Nice. That's a good one. And that sounds delicious too. Like that would be epic.
Yeah, and my wife says I need to stop telling people I won MasterChef, even though she's the one that coaxed me into actually joining the show. And she's like, it wasn't really like the show. I'm like, well, it's just a matter of semantics.
It's still the same title, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have the apron?
Yes, I do have the apron.
Definitely counts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some award. There must be some award, right?
Well, that's the apron.
Okay. Come back with a MasterChef.
Yeah, because you have to give back the apron if you get cut, right?
There you go.
Or is it the jacket?
So,
no, that's
if you doubted me in the chat room, there it is.
There it is. The apron tells it all.
And it says Fox and everything right there. Look at that.
Yeah.
It was a fun experience. It
awesome.
wasn't a big deal like the national network show is, but it's a fun story more than anything, because I get them on the hook with the make believe that I was actually on the nationally televised version of it, so it's fun to do.
Yeah, no, it's awesome, dude.
How's that?
Well, you're going to be coding some Blazer next?
Yes, we are. Sam's been exploring some cooking as well, so he's been tweeting some of that stuff out. Just going through some chat room stuff here. And no, I don't have Gordon Ramsay on speed dial. I don't know how he would have judged what I had made. It was good. I don't know if it was like 5-star Michelin good, but it was good. Calls him Gordy. Yes, me and Gordy are on first name basis.
He doesn't strike me as a Gordy.
No.
I think that would get you a quick soccer kick to the side of the head.
Yeah. No.
Or football kick, I guess you would say.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we are out of time, but I want to thank you guys again, all of you, for joining me for the little afternoon break here. I think viewers were probably worn out seeing Sam and TJ code, so it's time for TeamFever to get up and have some fun. So we're
good to have a breather.
We're having a little competition, so I'm not trying to put down TJ and Sam's work. But we're going to have a lot more fun than they did.
If it is a competition, you're basically competing to put the other team down.
Well,
you should definitely do that.
I harassed them all morning on their stream, and karma came back and kicked me because I almost didn't have OBS working 5 minutes before this stream started. So I learned my lesson.
There you go.
And now it's our turn to code. So thanks again, everybody, Jessica, Jimmy, Richard, for joining us.
Thank you.
It's been a lot of fun. Everybody stick around. We're going to go get Alyssa. Alyssa Nicoll and I are going to do some pair programming. We're going to use some Blazor, some front-end dev stuff. We're going to have maybe Comic Sans. I don't think so. But we're going to do that. I'm going to throw the Be Right Back screen up. We're not going to stop the stream. It's going to keep going, but we're just going to take a quick break while I patch everybody in and get our coding session set up. So we'll be back in just a minute. All right, TeamFever is getting set up here still. OBS is an interesting beast. It does not like to play along. And Alyssa's here, but I don't think you can hear her yet because she's not patched in. And for some reason, I don't have my own video either. So there's Alyssa in full screen. Sorry, didn't mean to get you all up in everybody's business.
Hello, darlings.
So everybody should be able to hear you fine now. I think they can hear me. They just can't see me because OBS is fun like that. OBS be trolling.
Listen, if we didn't have to reset up everything, it wouldn't be a live stream, right? Like, it just wouldn't feel like home.
So let's see here. I've got to move.
Wow, Sam, such support from TeamCabin. He's saying, just code. You're losing time. You're losing time, Sam. You're losing time.
Yeah, I beat them up earlier, and now I'm paying.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm paying dearly. Like my camera's cut off. Video capture device. Let's try this one.
Still morning for me. Well, I consider 11:40 morning. In Kansas City, surviving the quarantine. I have my electric blanket on. It's a little chilly here today, but I hear we're gonna have a high of 72. That's exciting. What about you? How cold is it there, Ed? Is it freezing?
I'm going to another camera for a moment.
Oh, you're leaving us?
To see if I can get. I mean, at least this camera's working. It's a weird side shot, but it's something. Something.
Oh, that's great.
It's the pants cam to see if I'm wearing pants today.
That's terrifying. I don't like this idea.
Let's try.
Okay, wait, seriously, how many cameras do you have?
I have 3. And for some reason, my Logitech, the main one, is not showing up in OBS now.
Oh, this happened for TJ, and he unplugged it, and he plugged it back in, and everything worked. I don't know. Maybe you could try the manual unplug.
Let me go find it.
Okay, so anyways, as I was saying, we are finally getting our first day of warm weather, but I was looking at like the 10-day forecast, and it's like today's the only day like above 70. We're going to go back down, so that's super sad. So hopefully you all who are watching are having a much better springtime because burr. And I'm sipping on my iced coffee because, again, it's morning. And I do that whole, what's it called? Intermittent fasting. Yeah. I try to do that until like 1 p.m. I know it's a bit extreme, but me and my husband are both programmers and we're both gamers. So we're more of night owls. So it's easier to like just skip morning time. Dee Dee says, got snow at my house yesterday. Goodness gracious. I'm just so ready for summer.
Well, I unplugged 3 different USB cables before I found the camera. So what harm could that have possibly done? I don't know.
You're like, none of these are needed, right?
You don't need it.
Oh, and Sarah says it's almost 80 here. Man, such a bragger. Such a bragger. Is it back, Ed? Is it working?
It is not back.
Oh.
It is not back. And I don't understand because I didn't do anything. Oh, I know what it is. I think I know what it is.
Yeah, Zelly. You know what it is?
Skype took it. Skype took it.
So Zelly was saying we have a nice day here. Definitely going for a walk soon. Would hardcore recommend that, especially during the quarantine. Even our city, Kansas City, was posting like, we recommend you continue going outside, just keep practicing social distancing. So I think that's going to help with the whole isolation feeling if you're out in the sunshine or maybe snow, depending on who you are.
Yeah, a little PSA. Don't do what my neighbors did and get all the kids in the neighborhood together.
That's not it. Like, that's not the whole point of, okay.
They seriously told everyone, I won't go into too much of this stuff. This is not the point of the show. But I have to rant for a split second. That the governor came on and said, do not play basketball teams. Don't go to the park and mingle, but go outside. And what do they do? An hour later, I hear a knock at the door, and there is a horde of children and a mom outside watching it all go down and organizing it all.
Wow.
So I'll end my rant there. Let's talk about life things. Let's talk about fun things.
Okay, well, Binary Chef said it's 71 in Memphis. It sounds like everyone has warmer weather than Kansas City right now. Just saying.
Nice. We're 71 here, I think, too. We've got Krista Mars in the chat room. We've got Sam. Lots of folks out there. Dee Dee's here.
Yeah, next trivia question, is Ed wearing pants? I think we just saw on the pants cam, today is a pants day. So.
It is a pants day. Just for the show. Just for you folks.
See, we just feel so loved.
Yeah, I had to, just for the Twitch show. I'm sure my wife's happy that today's pants day. Let's see. Hopefully I don't have to run to the other side of the room again, though. I am wearing pants, but I don't like to keep getting up. But I need to see if my desktop is available.
All right, darling.
So I have a remote desktop connection. I need to set up here and ooh, it works. All right, so let me exit Visual Studio, and we will get back to that in a moment.
long live Blazer. We've got some Blazer fans in the chat. Just so you all know, we are like, I come from the JavaScript world. I'm an Angular lover, and so whenever me and Ed paired up, I was like, this will be real interesting. So our plan of attack is Ed is going to handle the muscle of the application, so with Blazor, and so that's like our functionality, any API usage, and then I'm going to be our beauty side of the application, doing the markup and so much CSS. You're welcome, Binary Chef, and animations, etc., etc. So this will be really fun because I know Angular, not Blazor, so I'm pumped to learn all about it and how you do things. So it'll be fun.
So chat room, I need your help really quick. So we've got fun stuff too, like not like those other guys that went earlier. Like we have fun things to do. Like we have memes and sound bites. And Alyssa, I don't know if you hear this unless you're on a monitor somewhere, like on Twitch. So you might not hear the memes go off, but I need the chat room to tell me if you can hear these. So first of all, we're going to check if everything's fine. And I don't see it coming up. Jeez. And it doesn't even work on my end, so
I was like, I'm not seeing it.
What is happening? What is happening here? I bet no, it shouldn't be behind my screen. It should be on top. I don't have any of them. Oh, come on. This is no good.
We have lost all our memes.
Let's try. Let me see if I can.
Wait, are they behind your desktop?
That's what I need to find out. No, they are just flat out not working. I bet I know what it is.
They're not behind the fire?
I bet when I unplug those what do you call it? Those USB cables. I bet I lost them.
Miss Rose, did you unplug and plug the memes back in?
Oh, come on. Are you serious? None of them are working. Oh no. I think my Stream Deck is not loading or something. Like it's
Angular is greater than Blazor. I love you, Calculated Rage. You're now my best friend in chat.
These are all good options. Come on.
Whatever. I've seen your desktop background. Okay, it's a bit hostile.
I've lost my memes. We had fun things planned. All right, all right.
Listen, we have your face. We have my face. I think we're doing solid. You even got code to show up on the scrn. I don't know what more you want from life.
I did get code to show up. Why? Come on, Stream Deck. What is your deal, man?
Svelte, anyone?
Let me try.
I was at a conference and I had this guy come up to me and he was like, "Have you heard the good news?" And I was like, "Excuse me?" Like, I was really weirded out. And he's like, "The good news about Elm." And I was like, "Elm? Like the tree?" And he goes, "No, it's a functioning programming language. It's going to change your life." And he just like took off into this whole Elm rant. It was hilarious. So now I always ask my friends, "Have you heard the good news about Elm?" So it's the best way to come up to anyone.
So I wonder if Jeff Fritz, if you are still watching in the chat room, if your Stream Deck gets disconnected from your environment, how do you get it back? Because it's lit up and I can see it, but I don't have. It's not picking it up and it's telling me I need to reinstall my plugin. So I am down a Stream Deck. This is not fun. Like, I don't want to reboot the stream to get this back, but it's how I control scenes and it's how I control all of my memes and sound effects, and I am flying blind. So, I mean, I can try to reinstall the software, but it may ask me to reboot, and I don't want to reboot. But yeah, this is not cool. This was something I really was looking forward to using.
Do you want to like restart?
Oh God, if I restart, we're gonna lose the stream.
Oh, all right. Well,
we are gonna lose the stream. We may lose viewers, and the setup is stable, and I don't want to risk that. So I'm reinstalling software. We shall see if this fixes it without.
Bald Bearded Builder said change the profile in Stream Deck software if you have more than one.
I do not have more than one, but I can create another one. So it is repair installing. I think it will. It's a USB device, so it should just spring up and like start integrating with OBS. And
Sarah wants to initiate a donut eating competition. I don't know who has that many donuts stocked up. I'm like wondering who's actually prepared for such a thing.
I don't have any.
I don't have any donuts.
The bad part about eating contests is after every eating contest,
a box of cake.
There's going to be a donut pooping contest. So I don't want to be part of either.
You had to go there. You had to go there
because I don't have my sound effects.
Oh my goodness. My sister, she is 8 weeks out from having her baby, her first baby. And so she's got a hella morning sickness. And I don't remember what it was I made for her, but like then she immediately ran to the bathroom and ejected it all. No. And she goes, "Wow, it tasted just as good coming out." And I was like, "That's disgusting."
Oh, I don't.
I was like,
I cannot do my memes because these.
Oh, you have a perfect meme for this?
The Stream Deck will not play along. It's going to want me to reboot OBS, and I will lose the stream if I reboot OBS. And I am worried.
Yeah.
Make the sound effects myself. No.
I love that. Yes.
There's got to be.
Miss Rose is on to something.
There's got to be a way to queue these things up without. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do it without the Stream Deck because they control the timing of them and everything. So this sucks. This just royally sucks. Anyhow, I suppose we should code something before we run out of time. I think we've already wasted like half an hour here.
I don't think wasted. I think anytime chatting with you, Ed, is not a waste. So
this just makes me upset though, because I had good ones for today.
I know it. I'm just glad that everything else is working. Try looking on the up and up here.
So if all of the listeners would promise to rejoin, I could reboot OBS, and I think that would fix it. So maybe we should try that real quick. It's risky, but it might be worth it. The memes are fun.
The promises are coming in.
Promises are in. All right, let's try it really quick and see what happens. We will be right back, folks.
See you very, very soon, darlings.
Be right back.
Mwah.
All right. So I am paying dearly for comments that I made earlier, joking with the other teams. And now nothing works. So welcome to live streaming, folks. This is the way things happen. All right. So we need to get window capture back up here, which would be my screen, because we're going to do some live coding. We have Alyssa in the background. So you guys can't hear unless I can figure out how to audio capture you back in. Let's try that real quick, and then we'll start building something here. Audio input capture. Let's see. It only shows my devices. There's no way to grab audio from an app, I guess. Let's see. I have desktop audio.
Like, I don't need to restart Skype, do you think?
I don't think so. You could try. Go ahead and try while you're in the background there. I'll go ahead and start coding. Somebody said they heard. Uh-oh. So, yeah, so I tried to get my Stream Deck working, and everything broke. So there's that. All right, so we've got Alyssa's going to call right back, and we will try to get her back in. If we can't, that's fine. We're going to go ahead and start coding some stuff. So while Alyssa gets booted up again, what we're going to do is we're going to start a brand new project. And our project, we're going to build a very simple API from scratch, and we're going to add, we're going to do this with SQLite. The main reason I'm choosing SQLite is because SQLite is cross-platform compatible, and you'll be able to run this locally on your machine. The idea of the app is that we're going to build an app where people can enter in their local food services and have, you can go on it and find all of the businesses in your area that are doing curbside service. And we're going to put those in a little API so we can call that into a roulette wheel. And the roulette wheel will decide what curbside service that we're going to use for dinner or lunch or whatever meal that you're having. So I've got Alyssa calling back in. Let's see here. Alyssa is back. So right before you left, Alyssa, we had people saying that they could hear you. So I sound like a robot on stream now. Oh, okay, that's fun. Yeah, so there we go. That should fix the double talk. And what had happened was my camera decided it was going to be an audio input. So let's go ahead and drop the extra audio input here. And I'm going to try to see one more time if I can pull your video in with these terrible tools that we've been provided. Okay, cool. Not sure if people can hear you. So if you can hear Alyssa, please let us know. Yeah, and this Skype OBS setup thing is still broken. So it looks like we won't have your face. And nobody can hear your audio now. Wow. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know what changed between you before and now, but yeah. I'm trying to figure out where all these sources are coming from. So I think this is part of it. OBS has like tons of sources that are not in this channel that have come up, but I need to start coding so people have something to watch. So Alyssa is here with us. You guys can't hear or see her. She's here. She's going to be learning some things in the background. So I told everybody about our app. We're building a roulette wheel for picking where you're going to eat. We're going to do file new project here. We're going to do a Blazor app today. We're going to be using the Telerik UI components for Blazor. So we've got the Telerik UI bits already installed here on my machine. And I'm going to start with a Telerik Blazor application. This is very similar. Let's see. Oh, my Zoom tools work. Yay, at least something works today. All right, so we've got the Telerik UI for Blazor template that we're going to use. And this has a lot of getting started stuff that's going to make this really easy for us. This is very similar to the standard Blazor app template, except it has some Telerik things in it and a little bit of boilerplate code that we're going to want to use. We need to name this thing, and this is where the memes would have been fun. I think I'm going to call the app Curbsyd. Does that sound pretty good? So this is going to be the Curbsyd app. Yeah, we definitely need some weird ideas, chat room, if you're listening. All right, so we're going to go ahead and spin up a new project. What's cool about the Telerik UI for Blazor is we have these project templates that we can choose from. I'm going to go ahead and choose the client server model. So this is going to give us a backend where I can do my backendy things, and it's going to give us a Blazor front end where you can build some stuff, Alyssa. And yeah. Yes, and we're going to do some SAS in a little bit. So let's go ahead and run this, and you'll see what we got out of the box so far. And you might be surprised at how much we actually have here. It's pretty cool. We get the standard Blazor application, which has a backend API service, and we have a set of examples. So we have a data grid and a chart. We probably won't use the chart. We'll probably throw some of this stuff away, but it's nice to know we have it if we need it. And Curbsyd. All right, we're getting a raid too from Lcokd, which is totally awesome. Thanks for the raid, Layla. Hopefully everybody that's joining from the show, you're coming in at a good time. You missed all the fails already, and we decided to just go ahead with what we've got. So we've got a grid example here. This is a Telerik data grid. It's pulling in like the weather forecast example, and we've got like create, update, delete buttons and all that stuff. That is nice. We've got a chart here. We're not going to need that for our app, I don't think. We'll probably toss that. Form examples and all that good stuff we won't need. We have these little nag messages because I'm using a trial version here. So when I do publish it on GitHub, everybody can use that with a trial license for Telerik UI for Blazor. So there's no need to make any purchase, just to check out the demo app that we're building today. So let's start editing this data grid. What I want to do is I want to change this from weather forecasts to allow us to just key in like local businesses that have curbside service. And then near the end of the app, what we'll be able to do is select items from this list and throw those into a roulette wheel and let it automatically kind of like randomly pick things. So let's jump into Visual Studio and let's go find that grid example. All right, so let me pin this up here and I will show everybody what we've got as far as a project. So we've got our client-side application project. This is our Blazor client-side app where all of our client-side code will run. Then we also have our server-side app here. This is where we need to build a database, and our controller will serve our API to the client-side app. So in our controllers, we'll add a controller to talk to this guy over here and supply it with data. It's already doing this, just not doing it with a database. So we're going to kind of replace that weather forecast stuff with our own data. So let's start with the server side of the project, and then we'll go back to that data grid. We need to give the data grid something to display. I'm going to start with this weather forecast controller. This is a web API controller for .NET. What it's going to do is, this example comes out of the box. This is pretty much the standard .NET example, and we have our web API route, and it's just defaulting to the controller name. So this one's going to be called weather forecast. We're going to build our own in just a minute. We need an object of some kind to send back to the client. This one sends in a weather forecast object, and this is what it looks like. We've got ID, date, temperature. We're going to need our own kind of data container here. We're going to put that in a shared library because we're running .NET code on the client and on the server, so we'll be able to share C# code between both, and they're both going to have access to this data object. We need a name for this object. It's going to hold our businesses. Do we call it businesses? Or it's going to have the name of the business, the URL, stuff like that. So naming things is like the hardest part of all this, right? Let's see. Let's just call it business. So we have a business and it is a class. We'll make it public. And I know you folks can't hear Alyssa, but Alyssa, please ask me questions about C# if you have them, because Alyssa, like she said earlier, is a JavaScript developer normally. So some of this stuff might seem new. Please feel free to ask questions, and I'll kind of reiterate those questions so the folks in the chat room can hear, and because they probably have similar questions. So business is going to have an ID. We need an ID because we're going to store this in a database. So we definitely need an ID. We're going to use a SQLite database. So this is going to be an integer-based ID. If we're using something like Cosmos DB, that uses a string GUID. So that's important to know if you're going to build different types of services. And then I'm using some shortcuts here as well, Alyssa. If you're watching me type, I type prop and then double tab. And in Visual Studio, this actually stubs out a property for me. And it's just kind of a little code snippet that we can use to make things easy. So we got a string that's going to represent our name, the business name. Let's do some more of these. We want to have a URL. We'll go ahead and make this a string as well. Oops, URL. So we can put the web address of that business. What else could we have in here? Physical address, maybe? Because we're going to have to drive to pick these things up. So we'll make this simple enough and just make it another string, say address. We won't get too complex here and put in like geolocation coordinates or anything, because that would just be a little bit too much for today. But you can imagine where you might be able to take this idea and run with it. You could get like directions and stuff served to you if you wanted to do all that. URL in general will get you that far anyway, so make sure Chick-fil-A is one of the options. Yeah, gotta have the nugs, the Chick-fil-A nuggets, right? Let's see, phone number would be a good one. So we've got our phone and our address and our name and the URL. I think this is good. This is a good starting point for what we need to accomplish here. The next thing we're going to need to do is spin up a database so we can hold hours of operation. That's a good one. Binary chef. How would we represent that though? That one has me thinking, because hours of operation can be tricky with a business like a restaurant. Because you can't represent it as a single time. And yeah, I think the easiest thing to do just for today would probably be just another string. I know that's probably not the best solution, is to make everything strings all the time. Because this is a really complex issue. I know we're not going to be able to tackle just today, but just so you guys can think about what you would have to do there. A business has multiple hours of operations. There's like days of the week that they're open. Their hours can change on Saturday and Sunday. Problem with that is you can have, you're open from breakfast through like early lunch and then close like between lunch and dinner. Some places do that. So they have multiple times per day that they're open, and they also have different times during the week that they're open. So, yeah, the hours of operation thing can go kaboom and just explode into like a lot of complex things. And we could spend a week's worth of shows probably just on that subject alone. So we'll put a text value in here and just let people put arbitrary things in for now. But if somebody wants to take that ball and run with it at a later date and time, feel free to take that challenge. That'd be one heck of a kata, I think. But yeah, we're not gonna get that done today. So we've got our business object, literally. Business is business object. We need to build a database for this thing. We're gonna need to call this data from somewhere in a controller. So a controller is a web API endpoint where we'll be able to like fetch and do updates to our database and stuff through a REST call. So could be done in 5 minutes in Python. I'd like to see that. Challenge accepted, Binary Chef. I will tune into your stream and watch that happen. So we need to do some work here. First of all, we need a database. So let's pull up our browser here. And I've got, oh, my bookmark is gone. Because why not? Nothing seems to work today. Why would a bookmark be any different? Let's go to the, let's see, we're going to do SQLite, C# Entity Framework, just a quick Google search. I've been here before. And we're just going to do docs.microsoft.com and follow their getting started instructions because they're just easy and we'll be able to get where we need to be. So the first thing we need is to install Entity Framework Core. So this is essentially, Alyssa, the JavaScript folks that are listening, this is essentially like installing an NPM package, but this is a .NET package that's going to give us the things that we need for talking to a SQLite database, which is like cross-platform. We can run it locally and all that good stuff. So let's go to dependencies. I'm going to manage packages. We could do this from the command line as well, but Visual Studio is like the luxury vehicle of editors, and I can do everything right from here. So I'm gonna, let's see, did I get that on my clipboard? I've got a little bit of network lag, I think. So I'm going to copy this and paste it right here and go grab the SQLite package. Now this NuGet package, it's going to require some other things, but what's nice about, yes, NuGet. So NuGet is the package format for .NET. So Alyssa was asking what exactly is a NuGet. So it's spelled N-U-G-E-T. You can see it actually up here, right there. So it's NuGet. So it's NuGet Package Manager. It's kind of like an NPM package, but it doesn't download the entire internet when you grab one. So it will download it's actually just a zip format. You can literally go in and like rename these packages .zip and open them and look inside. So yeah, people in the chat room, you know what I'm talking about. You like that joke. If the memes were here, they'd be even better. All right, so it's going to download a zip file basically that the .NET framework can consume without having to unzip it and do all the shenanigans around it, which makes them nice and small and compact and not full of many files that take up your hard drive and kill performance. So that's one reason I like NuGet and Blazor, is because I don't have to deal with those things. I'm going to go with the 3.1 release here, even though there's a newer preview available, because I believe this is for .NET 5 and is not going to work in my project. So I'm going to go down one level to the latest stable release and go from there. And it's also going to go and find any other packages that it needs to support this installation. So you'll notice it's pulling in other things that it needs. What's nice is if I uninstall it, it will also remove those things. So we'll go ahead and accept that. So we're taking logo submissions, apparently, for our new curbside delivery app, which we just named. There we go. So we've got our package, our NuGet package. Now we have to do a little more work here. We need to create the model. So this is the thing that is going to tell the, there's another intermediate layer here called Entity Framework. What Entity Framework does is it, let's see, sorry, sidebar here. I see updates are pending. Yeah, I think I'm going to grab these two and not the SQLite update. Let's go ahead and get those coming in. Uh-oh, something broke. What did I break? Oh, it tried to go up to a .NET 5 and couldn't. Yeah, we probably won't do that one. We'll leave these updates be. There be dragons. We don't want those. All right, so we need to create an Entity Framework model. What this does, it lets us talk to the database using C# language without having to know SQL commands and send those. It will actually not transpile, but kind of transcode our C# code into SQL code without us having to know what it's doing behind the scenes, which is really nice. Because I've written plenty of SQL code in my past. I could do it if I was introduced to it again, but I don't want to do that right now. It's just not something I've done for quite a while. We have better tools these days. So I'm going to create a new item here. Let me not put it in the controllers folder. Let's do it right here. And we need to create a database context. So we'll call this curbside context. And this is going to be our database context. We need, just like the example shows here, a DB set. This represents a table in our database. So we need one of those, a DB set. And you might notice these red underscores in here. That's because I'm missing the package references. So I don't have the tools in scope. What's nice about Visual Studio is I can hit Control period, and it's going to tell me exactly what dependency I'm missing and just pop it into the top of my code file here. And then the example uses blogs. We have businesses. So I'm going to have a DB set of business that is called businesses. Again, Visual Studio is actually telling me what the appropriate name would be. It pluralized it for me, which is pretty cool. And again, I'm going to hit Control period and bring in the libraries needed to light up the business object. So now we've got a DB context with a business DB set. We still haven't inherited from DB context here, so we need to do that as well, because this is going to give us, actually here, I'll do it in reverse so you can see what kind of error I would run into. So we're using C#, which has objects and inheritance and all of the OO, object-oriented programming principles. And I have a function that is a override. So we're taking built-in methods and overriding the functionality, but we haven't inherited from the class that function comes from yet. So we're going to get an error here. So we actually need to come in and inherit from DB context. So our curbside context is now a DB context object, and it has this onConfiguring function that we can override. And this is going to give us our path name to the database that we're going to create. Now, SQLite is going to create an actual like file representation of our database. This is not like super scalable, but it's, you know, this is just a kind of a demo app. So we're going to have fun just making it locally and testing it here. Now we can name this anything we want. We'll call it Curbside, and it's going to show up in our file system eventually as curbside.db. And this is one location where it can resolve that path name from. We're going to actually be adding another one in a little bit. I'll explain more when we do that. In their example, we've got blog posts. We actually have our business, and that's going to be our database table. So we also need to do some command line work. Most of the time we can do everything from Visual Studio. With Entity Framework, they've added this new tool, which is super handy for creating database migrations. So if you're using a relational database like SQL, when you add a new column to your database and maybe remove one, that rarely happens, but it can happen. You need to run queries on the database to add those new columns. And these migrations help you build up a story on how those database tables are built. And then if you need to deploy this somewhere, you can just run all the migrations and it will build up to the latest version of the SQL schema that you need to use with your application. So there's a handy tool for that now, but it has to be run from the command line. So we're going to pop over to the command line and we'll paste in our first command. And I don't have the command on my clipboard, so we need to fix that. So we need to go back and copy this again. I think I already have this installed, but we'll run it again. And it told me I already have it installed. So this is our global tools. It's kind of like having an npm command that we're running, like a script, but instead it's .NET version of those things. It's a .NET tool. And that will let us do these other commands. So this is actually going to add yet another package to the project. And this is the Entity Framework.design package, which will give us the scaffolding for, or the tooling for migrations. And then we'll create an initial create migration. So this is going to be the like spinning up of the database. So we'll do that command next. So we've got .NET EF migrations add initial create build failed. That's not good. So we have a build failure. Why do we have a build failure? So Entity Framework, it's saying it's not installed, which is odd because I could have swore that I installed Entity Framework when I added SQLite. So let's check our dependencies really quick. We do not have those packages. Did I click on the wrong node when I added those packages? Did not. Let's try this again. Let's do manage NuGet packages. Let's see what we've installed. We don't have it in here. So SQLite, try this again. I didn't see an error come up when we installed it. So we need the 3.1 release install. It's prompting us for stuff. That's good. Install. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. It worked. I didn't. Somebody in the chat room says, no, you didn't. Maybe I put it in the wrong project. I hope I did not. Did I install it on the client? I didn't. That was weird because I could have swore that I went through and accepted the license agreement and everything. Some of these, sometimes when you're doing live streaming, you want to go back and watch just to make sure you're sane and see if you actually step through the things that you know you did, but these things don't exist. So SQLite is there now. So let's see. It's got updates pending again. I think we're going to stay at the versions that we have. We don't want to go too bleeding edge. We might break some things. So now you can see that all of my red squiggly lines went away. So we'll go ahead and we'll be satisfied with this again. And we'll rerun our command to add those migrations. And build has started. Build has failed. Really? And I'm getting red underscores again. So I've got a build succeed here, but my command line is still faint. There it goes. That's a real weird one. Don't know if I've ever seen that before. EF Core Tools is older than the runtime. That is okay. So there's a warning there. It doesn't seem to be affecting anything, but we are good with our first migration. Now we need to actually run the migration. So what it does, it creates a migration file, and you can actually find them right here in a folder called migrations. And there are C# files that you don't want to really go in and look at or edit. But when I run this next command, that's going to go to that migration folder and run that code, which will build the actual database out. And it succeeded, and now we have a curbsyd.db that we can put data in. Cool. Success! Finally, success. So let's go ahead and create the plumbing that we need to add those business objects into the database. We're going to need a controller to be our web API endpoint, and then that's going to have some of the logic. It's entity framework, so it's basically you give it a collection of businesses and call save, and then it's just going to do what it needs to do to save those things to the database. So we're not going to have like a whole lot of code in here. Most of that stuff is just going to be in the controller. So I'm going to do add controller. And then when I do add controller in Visual Studio, it's going to give me a scaffolding tool. And this is going to be helpful because I can just come in here and say that I want a API controller with actions that use Entity Framework. I'm going to hit add, and I can grab my model class called business, and I have my data class, which is the database context, this one we're looking at right here that has our DB set, and it will ask for a controller name. Business's controller is probably fine. Yeah, we'll go ahead and leave that. Businesses add. And this is going to give us a web API endpoint called businesses that we can hit and send data and save to a database and pull data back out. and it's going to do a lot of the work for us. So that's what all this scaffolding running stuff is going and doing in the background. Generating code. It's actually analyzing the business object. Oh my gosh. This is trying today. This is trying me hard. Code generators, file not found, exception. Wow. All right, cool. So that's not going to work. I ran this the other day and it worked fine. So there are definitely ghosts in the machine today. Looks like we're going to hand plumb these controllers. This is not what I wanted to do. Let's see. I'm going to go into another project and copy some controller code because I can do that. If there is something to go wrong today, it is going to go wrong. So that is our expectation now. Like everything that, like I can't even run scaffolding without it throwing errors at me. So today is one of those days. It just is going to be, everything is a mess. So I have a similar set of actions in here, and I'm just going to borrow this one. So let's see here. Let me grab this from top to bottom, and we'll just copy this one because I'm not going to write all that by hand. It's just going to take too long, and hopefully it's on my clipboard. So we'll do add new class. I'm going to skip the scaffolder, and we will do a business. For those watching though, those scaffolding tools should work for you. So it's nice to know that they're there, and they would basically do this for me and create all of these actions for me. So I'm just gonna bring in any of the namespaces I'm missing, and then I need to rename some things because this was for a different project. So we don't have a places, we have a business. Actually, this is curbside context here. So we have curbside context is going to be our database. So when Microsoft or the .NET Web API sees this class, it will spin up our database through dependency injection. It's going to find the curbside context from the application dependency injection model. It's going to pull that registered dependency in and new one up here. And what is this screaming about? Route is ambiguous between .NET Core Components route attribute and Microsoft MVC attribute. All right. So we've got a conflict between the route attribute. We want, I don't know why components was listed in there. We don't want that. And then we need to replace all of these places with business. Let's see. Yeah, I definitely want it there. Don't know. Find and replace might be a little too ham-handed for this. Let's first of all bring in our using statement. That's plural businesses. And why can't I call toList async? Is that? There we go. So I think we're starting to finally get somewhere. That's a good point there, Sam. Scaffolding tools are super handy, but they may not be available or they may be different on Mac. So that is something to be aware of. And if you're in Visual Studio Code, they may be different as well if they even exist there. So there's going to be some serious renaming that will happen later when we go through these. If we get that far, we got really delayed with all these bad technical issues, and this has been a challenge today, just getting the basics going. So I need to rename some of these too. They need to be get business. The scaffolding tool would have done all of this for us. Like, it would have renamed all the variables. Let's see if we can do a little more smart renaming here. Control RR is the rename refactor tool. And that will kind of make some of this work shorter for us. So we need to go through each of these. These are our create, update, and delete functions for our web API endpoint. And I think for the most part, we just got most of them here. So we have these HTTP actions. So this is where we call from our web endpoint into our web API and say, when there's an HTTP GET, we're going to go ahead and return a list of businesses from our database. So we need to correct this as well. This is going to be get businesses. So we should be able to do that. This is our action, our HTTP GET to get an individual business. This is our put. So this is going to update a business. And smack my keyboard there. And we also have a post. So this would be our insert function that we're going to call and insert a brand new business into our database. This should be get. And when that is successful, it will return a business back. And then we have our delete function, which will remove one. And then we can check to see if something exists. That looks like it's used internally. Not sure where. It has 0 references. This came out of a scaffolding tool, so that's an interesting one. So there's an exist function that is not used. And it's marked as internal, so there's that. All right, so I think we're good here. Let's clean this up just a little bit. And I think we should be able, if you replace all of the plurals, Montag is saying in chat, if you replace all of the plurals, then it will replace all the singular versions. You should get everything. I'm not sure I follow exactly how I'm supposed to do that, but the controller is named wrong. Business controller. I probably had a better refactoring opportunity from what it looks like. Oh, I got you. Replace all the plurals first and then go back. That makes it easier. Cool. I should have done that. But for the most part, we've got everything covered. There might be a few naming issues here still, but I don't think there'll be any that cause code errors. These are all internal variables like these. That just would cause confusion if somebody were to go look at this code after we wrote it, which is a good reason to go back and fix it at a later time. I think we got them all. We've got our context now. I still feel like we're missing a method on this DB context. No, we've got, let's see, we've got this here. We should be able to get moving to the next step now, which would be connecting the service to our application. So now we need to plummet from the front end tool to the back end. So we're going from our server part of the application to the client side now. We need to write a service that can talk to that web API endpoint. So we need to build that. And we have an example here. So one has been provided by the Telerik UI for Blazor template that we started with. And we have a weather forecast service that we can use as an example. I'm going to duplicate this. I'm just going to do Control, copy and paste, copy. Even my keyboard is being difficult with me today. So we're just going to straight up copy this guy. And we need to be careful of our refactoring tools here as well, because they will actually overwrite the other service, which can be bad. All right, so we need to create a service. We'll call this our businesses service. And this is going to talk to the web API endpoint. It's going to have all of our fetch, read and write, our CRUD operations from the client perspective in them. We need to be able to new it up. When we doubled that there. When I new up a business service, I need to inject HTTP client into this business service, because it's going to make all those calls out to that web API endpoint now. It needs to be able to do that somehow. So HTTP client is already available in Blazor as a dependency. I just need to tell the service to automatically inject that HTTP client. And I'm copying this boilerplate code, so I want to explain what it all does. And this inject parameter is going to tell the framework to go ahead and new up an HTTP client, or in this case, I believe it's going to get a singleton instance of an HTTP client that already exists, and bring that into our code here so we can use it. So we're going to resolve that HTTP client, and we're going to use that to talk to our business endpoint. So first of all, we have a get forecast. We're going to change this to get business. Plural, businesses. We're going to get our businesses. We don't care about a date. So we're going to kind of strip off this date time off of here. And what we're going to return back is no longer a weather forecast. It is going to be a list of businesses. That's what's going to come back. What's cool is Blazor is going to call that HTTP endpoint with get JSON async. Notice get JSON. And it's going to bring back a list of weather forecast. Automatically, it will transform or serialize the JSON object from the web API endpoint back into a .NET object all by itself. I don't need to write any special code to do that. It is all built into the framework. And again, here it was initially sending a date for a filter. I don't want to filter this data. I'm just going to go ahead and get my businesses back. And the endpoint is called businesses. So get JSON async accepts a parameter, which is going to be our HTTP endpoint name. This one's called businesses. That matches up with our controller that's on the server. So we have our businesses controller. Notice the naming here. There's an important thing with the names of these objects. So the businesses endpoint, so it's going to be / businesses, is going to come from the business controller, and it's getting its name from the actual object minus the controller part. So that's where the businesses API comes, or endpoint comes from. If I go back over there, that name is set through this route parameter here, or route attribute. So the route attribute, this is kind of like a simple syntax that's going to say, give me the controller's name as the route. So I could change this and I could name it something hard-coded. I could also say /API /something, and I could control that route name. When I say controller like this in braces, it's going to pick up the name of the object and drop the controller extension on it. So it will be called businesses. So we've got that part ready for us. We also need to rename this file while I'm in here. It's going to be businesses. Yeah. Businesses service. So we've got our businesses service. And again, we've kind of like forked the weather forecast service here. So we're calling out to businesses. We're going to get businesses back. And we can just continue on with this kind of behavior here. We're going to call update forecast async. We're going to pass it a business. And instead of a forecast to update, it is going to get a business to update. And that again we'll call our businesses endpoint. So it is going to then hit our controller since it's doing a HTTP. Maybe if I pull these up side by side, it'll be a little easier to see. Let's reduce this. Since it is a post JSON async, it will actually know to hit the post controller by this attribute. So when a post comes in, it's going to try to run this function here, which takes a business and tries to append it to our database. So that is when we, I think this one is, so these two functions are actually swapped here. We're going to have to make a little correction. So something in the boilerplate code is a little off, and something I'm going to have to go back and submit a pull request in the product for. So this actually is not a post. This is, if it's updating, this should actually be a put. So it has the wrong HTTP verb here. So this should be put JSON async. So I'm glad I'm catching that. And then this one, when we insert, that actually should call a post JSON async. So there's a little something wrong there. But they will correlate to these verbs that are in these attributes and run those functions respectively. So now we can continue to rename the last few items in here, and then we should be able to light up our data grid. So that'll be nice. So this should be business to remove in case we want to delete things. We may or may not wire that up. We shall see. And then let's see. Async await says that method says post place still on the controller. Those need to match post business. Okay, so there may be some naming issues. Thank you, async await, for pointing that out. We might need to go back and rename some more stuff here in a moment. Let's see, businesses. There's businesses everywhere. We're all up in your business. And we'll rename this last one here. Business to insert. So let's look at the other end of this real quick and see if we can spot what async await is talking about. So business controller, let's see, HTTP get businesses, get business, put play. Ooh, there it is. Nice eye there, async await. So we're going to put a business. And if those don't match, we could have errors. Post business. I think that is the last one. Just those two look like they have those naming conventions. So we should be okay. Delete place didn't have one, I don't think. Did it? Oh, it did. It did. Look at that. Delete business. Do we have any more? We do not. I think we got them all. Awesome. Thank you so much, async await. Well done. Oh, we actually had, that actually came in from somebody else. So OC370T actually spotted that one. So good job. We are cleared for takeoff now. So I'm going to do some tab bankruptcy. There's just too much stuff open. Let's get those off the screen. Let's focus back on the task at hand. We have our business service. It looks fully stubbed out to me now. So we have a get, update, delete, insert. We have our CRUD ops that we can call from the client. Now, Alyssa, if this was in like Angular or something, you would have a similar service. I'm trying to remember what's the data fetching. What gets you an HTTP endpoint in Angular? It is HTTP client too. Okay. Yeah, so this kind of follows the same principles then. So we have a .NET HTTP client here, which interestingly enough, even though this is Blazor, so Blazor guys probably already know this, but secretly under the covers somewhere, this calls a native JavaScript fetch, the browser's fetch API. And pulls it in through JavaScript and then translates that into .NET for us. So this is a wrapper on JavaScript. So we don't have to touch it ourselves, but there is some JavaScript still powering this underneath the hood because WebAssembly doesn't have a fetch to it. This is a, so OC370 asks, is this Blazor WebAssembly or server or both? It is a Blazor WebAssembly project with a server. It's not a Blazor server, but a ASP.NET server for the web API portion. So it's a .NET Core application with a Blazor front end, Blazor WebAssembly front end. We have our business service. We need to tell the application about it so it can use dependency injection to resolve it for us. We don't need a weather forecast service anymore because we're not going to do a weather app today. So we're going to put in the business service here. So now this is registering with dependency injection our new business service that we just created. And we're going to go over to our grid page where we originally saw that data grid. And we're going to change these to use our businesses now instead of weather forecast items. So a few things that we need to do here. Let's remove some of this junky boilerplate code that we don't need anymore. We don't need that description there. We need to do some injection here. So dependency injection, instead of injecting a weather forecast, we are going to get a business. We'll get our businesses service. We can name those actually the same thing. Let me copy paste just to make sure I didn't misspell it. So .NET's smart enough to know that this is the object and this is the property name. So it won't get those two things confused, and we can actually name those the same, capitalization and everything. So we are going to initialize, and we are going to get Control R should be able to refactor get our businesses. So we'll get our businesses. So Visual Studio's throwing errors at me. Why not? Now we can call business services get businesses, get business list async. And again, we don't have a date filter on that, so we can remove that date filter. And now we should get back a list of our businesses. So we have to change that. And we don't want to call that forecasts anymore either. So let's give that a change. Oh, and that refactoring is not good. Let's not do that again. It tried to just refactor the whole thing. So we want to change forecast to businesses as well. So now when our application starts up, lifecycle is going to hit initialize. It's going to get the businesses and load those into a field from our web service. And it's going to grab that list of businesses and put them in there and light up our data grid. And we need to do the same thing with our delete mechanism here. So we need to change this from a forecast to a business. So it's giving us a nice template to follow, which is nice. This is pretty standard stuff here. If you're coming from .NET, it's not anything that should be too crazy. And once you get in the habit of doing these things, you probably don't need these templates, but it's nice to have some kind of guide to follow to just kind of find things and replace them. So now we're going to delete an item. And the data grid, it has a delete handler. So if you click that delete button on the data grid, it's going to look for a function to run to delete it. It's going to pass in the actual item that is in that row, give us a reference to it. So we're going to get our business, which is our current item, and we're going to tell the delete forecast async function to go ahead and pass that up to the web API endpoint and delete that from the database. And then while we're at it, we'll go ahead and just remove it from the view. So we'll do this. It's going to be pretty much the same type of thing for the rest of the code in here. And we're just making different calls to insert, update, and delete to plumb these all together. Pretty routine stuff for .NET. A lot of renaming here just because I went totally off the weather forecast idea, and we're doing something different. So once we get all these renamed, we should be pretty functional once it's over. We should see things light up pretty quickly as far as our data grid and what we can do with it. And then once we have that data in there, then we can hand it off to you, Alyssa, and you can build us an amazing front-end spinny thingy to pick our items for us. And we'll have to hand over to you on your stream, since I cannot for the life of me patch you in to this one. Here's an interesting one when we do an update. There are tools in the .NET ecosystem that help with this. This is the bare bones way of doing it. You could use like AutoMapper and stuff like that. But basically what we have is we're going to have the item that comes from the database, and where we want to update that item. And then we have the item in the data grid that we edited, and we need to merge the fields that we changed. So one of the easiest ways to do that is just to kind of copy everything over from one thing to the next. This can get a little monotonous if the two items are very complex and have a lot of properties. Most people would actually probably prefer to still do it this way. I know AutoMapper, like Jimmy Bogart, the guy that created it, he has some debates over how much you should leverage the auto mapping functionality to do these type of things, because you can break stuff really easy if you're just throwing it into a black box and letting it kind of map these things together. So what we're going to do is do like our item. So let's see, which one is coming from the data grid? The one called current item is coming from the data grid. The one called matching item is coming from the database. And then we're going to go ahead and just merge those fields together and set the database item with the new values. So now we're going to say the current item in the data grid, go ahead and set the database item to that name that was in the data grid's editor functionality. So we're going to pop all those things together. So it's just kind of a left-right assignment situation. So I'm going to grab my address. We want to do it for each of the properties on here, except for ID. We shouldn't have to do anything with the ID, because we're going to go grab that guy by the ID, and we're going to go ahead and match these together already. So it should have the same ID. What it doesn't have is the updates from the edit form. So we've got phone number. We're still missing the URL. This is where it'd be nice to have some unit tests probably to make sure that everything maps correctly. So you can write a test around this that says we're going to take these two items and merge their values. Let's make sure that all the items got all the values we expected to get set. So if we miss one or there's a field that's added later on, we can catch those in a unit test. We don't have time for that today. Just not happening, folks. Sorry about that. We've got everything code-wise wired up. So I like to do this every once in a while. Let's see if we can format. Where is the... I just wanted to collapse all. Surround, where did it go? Transform selection, not transform. Formatting. Maybe it's because I'm in a mixed code view, I can't do it. Sometimes it's nice to just collapse all this stuff down to definitions. If we move this to a code behind file, which we might do, we should be able to do that. Makes it a little bit easier to see everything. So we've got our Blazor component here. So our data grid page. We've got some services that we're sending in. We've got our markup here. Inside of our markup is a Telerik data grid, and it has some toolbars to add, update, and delete things. And it's got a data field that's yelling at me because it's still looking for a forecast collection. We don't have forecasts anymore. We have businesses. So we're going to change that. So now we're binding to the collection that's brought back from our server and our HTTP request. And that is going to be a list of businesses, which you can see right here. That's going to get bound to our data grid. So our data grid is aware that it has business objects in it. And let's make sure there's no naming things wrong in here again. Now we need to tell it all of the columns that are available. So I'm going to add a column. So we're going to have a grid column. This is actually like a component here. And I'm misspelling it. A grid column. Field is going to be, Alyssa's laughing at me because I'm terrible at naming or typing. Oh, Gerd is her dog. Gerd the nerd. All right. So we want, like, our name field is going to go there. You'll notice ID has a bunch of other stuff on here that we don't need for properties. We're not going to need those on everything. These let us control things like, can I edit this grid column? We don't want to edit the ID. So that one's turned off. And we don't want to group by ID. Their unique IDs. So that wouldn't make sense. So we're gonna turn those features off only on that column. I'm gonna just duplicate these out and change the names here. This is going to be, these are magic strings. So this is probably not a term that's thrown around in JavaScript too often. So what it is we have types in .NET, and we can use those types to our advantages. And when we have something like this that says field, and it's looking for the name, address, phone number property of our object, using a string to represent that property name can be problematic, because if I decide at some point I'm going to go to my business class, let's open this guy up, and say I want to change this from name to business name, that string no longer maps to the property name on the object. That's not a good thing. So it will eventually just fail for that reason. So what .NET can do that's really cool is we have what's called the name of operator. And I can use name of, and watch this, it'll actually just light up IntelliSense. And I can say business.name. And now if I go back and I change my business property of name to something else, it will underscore this red squiggles and it won't compile, and I can use my refactoring tools to just rename that without any kind of friction. So that's super handy. We'll go ahead and use that instead of these string values. Let's duplicate this out, and then we can just hit Control J, and we can just change these without having to type them in and worry about spelling them wrong, because I'm a bad speller. I am terrible at spelling. Let's see. Fun fact, I can't spell and I'm 41 years old. Not that bad, geez. But it's not. So yeah, Alyssa said it's not a requirement. It's not, because we have spell check and IntelliSense these days, and I don't have to be smart. I don't have to be book smart. I just need to code. It's a game changer. Yes, it is. All right, so we have done everything I think we possibly could without actually running code so far. So let's try to run this and see how much of a disaster we've created. Sorry if this is going a little fast. I'm trying to make up for time just a little bit because we had technical difficulties. Okay, so we are in our application. Let's hit our data grid and see what happens. Okay, this is actually a good sign because we don't have an error. Let's double check and make sure that we don't have any errors. Oh no, all right, so maybe not. Status 500. So this is a server error. So something has gone awry server side. We don't know what that is yet. So that's not good. That's not a good sign. Let's go back into our code really quick. Let's change this out to, this is tad annoying. I want this. I don't want a border on it. I want this to fully extend the page. At least it'll look better when it fails. Random factor. This is not using the server-side Blazor. It is using a server endpoint for Web API, but it is a Blazor WebAssembly application, and it is currently failing because something to do with the HTTP request. It's saying unknown something here. I don't know exactly what this means. So what we can do is we can open up Fiddler. Fiddler is a free .NET tool, or free HTTP inspection tool from Progress. And what we can do is refresh this page, and we will actually be able to see what requests it's making. And we can see that businesses fails. So it's looking for /businesses and is coming up with an internal server error. So there's something going wrong there. So let's see if we can figure out what this is. Let's see here. So we've got our controller, which, oh, I think I know what this might be. We're not injecting the database with the dependency injection yet. So it's not even resolving the database. So in here, so this is our server-side part of the application. And what's nice is we have this two-part system here that is all .NET. So let me close all but this. And I'm going to open up, so this is startup.cs on our server. Blazor applications are very similar. They use program.cs. They used to have a startup.cs. I kind of like that convention better, to be honest, just because of this actual scenario that we're in right now. They use the same type of dependency injection system on the front and back end. They're both .NET Core. So these are actually very similar. And we'll notice on the front end, I'm registering my business service. And this is the service that talks to the back end. The back end should also have a service reference, not to the business service, but to the database, because just like the client needs to talk to the server needs to talk to the database. I have forgotten completely to put that dependency registration in there. So we're going to have to add some code here, and that's why our application is failing. It actually is failing at the server level, which I'm surprised debugging didn't pick it up. Debugging should have thrown here. I'm not sure why. So what we need to do, I'm going to pull up another reference project that I have that I know I've done this in before. If you want to see another example of this, aka.ms Blazor Workshop uses a SQLite database as well. I'll post this in chat for everybody. So if you want to look there, you could find a similar setup in this example. So if I go into the source and I go for the server component and I look in the startup, there is a dependency injection. Where is it? It should be in configure services. And I should see the database thing here. Oh, there it is. Add DB context. This one uses, quote, a pizza store. We're not doing pizza, we're doing businesses. But I can borrow that. I have another project in the background here too, just in case something else goes wrong. We can pull stuff from there. So in this service section, we need to add a DB context service. So it's going to come from N80 Framework. We don't have a pizza store. We have business Curbsyd. So be our Curbsyd businesses. That lights up nicely. And this uses our Curbsyd.db. So now that should resolve our 500 error, I believe. Because what was happening is, if we look at our web API endpoint, so our client side worked fine. It said, data grid, I need some data. Call the endpoint. The endpoint gets called. It lands on business's controller, and then business's controller tries to new up or spin up an instance, and it says, give me a Curbsyd context, and null. There's just nothing there. It can't resolve anything. We didn't register a service for it. So yeah, it failed. So let's see. Let's try this again. I may have not been in debug mode, which is why it didn't pick up that error too. So I just realized I didn't hit the play button up there. I control F5, which is run without debugging. And now you can see we've got debugging. Add DB context is called configuration, but Curbsyd only declares a parameter constructor, parameterless constructor. All right, now we're troubleshooting. Now we've got an error that means something to me. So it says it cannot find a parameterless constructor. So what that means, and TypeScript, you may have this. JavaScript, definitely not. In .NET, you have a specific parameter set, and here it is Curbsyd context. And if you don't have a matching number of parameters, you cannot call that function by its signature. It won't resolve. The dependency injection system is looking for a parameterless constructor. So we can do a little shortcut here. We need one that says business controller without a parameter, and we're not going to pass in the DB context through that. So we have two ways to construct this object. One of them, we can pass it in this way. This is handy if you're doing like unit testing and things. You can pass in another context there. The dependency injection system doesn't use parameter constructors, so we have to have this one. And then there is another method I believe we need to override to make this work right. Let's go look for that one real quick. So let's pull up our pizza server application here that I pointed out on the web, and look at their DB context, because let's see, is this going to be in a different object or a different project? Where did they put theirs? Oh, there it is, pizza store context. Yeah, this is the one I always forget. So we're going to override this one here. And why are we getting underscores? Oh, because, nope. Not contain a constructor that takes one object. This one should replace this here, I believe. And why is purple underscoring? I think that just means I need to restart. No, base. I know I need to call base. This is not calling it correctly. Controller base does not contain a constructor. Oh, I'm in the wrong object here. I am in the wrong. I need to be in the I went to the wrong file. Been in the wrong file this whole time. Let me do undo just to make sure. Yeah. Nope. Redo. So I was in the wrong file. I meant to be in the business, the service context, not the controller. So goofed there. Yep, somebody's pointing it out in chat too as I'm noticing this. Nefarious Hawk, you're with me. You know what I'm talking about. I'm just in the wrong place. This is where I meant to do it. So I need the right constructor in here, and we'll borrow again from the pizza store. So this needs the constructor, and it needs to be named correctly. I didn't mean to do it in the controller. Sorry for the confusion there. I meant to be doing it in here. So it's looking for the DB context without a constructor. It does have an overload if we want to use the parametered version for dependency or for unit testing and so on. So we can still new it up that way. So let's try this again. We'll go ahead and run with debugging enabled. And we should get a successful application load. That's a good sign. We'll call our data grid, and there should be no data, so I'm not worried here. It's, do we see red mess in the console? We do not. That is a good sign. Let's try the next phase in getting this to work. So we have this add forecast button. That's a simple fix. That's just a string we need to rename. Let's click that. And now we have the ability to add some things. And I'm in a weird like mobile mode. I want out of this. Where is that at? Yeah, let's toggle. We don't want mobile. All right. So now when I click add forecast, the Telerik data grid is smart. And it's going to say, give me these fields and I can tab through them. So we'll call this one test. We'll just put test all the way across here. It's all strings for now. Even that's just a string. And then we'll click update. We hit an error again. I know, it's just strings everywhere. Alyssa's with me. She's like, strings everywhere. String all the things. 404 not found. So it's trying to post this, but there is an issue finding the controller for some reason. So the controller is actually called businesses. And I didn't name it correctly. Now, not everything in .NET can be, that's the wrong app. Not everything in .NET can be created from magic, like we have the name of operator and stuff. But when we do have to use strings, that is when things can easily fail. And when I call insert, I'm looking for the URL, and we can see it here in Fiddler. I'll zoom in. Whoa, come on, zoom, magic, zoom and enhance. Man, I miss those memes that I have loaded. So a successful call to our endpoint is /businesses with the ES at the end. When I called post, it didn't have the full address there and it failed. It's just a 404. So now if I put the right URL in there, it should just work. Famous last words, businesses. Businesses there too. There's two of them there. Now, what I wish I could do is put some .NET object in here, like kind of like the name of operator. The only thing is, like, I could actually do this. I could say name of business. Whoops, I don't have the object in here. If I did, I could say business's controller. The thing is, it still has the word controller in it, so the magic kind of fades a little bit right there. Can't quite do it all. Be nice if we had a way to do that. I think there was an initiative to get routing to scan your assemblies and create those objects, but I don't know where that ended up. So I don't know if that's a thing or will be a thing, but it'd be nice to have, because I'm that lazy. I don't want to have to put strings in and let things fail like this and debug. It's just waste of time. Time is money. All right. Thanks, Dad, right? All right, time is money. All right. So let's see. Got test here. Super lazy. Not even gonna type that more than once. Copy paste. Update. That failed. That's not good. All right. So maybe it didn't. Why edit? Oh, it did. It did work. It went so fast I didn't realize that these changed from input boxes to just a display. So let's refresh this page. And it's there. That means it's in the database. So nobody can see or hear you, Alyssa, but are you cheering? You're on a camera over there, by the way. So I keep pointing like you can tell that you're over here. Like, I don't know. Chat room is over there. I can point to chat room. Chat room. We did it. Alyssa, we did it. Did it. All right. We can create a thing. There's actually two endpoints at work here that we know work, because the fact that we hit refresh and it loaded, that means our GET request works. And the fact that we edited means our post request works. So that's two things that work. Let's click the magic delete button and it's gone. Refresh, it's back. That means that did not work. So something is wrong with our delete. So delete 404 not found. Business. This may just be the shape of our path. So it says businesses. It looks like it's spelled correctly. It says ID to remove equals 1. Let's look at our service here. Now the scaffolder that this came from, even though the scaffolder failed on me, we didn't really get to do that properly. The code that's here did come from the scaffolder at one point. So it scaffolds for, I think, to interact with Razor pages. And either it is because this should just be ID. We can try that first, but I don't believe this is the issue. So we can name the parameter, and this is looking for an ID called ID, I believe. And it's not matching it up because this is called, no, it's not. Yeah, I don't think this is correct. Yeah, I don't think that's correct. Let's try this first, but I don't think it's going to work. Just to prove a point here, though. Let's make sure that that's not the case. We'll hit the grid, hit delete. It's gone, but that's just deleting it client side, not persisting. So yeah, there's still an issue here. This is likely supposed to just be businesses / and then we'll append the ID. I need to look into this a little bit more. I believe there's a better way to do this. It's either that the HTTP client on Blazor hasn't fully been stubbed out with yeah, and it looks like chat room's confirming that as well. So OC 307. Yeah. Oh, and that's actually a better way to type it too. So we'll touch base on that. I believe there is a delete async method on HTTP client that is not on Blazor, but on like the server logic portion of this. Oh, this should be good. What is Sam saying? TeamCabin back lurking. Hey, Sam, we're actually building our API, not copying it from yesterday's work. Ooh, we did it live. All right. So we got our businesses in here, and it's appending with a plus sign. It was using a query string. We need the slash routing, not the query string routing. I believe that would be like just so it's calling delete. So it's going to actually get that variable a different way. So I like the chat room suggestion here better. So you have these in JavaScript, Alyssa. These are nice ways of defining things. So we're going to pop a $sign on that, and then we're going to escape it. It's a little bit different in JavaScript, but not too much that you wouldn't understand what's happening here. So the string interpolation version I like better. So we're going to take that plus sign out, not concatenate that. I'm going to put it in there like this. Make sense? So JavaScript, I think it is the weird backticky string opener, right? And then it's $sign thingy like that, right? And then you can do the whatever your var is there. So JavaScript has string interpolation, but it's slightly different. Like the $sign placement and the quotes are different in JavaScript. So yeah, like that. That works better for me. And now we can try to restart the application and see if that passes. Then we can remove businesses. Maybe we ordered food we didn't like there. We don't want them to be part of the wheel anymore. Delete. Disappeared. And it did not reappear. It is gone from the database. It no longer exists. It is erased from existence. You are dead to me, business owner. All right, let's go. Let's put another test in here because we want to test our update method. We could do like, I mean, there's a thing called like integration testing. There's tools for doing endpoint testing. This is just more fun. No, just not in context of getting the stream done today. Is doing anything intelligent. We're just going to kind of hack away at this. Update works out of the box. How do you like that? We've got create, update, delete. That's all the CRUD things. We're ready to build more stuff. Ship it. Test it in production and ship it. It still says forecast up here. Let's get that little quirk out of there, and then we can talk about maybe some front-endy things. Let's see here. Where was? Oops. I need the grid side. Grid. That piece of text is going to be in my grid toolbar and is on the command button called add, and it is add business. So we're going to add a business. So adding the business there. That is good. That should make our view look better. So we should be able, I don't know if we'll be able to reload. So this is one of the downsides to working with compiled code, is that I can't just refresh it. I actually have to recompile. I don't want to stop. I have to stop debugging to recompile to serve that view up again. So that part of this process is a little annoying. That is something that the .NET team is working on. So now, oh wait, hang on. I just spotted something. Our update was not successful because if I do update and then I refresh, I'm losing. Oh no, it persisted. It persisted. Why did I think it didn't? I must have deleted that record, created a new one. So losing a little sanity. All right. So we have a fully stubbed out data grid that can do CRUD on a custom piece of data called businesses. The one last thing I think we should do here before we move on to the wheel is that we should be able to select these, because we don't want to pull the full database in. right? We just want to select like between, I think we're set up to select like between like 4 and 12 things and put them in the wheel of doom and spin it and get like the business that we'd like to do curbside service with today. Because everybody knows, like, if you have cabin fever and you have more than just yourself, like nobody in the house is going to agree on what you're going to eat tonight. I know that's the way it is here. Like wife and kids, we're like, what are we going to eat tonight? And one person's like tacos, one person's Chinese food, one person wants pizza, and nobody's going to budge. And we're not going to get taco Chinese pizza. That's not a topping. That's disgusting, really. It's just not, you shouldn't mix those things. We'll say pineapple's good though. So I know that's a good. Talk amongst yourselves. I don't have memes for that. Normally do. Pineapple on pizza is a good thing. And I'm Italian, so I'm an authority. I know what I'm talking about. They do have taco pizza and it is good. Somehow that just sounds wrong. It sounds just as wrong as when what's the place called? The Italian joint that's not really good, like Italian food. Olive Garden had the nachos. Olive Garden had nachos at one point. They were lasagna nachos. Come on. You can't do that. You can't do lasagna nachos. It's not a thing. Don't try to invent it. I'm not listening. All right. We have all of our controller thingies up. We want to focus on the grid page. So let's close all but this again. So we want to be able to, well, I guess we should probably add some things here. Let's add some stuff. Chat room, need your help. I need business names, fictitious ones, please. Let's create some stuff in here. Let's get this going. Add a business, and now it's going to give me a nag screen. I don't want a nag screen. Just give me quick eats. We will fill those in later. Update. I just want names. 7 bytes. You guys, we just had the a taco Chinese pizza suggestion and nobody came up with like a place for that. I'm disappointed in you. I am sad. Jerry's Jambalaya. Tijuana Flats is not fictitious. Come on. That's a real thing. It's a real place. Chick-fil-A. Really? I said fictitious. Come on, Alyssa. Olive Tacos. Is that a real place or is that? I can't tell, Sam. Let's see. Oh, I'm getting a nag screen again. I love that we have trials, but I don't like having nag screens pop up. That's kind of getting in my way today. Let's see. The Bagel Chateau. Sounds fancy. Bagel Chateau. All right. You want to see me get in the doghouse? You want to say hi to everybody, wife? There's only like 200 people, strangers on the internet watching. Come on over and say hi. And I got the stink eye, and then she left. She's not having fun with this. Oh, what's the password? Be like super creepy. I just ask you for your password right here. Oh, really? It's a bit morbid. Oh man. I could go on for days on that, but I'm not going to. All right. So we got 7. We need a couple more here. What can we? Oh, this nag screen. Yeah, we didn't pre-code anything. Not like those other guys. What would Telerik make if we were a food company? Super carby. We need we need something Bulgarian. Yeah, we need a Bulgarian thing. Yogurt. It's kind of boring though. Like, they do a lot of kebabs there, right? I mean, I don't know what the official like kebabage is there, but we've had some good kebabs there. Yeah, we could make it. Yeah, let's change this. Rakia, Telerik, Rakia. It's bar and grill. Oh my gosh, this nag screen is killing me, dude. All right, cool. Rakia Bar and Grill. Meat loving. That's a good one. I like that. The meat loving vegan. That may be a little insensitive. I'm sorry if you're vegan and you take offense to that, but I will take one in reverse, and that's going to be funny to me too. Couple more. Sushi, goulash. Sam's Sushi. That sounds like a place that I'm gonna regret eating at. Oh, let's see. What would I make? Yeah. There we go. There we go. Do you want to name one of these after any passed away pets, Alyssa? I don't know if people probably don't know what I'm talking about. I forgot they can't hear you. I asked what her password was for her Wi-Fi, and she said it was named after 2 dead pets. So I'm not just being a total, you know what, like, she actually offered that up. Okay, so we actually do. Gummy's Delight is, yeah. I don't know how we get off on this tangent, but I mean, I do, but her name was Gummy. All right, for the listeners that can't hear Alyssa, unfortunately, Gummy's Delight is the name of a dead pet who had no teeth, therefore was named Gummies. I don't know if I'd want to be one of your pets. Like, this might be indicative of how you treat them. I don't know. Oh, she was adopted. Adopted. We didn't do it, I swear. Like, these kids were messed up when we got them. That's what I'm going to use. That's my defense. They were like that. So we started at 3. We ended at 15. So we do technically have 12. So a dozen is pretty good, but we could use maybe one more. Sarah's sandwiches. Gotta have some Sarah sandwiches. All right, that should be good. We'll do 13. It says 14. This is 14 items. It says 14, but okay, it is 14. All right. Oh, it should have been Sarah's Sweets. You're right. Sandwiches. What was I thinking? It'd be Sammy sandwiches, maybe. All right. So I think we're good here. I don't want to burn too much time creating fictitious records. We probably could have other data in here too. We kind of running low on time. By the way, we do have like filtering and stuff in here, which is really cool. So that's like built in, and we don't have to add any other like logic for that. Like, how awesome is that? So that is all built-in functionality. What we need to do next is select these things. So how do we select stuff? So we have a built-in select mechanism in this. It is done through the bind directives. We say bind selected items equals, and then we need something to put in that quotes. That something needs to be a list of things that we already have. So just like this list of businesses, we're going to have selected businesses. Selected businesses. Not really. So we're going to have selected businesses. We'll do lowercase. Selected businesses is this would probably fail. I've done this enough times to know that this actually, I think, should be a empty list. So this would be a new, I think we need this. I'm going to go ahead and add it. Okay. So Alyssa's talking to me on the other end here. Let's see, how much time do we have? We have an hour and a half. Let's go ahead and let you build for a little bit after I get this part done. And then if we do, I think that's going to take away from your coding experience. So we'll wait for a few minutes, and we're going to have to do a handoff because OBS is being OBS. And notice the last two letters in the name of OBS. Yeah, that's how I feel about it right now. So OBS is being part of its name, and it's not letting us Skype like correctly and stuff, so we're gonna have to do a trade-off here in a minute so Alyssa can have some time to do her coding, and then we can come back to this app and mash the two things back up. And unfortunately we have to trade off twice to do that. It's not what I want to do, but it's what we're stuck with. So we'll get to that in just a second. I think we're about ready because I'm going to show you, Alyssa, what we're going to pass to you. So what we'll have is we're gonna create this list of selected businesses here, and I should be able to now load this up. Oh, there's a build fail there. What is this saying? Oh, that's not cool. This is just tooling being turdy on me. All right, so rebuild. Try to keep that family friendly. You know this is not nice. Microsoft, what is this crap? Oh, there we go. Cannot be, okay, cannot convert. Event callback, system collections, businesses 2. Oh, it needs to be, I have the wrong type. So this should be an IEnumerable of business. So if you're not a .NET developer, .NET has interfaces, TypeScript has interfaces too. So our normal list that has like add and remove functionality is a list type. If we're just going to enumerate through objects and we're not worried about adding, removing, all that, we can just use the interface IEnumerable. That is what our data grid expects for the selected items. So we're going to have an IEnumerable of things go into that list. So that's what that error was for. I thought it was tooling giving me a hard time. It was just a typographical error. So we get our data from our database, and why can't I select? Let's see why I can't select things. Select mode. I didn't have my select mode enabled. And we need to set that select mode. Ooh, that's not the right kind of select mode. That's a WebSocket select mode. Selection mode. Grid selection mode. There we go. I want multiple selection. Let's try that. So this should give us checkboxes. And that's what I want. So I can click here and oh, I don't have the checkboxes. I must have to specify that somewhere. But you could see I'm selecting multiple things. I can control click there. Selection mode. Select. I might need to add a column for that. Okay, so I'm going to see while Alyssa codes what in our documentation I have to set for the selection mode to show checkboxes. I know it's a feature that we have. It's very simple to enable. It's just a flag in here somewhere that I don't remember where it's set, but I can still see that I'm selecting items here. So when we select this, we're putting it in a collection. We'll need to send that collection over to another screen. Alyssa's going to start building the HTML and CSS for that. And then we will take this list of, or this enumerable of selected businesses. We'll probably send that to a different page and then just iterate through the selected businesses and build up the elements that Alyssa's going to build. So we're going to build. So Alyssa's asking about SCSS. I'm not ready to handle it just yet, but it shouldn't take long for me to enable it. I've already done the npm install for the SAS tooling. So I just need to run the install, or I just need to add the reference to my project. So npm install node SAS and just build the file that you sent me. So it should be quick and easy. Okay. All right, so we're going to stop the stream very briefly. Everybody stick around. We're just switching presenters for a moment, and our normal routine of doing this is broken. So we have to jump off the stream momentarily and let Alyssa pick up on the other side. Let's do this. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll be right back. I promise. I promise. It won't be like earlier. It was totally my fault.
I'm in CodePen right now because I did not trust myself to get a .NET application up and running. I know he could have pushed up to GitHub and I could have pulled it down, but then also setting up the SCSS sounded a little daunting. So the game plan right now is for me to go ahead and build out the will in CodePen. And actually, let me mute myself on here so I'm not hearing double. So yes, the game plan is to build it out in CodePen, and then we're going to pass it over to Ed once we're functioning. I was playing around with it earlier since I know I'm super short on time, but I have done it in the JavaScript with a little bit of jQuery to make the wheel go ahead and spin. And you might be saying to yourself, CSS could handle such a thing, Alyssa. And I'm telling you, yes, CSS can spin the wheel, but the problem with that is then, like, let's say we spin our wheel and it goes upside down. As soon as I recalled the same animation in CSS, it would spin it back to 0, and then it would redo the spin. And so with the whole point of bringing in JavaScript or using something like Blazor is so that we can keep the wheel to where it was previously spun to, and then continue spinning and animate from that position. So yes, over here, let's see if you can see my markup. I'm gonna go and scooch the screen over a smidge pitch. And let's go ahead and quit Slack. Okay, so here you can see that I have built out a gorgeous UL with list of LIs, and these are real places that I love. I used to live in Orlando for 10 years, so shout out to places like 7 Bites. Mazio's is from my homeland of Oklahoma, and then things like Mod Pizza, of course, are from my current place in Kansas City. So this is our test data, and I wanted to, the very first thing, show you the list of these items, and you might be saying, why are they in titles? And so the whole idea here is that as the wheel spins around and then you go and hover over the item, I wanted it to pop up in the little title. And so that's why I gave them all title attributes. But I didn't want to give them duplicate data. So I want Ed to go ahead and plug in the business item here into title. And what we're going to do in CSS is we're going to use our gorgeous... we're going to go ahead and call out, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. We're going to call out our item, and I have class item, and then we're going to say, use some pseudo elements. So stick with me if you start glazing over. And on the before, we're going to give content. And then this is where we're going to go ahead and pull out our attribute of title. And this is basically grabbing those titles and putting them in as the content to our LIs. I'm doing it on the before element so that things work out smoothly with our roulette wheel. So again, jumping ahead, but I wanted to show you as we hover over each one of these buds, we still have our titles working, but now we can read it as content. So we're going to just start at the very beginning, shall we? The everything selector, the asterisk, is going to help us get some default styles going on our page. Every browser is different, and they start out with a little bit different margins, a little bit different padding. And so as a default, I like to go ahead and clean everything up so that no matter what browser you're viewing this in, hopefully we can equalize those styles. And so I'm going to start by setting the font family. You can see the 2 imports I have up at the top. For Google Fonts, there are 2 that I found for fun. Of course, you can always feel free to plug in Comic Sans if you're so feeling such fun. But I picked out this fun monospace font, and it's a little tiny, so I'm going to make it larger for you all. Okay, so yes, pull this in from Google Fonts, the VT323. I'm doing monospace because as I build out the roulette wheel, it's like 1,000 times easier if it's even spacing, if it's an even monospace font. So again, I want to do font weight for things, make it a little chubbier. And then our list style, I'm going to go ahead and say list style of none. So save this, go back to, I want to make sure you guys can read it. I don't know. Please let me know, Ed, if you think this is too small of a font and I can make it much larger. Okay.
Looking pretty good so far.
So on the body, I've set this sexy gray that you see here and a minimum height of 100 view height, and that is going to come in when I get our psychedelic background going. So I was thinking, oh, we'll do this gorgeous wheel, this roulette wheel, and we'll have a great background, white borders, super clean. And then I saw Sam and TJ this morning, and it was like we went back to, geocities, and I was like, wow, I really need to bring it. So I found a sexy background for us to throw on in a little bit. So don't worry, we will get there. The next thing I wanted to do was style let's actually go ahead and get our wheel container. So I'm going to make a note here for myself. Style this is what I do all the time when I'm like building things out, and it'll be like to-do Alyssa, and so I can literally like look for all the to-do Alyssas in my thing and go through and make sure it's done. So we're gonna hit up our H2 later, but right now let's build out our wheel, which is the class you'll see on our UL. And I'm gonna go ahead and use some positioning, and have no fear. I will hold your hand through this CSS. I know we had some CSS fears earlier this morning, but we'll get through this together. So I want a different font size for our wheel, so I'm going to go ahead and reset that. And then our font family, this actually, this is for, I'm thinking we'll do that on something else. So let's just start by positioning. Sorry, loves. We're going to position our wheel relative and give it a margin top of 50 pixels because I don't want it butting up against the roof of our thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized I'm talking to the wheel container that is on our div that's surrounding our wheel. And now I'm going to call out my wheel and let's see something, right? So let's go ahead and give it a border of like 8's my favorite number. I hope that's how everyone styles something. This is my favorite number, so we're going with this. And then I don't know if you know this, but with CSS, you can say things like border radius, 50%, and that is how we make a circle. But our size is off a little bit because we are wider than we are tall, so we're getting an oval. That would be a really wonky roulette wheel if we just spun it right now. So we are going to need to set our width and height. But this is where I wanted to pull in. I was using Sass variables. And then Ed was like, Alyssa, I'm going to need to, with my Blazor magic, replace some of your variables, like for instance the number of slices on the roulette wheel. He wants to go ahead and replace that so we can have 6 items or maybe 12 items depending on, I don't know, the city that you're in or the time of day. So I started one by one thinking, okay, we'll replace that variable with a CSS variable, and then it ended up getting all muddled. So I will share out with you like the end product of CodePen, and you'll see that I swapped them all over to CSS variables. But the thinking behind that was just for consistency's sake, so that we're not half and half. So up at the top of our document, I think I just even above our everything selector, we're going to go ahead and call root out, and this is where we are going to put our variables. And so the first one that I want to do is, well, items, and this is the one that Ed was talking about. The number of items in our roulette wheel, the number of businesses that I'm going to pass you, and the styles that we're going to build out, they will work for anything like below 12 and I think anything above like 4. I think it gets a little wonky, my math does, when we get below 4. But anyways, so yes, he will be able to pass in whatever he needs on items and then change the markup accordingly. So the next thing is wheel, and this is going to be 600 pixels, the height and width of our wheel. And so now we can go back down to boop-a-doop-a-doop. This inside, excuse me, I have been fighting a cough, and it's like I try it when my friends and family are like around. I'm like, I'm not coughing. Who's coughing? What's corona? Right? Like, I'm pretty sure it's just allergies, but like, you cannot cough in public these days. So pardon my cough.
It's definitely allergy season. So that time of year, it's not helping anything.
It's not. So in our wheel, I want to go ahead and set our width and height to the same thing. In order to use a CSS variable, you need to say var and then plug in that variable. And so just changed our width, and now let's change our height. I have to always go height. I have this really bad habit of saying height, because width and height. So yeah, forgive if I do that. Our height is also going to be the same. So now we should have a circle, and I'm gonna make this come up and scroll down a little bit. So yes, that's gorgeous. That's so sexy. Now let's go ahead and get some of the, well, let's do our sexy box shadow.
So I don't know if it's a big deal, Alyssa, but it seems that you're broadcasting in mono somehow. So you're only in like one of people's 2 ears. I don't know if we're both that way, or maybe I'm on the right, you're on the left, or how this is working. But if there's a quick setting, you see, tweak it. If it's a big deal, don't worry about it.
Would this be on, is there something I can do in OBS, like to mix to mono? Because if you can tell me, oh, sorry, I wanted that to be gray.
I honestly don't know.
You don't know. Can you look for me real quick? And then if you find the setting, I will head on over. I want the Z index to be 1. And if you didn't know, it resets per parent. So I'll be setting Z index to 1 a lot. Now at this point, I want to do, well, we're going to need to position. So this bud is going to be position relative, and margin 0 auto, please. Mm-hmm. We did our border radius. At this point, I'm gonna say overflow hidden, because whenever we start having our slices and things, our triangles in the wheel, we don't want anything. Oh, it's not over dash flow.
So if you want to check in OBS, there's a gear button on the mic input, and the gear button has an advanced properties tab on it, and there is a mono and a left-right balance for your properties.
Mono and left-right balance properties.
If that is already set to not mono and balanced in the middle, then I don't know what it could be.
So I'm on, this is Alyssa's mic, and then I hit the little cog buddy, and then you said go to properties or advanced auto properties?
Advanced properties, advanced audio, and then
no.
Looks like you're not on mono, so
maybe I click the mono click, and then I say
yeah, I click mono because then maybe it'll force it to be on both speakers.
Let me know if that fixed. Hoping it did.
All right.
Anybody? I don't know what
it says.
saying.
They say much better.
Oh, thank God.
So
I apologize, all. I'm new to this.
Oh, we have a wheel, but we are like just listing straight out in the wheel.
Hey,
so
don't judge.
This is going to be tricky.
Don't judge. She's a work in progress. Okay.
I need to make it as slices of the pizza.
The slices. Okay.
That's probably offensive too. I'm just in so much trouble today. I don't know anymore.
Okay, let's see. We're going to go ahead and add our animations in later, so making a note to remember to do that. Let me ponder which part to do next. Essentially, I'm thinking we're going to go ahead and tackle the slices. So I don't know if you have ever, I want to actually show this, drawing a triangle in CSS. There's a cool video. I think it's this one. CSS Tricks is the place to go. CSS-tricks.com is literally the place to go if you have any questions about CSS or you're like, how do you do this? Okay, so this is it. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the code pin so that it's a little bit bigger. But if you watch this, imagine a box. The box has a border top. It also has the other borders. Now, notice that the borders meet each other at an angle. The background of the box is transparent, and we're setting it to 0, 0. So if you take away borders and you have a 0, 0 box, that is how you draw a triangle, because it's essentially where those borders are meeting at the edge, if that makes sense. And I can run it again. But I wanted to kind of walk through this concept because you're going to see a bunch of lines that are talking about setting like our width and height to 1 pixel or 0, and then we're setting our borders. And that's because that's how you draw a triangle in CSS, is by...
And this is why people hate CSS.
I freaking love it. I freaking love it. So yes, let's...
I love CSS, but this is absurd. Like, I have to agree. This is pretty ridiculous.
If you want another, I saw it pop up. If you want another fun thing, the shapes of CSS on CSS Tricks, it's like how to draw a square, how to draw a rectangle. And then it keeps going like past the obvious things to things like, oh, it gets fun. Like a trapezoid, a parallelogram, a 6-point star. Like it keeps going. So please check out the shapes of CSS if you have not already. But we are going to jump in and do a triangle. So I need to make that a little bit smaller. Is that okay? How's that font size, Ed?
It still looks good.
Okay.
It's not like Sam's was earlier. Ugh.
Wait, was it small or big?
It was too small.
Okay.
I couldn't read it.
Okay, so I was like watching half the time on my phone. So it's always small on the phone. So I couldn't tell it was actually me or mobile. So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and set, a top 0, that's an O. Left, we're just going to position right quick. And then if you ever want to do math, you say calc, and that's basically if you're mashing up two different things with different, what are they called? Like if you want to do math on percentages and pixels or something, calc is the way to go in SAS. So what I want to essentially do is say 50% minus the items side, which is not something we've created yet. And so I'm going to actually go back up and set us up for success. Make a couple more variables. Let's see, in our root. So I don't want you all to fear. I'm just going to make these and then we'll go get to them. I wanted to do it in a different order, but again, I need to leave enough room, enough time for Ed to plug in our gorgeous Blazor goodness. So I am just going to whip through some variables real quick and then we'll talk about them as we plug them in. So I want to use, I ended up using like a half wheel all over the place essentially. And so I turned that into a variable. Anytime you're using a number or like a calculation over and over again, it's always great. Like whether you're in CSS or JavaScript or some other language, it's always great to turn that into a variable. So here we're going to take our whale, and divide it by 2. It's very complicated. And then this one is the one that I don't want you all to worry as much about because we essentially need to use math.tangent in order to create our triangles any size that we want. So we could hard code them and be like, hey, the side of your triangle needs to be this long for 12. But Ed was like, we need to make this possible for, any number that I pass in. And so that's where we start using math.tangent because we know, once we know the number of items, that means that we know the degree that we need to draw our triangle at. And that's why I needed to use math.tangent in order to draw that opposite side of the triangle. So what I'm doing here, Ed will need to go ahead and plug in and do math.tangent on his side, unless, of course, we get it working with Sass, which is fine with me too. I know there are some versions of Sass that don't have the math.tangent function, so that's why I think we were saying it might be safer to go ahead and just do it on the back end. So at this point, we're going to say item side tangent, and we want to multiply it by half of our wheel. Wheel, half, and then we also will need 2 other variables here later. Define handle and define notch. Okay, so at this point, I think we're okay to go ahead and jump down to our items and start building out our triangles. At least I hope we are, darlings. So let's see. We did our top. And we did our left, and now that we have item side, we can go ahead and replace this pseudocode. Ooh, I don't know why I had some lag there on my end, with the actual variable that we created, item side. So we're saying our left needs to be 50% where we're positioning it minus item side, and this will make more sense once I've actually drawn a triangle. I need to make sure that we are on top of things so that you can actually see our slices. Position absolute. So we're listening to our parent. Width. So this is where it gets fun with drawing triangles because I'm going to set our width to 1 pixel and our height to 0. And I want to go ahead and get some color in here. I love this overlaying text. It's so sexy. For color, I'm going to make this a variable that is scoped to the item. And this is so fun. So we're going to set HSL for... Let's see, this is so that I wanted to do varying degrees of shades, basically. So like if I chose green, but you can plug in anything into here and it'll be like light gray to dark gray or light green to dark green as it goes around the wheel. And so that was the idea behind, you don't have to, you could plug in really.
Is that how you roll? You throw various shades?
Oh, he's getting sassy. lightness. Yes. So I also need to make a lightness variable. And we're going to say, I think I did 60%. So basically, I'm setting parameters of I subtract all of it from 60% because I don't want it to get too light or too dark, so that you can actually read the text up against the background. So this is where we do some more math. And again, I'm so sorry for like blazing through this. We are just a short on time, and I really, really want you all to see a roulette wheel at the end of this. And so you will have the code and you can play around with it afterwards, and we can always hit me up on the Twitters if something's not making sense. So continuing on, I need a rotation variable, and we're going to set 360 degrees. And again, we need the items. This was one of the points where I was like, I'm using items everywhere. I should definitely make that a variable. 360, so we're taking the whole circle, divide it by the number of items, and we want to multiply it by the index, which in our case we're saying is I, var I. Yes, I think that is what we want. Okay. So the fun part, or maybe not the fun part, I'm going to actually, let me make sure, our before and after. What time is it? 2:30. So we have an hour left. I'm going to grab, and this is like a sneak preview, so if you saw that flash, you're welcome. So I'm going to go ahead and grab our before and our nth child, and then I'll just walk you through it because I want to. There we go. Before nth child. Yes. Good. Let's see. Sorry, I'm checking why I don't have my triangles. One moment, darlings. But this is basically, let me show you these nth childs. So for each of these, I'm saying, if you'll remember, let me scroll up. In lightness and in rotation, excuse me. In lightness and in rotation, we're using this I variable, and that is for as we loop through our triangles, we need, are we on our first triangle? Are we on our second triangle? Are we on our third triangle? And based on which triangle we're on, I want to change the shade, right? I want to change the lightness that we're plugging into that HSL color. And I also want to change the rotation so that our triangles aren't overlapping each other. I'm going to pull up chat to make sure. 360, you mean 2 pi radians. Oh, I love it. Okay, so I want to see if I forgot. We'll add in transition. I'm going to make sure that I did not forget anything at this point because we should be happy to go. So let's do this. So I think I forgot to walk you through something. So let's, for the sake of time, let's just start at the very top, and we'll make sure that we've covered all the pieces. So here on the root, I am saying our items, our wheel, our item side tangent, our half wheel. And it's so fun. I have some comments here because this was whenever I was doing tangent math. But again, if you really want to dive into this, I would absolutely love to talk more because I freaking love drawing things in CSS. It's like my jam. So here we have our everything where we're setting just our base styles that we talked about. And then we have our body, which we talked about, and this is what I did not walk through. And so this is, let me scroll down, our lunch. So basically the idea here is once we have spun to plug in the title like off into the corner, and it's really like cutesy and kitschy. So that's why we styled him chubby with Pacifico, and I position fixed it to pull it up and out of the layout, and then I rotated it a schmidge pidge and text aligned it center. So yes. Our wheel container looks the same. Our wheel, I think, has all of the same variables. All that's added here was our transition, which we have not written quite yet. So we will get there. And then our item has our color, our lightness, and rotation that change based on the index. Let's see. Yes. So there was a couple lines about displaying grid. I forgot that we did that. I haven't really I feel really sad about this. I know grid came out like 5 ever ago, but I was like so in love with Flexbox that I was like, we should Flexbox all the things. So I'm still getting into grid. I'm still getting used to like throwing that on there. So we are saying display grid to our items and justify content center. So if we go ahead and take that off, what we should expect. Did it work? Did it not work? I'm like, why are you not? Hang on. Save, refresh. Oh, I wonder if this comes in once I build the button. All right, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and build out our button next, because you're looking at my roulette wheel right now, and you see the shades of green that we get darker, and each of these pieces of pie that are positioning based on which index, but we're missing kind of the whole, the thing you click on to spin the wheel. I also wanted to make sure and mention, I've got this import for trigonometry. If you're doing things in SAS and you want to use things like math.tangent, but you're not sure what version of SAS you have, I found this person who had built them out. And so this will, if you import that, it'll basically give you things like math.tan to use for free.
So it's like a polyfill.
Yeah.
Nice.
I know. I love it. I love it so much. My sister's calling me. I love you, sister, but
not now.
Now is not the best time, but I will totally call you back. Okay, so our spin button. Let's do some magic with our spin button. So if you'll notice, I'm using classes everywhere. That's just because of specificity. Class is lower in specificity than an ID. And so I try to be as kind as possible to other developers and other designers by using the lowest specificity that I can possibly get away with. And so if I can use a class over an ID, I do. And so yes, spin button, we're going to go ahead and say text align and set that to center. I wanted my font size. I do apologize for coughing so much. It's gorgeous here, but I think that means, like Ed was saying, more more allergies to deal with.
We have all the dogwood trees blooming here.
I bet it's gorgeous, though.
It is. Unless you have allergies.
Okay, so I'm going to set our line height, and I'm going to use a variable here. So we're actually going to go up, and we just have our last two variables that we didn't talk about. We have our handle and our notch. I guess, excuse me. I guess both of them are divided by 4, but I use them in different contexts. So I might actually be able to just use one of those. But right now on our spin button, we are going to use, I want to pull up my spin button to show off. We're going to use our handle and just set that property. And let's get a color in here. So I set it with RGBA for red, green, blue, and then alpha. And so I wanted it to be a shade of gray. And so 0.25. And then I think we need to go ahead and get a width and height on there as well. So this is where a handle width, var handle comes in nicely. And I'm just going to copy paste that and set it to our height as well. And let us z index of 1. And let's see, so what are we forgetting? Our positioning. Right-to, darlings. So we need to position it based off of our relative parent, and we need to say I want you to be in the middle. So top of 50%, left of 50%. And let's see. So what am I forgetting? We have, my z-index needs to be a smidge page higher, I think. And let's see what else. You gotta love when you can't see anything. So I am drawing it. The width should be, the variable of handle. The height should be that. I'm not giving it a background. So maybe background of, I think F0 was F0. Let me think. Ha! We have something. It is a sexy square. Hey, I'll take it. Before we had nothing, and now we have something. So, okay, so we have our square, and we're like, gross. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and set our...
That's the technical term,
yeah,
too.
that's legit. We want a circle. So all you have to do to change your div that is a square into a circle is say border radius of 50%. Let's see, what are we doing? We're positioning it. We're saying top 50, left 50. Line height. We did that. Font size. What? Oh, right. So we need to do... a transform translate to scoot it over -50 on the top and -50 on the left for centering. I forgot that we needed to do that. Transform, translate. Yes, so translate, whenever you're looking at all the transforms in CSS, sometimes they get confusing. So translate means to move. So you're just moving along the X and Y axis. You can also say like translate and just say like Y or X if you just want to do one of them, but we need to move it up and over 50. So we should have, if I pull this up, so we've got our wheel, different shades of green. We have our different venues popping in here, and I was thinking, like for instance, Mod Pizza. This is why I wanted the title, so that when you hover over it, you can at least see the full lengthy title. And then we've got our spin button, who's looking sexy. These right here you're like, hey, what's the dash all about? And so the dash is actually not a dash. It's part of a word that's being cut off. And that's where, if we go ahead and scroll on up to, where is it? If we scroll on up to item, you'll see on our before, so we didn't get to walk through all of this funness, which we'll do that right now. This is where overflow hidden is coming into play. So if you'll notice, I just I'm gonna actually cough drop up. It's like, it is time. So yes, on our befores that are attached to our items, I'm saying overflow hidden, and that's what's going at and chopping off our text. And so also fun bit of business that I'd not used before this. It's text orientation and writing mode, which those should be side by side. Let's go ahead and stick those side by side. So our text is just going, how it normally would. And so you can actually say text orientation upright, and then you can say writing mode of vertical left, right. You can also say LR for left, right, but you can also say RL for right, left. But this is how we're getting our text to be up and down. And then let's see, anything else that I'm going to go over and check out chat and make sure we're not seeing nothing new there. So I have some more styles. What time's it? 2:45. Definitely need to give Ed at least, I think, 30 minutes to chug away. So I'm going to do my best to make sure you have time.
Yeah, hopefully we can patch me in here, and then we won't have to jump over again.
So let's see. We've done our spin button. Let's see. Where is my spin button? We used our nth child gorgeousness. And this is so that whenever the CSS is, whenever the SCSS is compiled into CSS, it's going to go ahead and go through and say for this, for the child of 1, for the child of 2, for the child of 3, and build out those styles so that they're just there and we don't have to keep rendering it based on the number of items that we have. because there was a lot of things that I was as I was thinking through ahead of time, I was like, I would normally do it like this. But then with these parameters that I was given, as with any project, I'm sure, right? With the parameters that you're given, you're like, oh, somebody's going to like hardcore judge the way I did this. But it's there's other factors. So if you're like looking at my CS after this and you're like, but why, Alyssa? Please ping me. I either will
because Ed.
Right. It'll either come down to, well, Ed wanted, or I'll learn something from you, which is really the end goal here. So yes, ping me if you have any ideas of how I could have done better, and we'll talk through it. So we have.
I'll take all the blames.
And I'll do my best not to throw Ed under said bus. Okay, so we have our spin button. Sorry, let me see what we are missing. Just a bunch of sexiness is basically what we're missing. Yeah. Let's see. Transform. So Ed, if you have any commentary right now, I'm just trying to go through what I've already done and pick out what I need to do.
It is looking pretty amazing so far. We've transformed CSS squares into circles and triangles, and you did maths, which is hard.
Okay, so I'm thinking what I'm going to do. We are just going to prettify. Prettify? Is that a word? So we've done our top, our left, our z-index, width, height. Let's go ahead and do our box shadow. Add a couple of shadows throughout this project just to make things look a little bit prettier. 20 pixels, and I think I did RGBA of 0.5 on this bud. Yeah, 0.5. And then on the other side, we're going to do 0, 0, 0, 1 pixel, and we're going to make this one white inset. Okay. And then cursor pointer, because it's always super kind to let just to give these like subtle cues. So when we hover over our button, we get our sexy cursor that the browser gives us. We transform, translate. We're also going to need to add a transition here for our background. But I want to, and of course, add our WebKit appearance of none. There's so many different things that I forget. A lot of times after I'll build something, I have to go and open it in other browsers because I'm like, did I reset that? Did I fix that? Okay. So I want to build out so I'm going to go and show you our end product. Let's see, change our view to, at least this is where I was hoping to bring us. Maybe if I just refresh. I had like collapsed it earlier. There it is. Like sorry, darlings. 1 second. Let's put it in the center of my screen and there we go. Woo! Full screen and drag it over a little bit. So what we are trying to build here is a notch. And you'll see the box shadow that we were using. So this is why we're going to use our, pardon me, and we're going to use another pseudo element before. And so we're going to position our triangle 50% minus, I think I did another calc, which I had made a note to myself to undo this grossness of what I call calc and calc. I don't think I actually need it, but let's get it working first, and then we can handle divide. I need half of the handle. Sorry, I'm like whipping through this. And then I also need half of the notch, I think, which is calc var notch, and we'll divide him by 2. And we also need to draw him. So we're going to never forget, you have to set positioning if you're going to I don't know, try to position something. So we want our content on this pseudo element to be empty. And we're going to go ahead and draw the border because remember, if you want a triangle, you need to use borders to make that happen. So we're saying calc, and we're going to throw in our notch variable divided by 2. To this point, I'm like, should I have made another variable of notch divided by 2? And then it just gets to be kind of repetitive at some point. So I want our border to be half of the notch, solid and transparent, except for the border that I want you to see, which I will want that to be, I think I said F0, 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 F0. And we are going to go ahead and transform translate, if I can spell, and move that up. You guessed it, -50, -50. Translate -50, and so we've translated it. So need to see why we are not seeing anything. So we've got our top. Oh, I didn't position our left 50%. So we're telling our triangle to be top left, position absolute, content of nothing. Let's see, border. Oh, I didn't create a border width, which is very important. For the border that I actually want you to see, I need to actually give it a number. Let's see, notch, border width.
So you are impressing TeamCabin with your CSS variable skills.
It's like 2 dashes inside a var. Like, not kidding.
They're really cool, and if I get to take advantage of them a little bit, you'll see some really interesting uses of them on the front end side of like integrating them with components too.
Okay, so this is Alyssa Nicoll CodePen right here. I can like make it this big for you. So yes, codepen.io, Alyssa Nicoll, and then /pen/mdjgnque. I'll leave that up for a second. So
you can pop it in the chat room.
Look at you. Wait, do I have access to chat on this computer? Hang on. Don't break my brain. I think I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, so I can put it into Skype if you'd like it.
This,
so
yes.
Cool. Now I have it.
Sorry. I should have like probably passed this over to you beforehand.
It's all good. I have it now. I have the secrets.
So I'm going to grab my before chunk because I don't know if I missed something. Let's see. Fix that. And there it goes. So I'm wondering what I missed. Border calc. I could have easily missed some parentheses or something as well. Transform, translate. So I think that is all that we need. I've got some other sexy stuff down here. This is for on hover for our spin button and for our focus for the outline, because if you don't set your outline to none, fun fact, I don't know if you know this. I'm actually going to just go show you. Usually, I wonder if it's because usually the browser, I'm like being proven wrong here. On this one, let me see if I comment it out, if I can get it to happen. Usually the browser will put this hideous gray outline around the thing that you just clicked on. Oh, it's not happening. Well, apparently we don't need it. I wonder if it's just for buttons. It might be. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's go through, and I'm going to show off. I think we finished everything except for the sexy background. So I was just like Googling around for fun, like CSS generated backgrounds. And there was this website, ccbg.io, and they have this really cool tool where you can like play around with the colors, and then you can just grab It's just a bunch of linear gradients that make up your background. And so I was in love with this. I thought it looked really fun. And of course, I was feeling super intimidated by TeamCabin and all of their psychedelic colors. So we literally just threw those linear gradients on our background, and that's how we're getting this. And then, of course, we positioned our H2. So what I'm doing here, if you've headed on over to the code pin, pip, you'll see in JavaScript, I know that Ed is anti-JavaScript, but I wanted to see it working. And so I went ahead and used some jQuery, and I grabbed basically the spinner on click, and then I did some math to go ahead and spin it randomly. And we're keeping that variable because, again, you have to keep track of how much you've rotated the wheel so that you can start at that number. And so what we're doing is we're just transforming, right? We're using this CSS line here to rotate, and then we're passing in this degree. But this degree variable just keeps incrementing each time we spin it. And so that's what's happening here with this, that each time we spin it, it's starting from that point and just continuing to go, because you can pass, transform, rotate like 1,000,000 degrees, and it's going to keep spinning, 360 times whatever. It's going to spin that many times until it hits that 1,000,000. Some more fanciness that I did over here that I don't think Ed is going to have time to emulate in Blazor, but I just wanted to show it a little bit. In order to, me and Ed had a fun discussion about this. So he was like, whenever you've got like these online slot machines or roulette wheels, he goes, behind the scenes, they're figuring out what they're going to spin to first, and then they animate to that thing. And of course, the Alyssa way is to use CSS to animate, and then I'm using JavaScript to pluck out the one that's on top. So I know I kind of did it a little bit backwards, but essentially I'm using CSS to spin the wheel, and then I'm using this JavaScript to go ahead and get the topmost item. Because with jQuery, you can say, hey, give me the position of this item. And you might be wondering, if you go ahead and look through my loop here, I'm looping through all of the items, and I'm grabbing, so I set item here, I'm looping through items and checking for their position, right? Set the position, and then not on top, because the weird way that we built out this wheel, 3 of them should have, I'm grabbing, I think, like the left position. They should have the same left position. So what we have to do is grab the one that's in the middle, if that makes any sense, because there is no highest one. It's just the ones with the most left position, because again, we are actually working with squares, but they're morphed into triangles. So if this isn't the top one, keep on looping. There's a bunch of other, I'm noticing I'm at the top of the hour, so I don't have time, but please check out the JavaScript if you're a fan of the JavaScripts. And I would really love to hear some feedback on the CSS to see if, how would you have built out the wheel differently? Because I love learning new tricks in CSS. It's my favorite. It's my jam. So right now, Ed, how do you want to do this with Swappity Wopanova?
See if you can add an NDI source. I will share my screen.
Yes.
So let me get this Twitch feed off my screen so it doesn't collapse the internet in on itself. And let me screen share. So if I share my screen and then see if you get an NDI source that is my screen.
Sorry, I was catching up on chat. Sarah wants a narwhal or a unicorn in the middle of the wheel. I tell ya, these kids these days, you can't trust them.
So I cannot see the output anymore, so you'll have to let me know if this is working.
Everyone forgive me for showing off our secrets, our OBS secrets. But you want me to add an NDI
So just source. Like I have a camera, there should now be a source for my screen.
Be patient with Alyssa, who's learning how to use OBS. And shared screen. And I'm going to say, okay, yes, please.
That should come in like that should the camera does. Like the camera does.
That looks like... Is that you? Do something, Ed.
Blazor app? Blazor app?
All right, right, 1 second.
Think it's working?
Let me move it.
Okay. Think it's working?
No one panic.
Okay.
No panicking. I'm going to move it to be like here. And then I'm going to, okay, hold. This is literally hide my desktop. And why is Ed's face off to the left? Hang on. Hold.
Yeah, OBS likes to move things randomly.
So funny, though, randomly. You're locked. How could you move, Ed?
Doesn't matter to OBS. Doesn't matter. It's zero. You know what's given. It's just like I'm going to move things randomly and make you look silly while you're live.
I hope this is fine, darling.
If people can see, they will. People can see, they will. If not, let's see what his chat saying. There's an echo now. There's an echo.
I can fix this, everyone.
Yeah. Check your inputs. There should be one that's doubled. There should be one that's doubled.
I fixed it. I'm pretty sure I fixed. Ed, say something.
Okay. Is it fixed now, everybody? Do we hear two of me?
Yes. Hang on. Your bases belong to us. Sarah says it's fixed.
Yes, we're fixed. All right. So it looks like we are good to start coding again. So I've just taken your link, and what I'm going to do is try to transport this over to .NET Land, and I will do that through the magic of copy-paste.
And are you also ready for the SAS?
So
like, have you fixed that? Are we ready for that?
First thing. Yeah, actually, not a problem. So I've got my solution here. This is my front end solution. Where's my cursor? My cursor disappeared. Seriously now. Let's not start this again. All right. So I've got my solution here. This is the front end portion. I'm going to put your CSS in the W root, and then we're going to create a component to do the spinner. So the first thing I need to do, let's get that CSS code in there, that SAS code. Let's do add new item. I'm going to add it right to WW root. I'm throwing away any kind of best practices for this right now, just so we can get this done. So I just need a file. CSS or SAS will be fine, and we will name it. And I won't use a cap in the beginning because I know you'll scold me. So I'll call it spinner SS. We'll add that to the project, and inside of this new empty file, I'm just going to copy all of your lovely CSS code and paste it in here. So now I've got this CSS in my project, and if I look in my WW root, I've got that CSS. I'm going to go ahead and just open it on the command line like so, and I should be able to say node SAS space spinner CSS or SAS. Oops, I want CSS. I'm going to transform that, and we wrote the CSS file. So it is now compiled. I don't have like a nice build pipeline or anything like that. I would have to go to the command line to rebuild it. I'm not going to worry about that today. We are short on time. So I've got the compiled CSS now. Let's hope that that works. I need to add it to my page. So I'm going to open up the index, and I will do a little drag drop development here and just drop that spinner CSS right there. And it looks like yeah, the path should be fine. I didn't put it in my CSS directory, but at this point, it's not a big deal. I'm just going to hit save, and now it should be in my project. And now we can create some component code around it. So let's do the easiest things first, and I don't want to be in the root of my application. Let's throw it in the shared folder. That's the junk drawer of all Blazor applications is your shared folder. So we're just going to go ahead and do that, even though that's not what I would normally do. I'd make like a component folder and make things nice, but I'm going to blame OBS today for everything. So let's do that. It's OBS's fault that this can't be nice.
And I apologize for the delayed audio. It's probably because we're porting in his screen through the Skype call instead of actually doing that straight through OBS. So we're sorry. We just don't want to disconnect one more time.
Yeah. So yeah, we're both going to blame OBS. Oops. Did this wrong. This is not just a C# file. It is a Razor file. So add new item, Razor component. And we want a spinner component. Now, I'm going to do the easiest thing possible here and just take the HTML code and drop it straight up in that spinner component and leave it as is for now. We're not going to do anything dynamic with that list just yet. So let's see if we have our CSS and HTML taken care of. And we should get the spinner sans the, oh, that's not good. What happened there? So it looks like your CSS is loaded great, and it is kind of blowing up the rest of the application's
Oh
CSS.
no, that's what we want. We want everything. It's because I'm calling the H2. We need to like scope it. Yeah, we need to scope it. So like put like a div around my stuff, like the H2 and all that stuff, and say Alyssa's, or I don't know, like something, narwhals, like, and then we'll just do the same thing. Since we're in SCSS, we can literally just say yeah, call it whatever you will. Yeah.
So we have a spinner wrapper.
Okay, I love it.
We're gonna throw the spinner wrapper around.
And don't judge us. Don't judge us, people. I see your looks.
In SAS, we need to have
go over to my styles and just, where are we? Like literally around all of it, just say dot spinner wrapper, open parentheses, and then at the very end.
We could leave root, I think.
Yeah, it's just the variables. So either way.
Spinner wrapper, open a parenthesis, and then go to the end, right? And just pop that around there. The body, on the other hand, that one, that won't work, right?
It should be fine. Well,
it'll be fine. It won't do anything.
Mine. Yeah, we could just give. You can just pull that out, actually.
We'll play with it in a minute. It won't hurt anything to leave it there. We need to recompile that SAS too, by the way. So, oops, the wrong console window. Let's go back to SAS.
So funny. Like, depending on what project you're working in, whether it compiles itself or not, you're like, you'll stare at it and you're like, my changes aren't here. And then it'll be like, it's because you haven't recompiled.
So I can get that set up. I just don't have time for it now.
Oh no, I'm not getting onto you. I'm just getting onto my brain because like it's like I expect it like to be given to me every time, and it's like, what are you working in? Hi, dog.
Oh, geez, I just called it CSSS. Like that's a thing.
Come here.
Like that is a thing. So we'll just do some renames real quick here, and we will fix this. And boom, and yes, and now we should be able to refresh. We shouldn't have to do anything else, and we're back to normal, but we don't have our spinner anywhere yet. So let's go to the index page, pages, index, and we're going to remove all the boilerplate code from the index page. So we have like a window that pops up and all this Telerik goodness in here. It's going to have to go. So bye-bye. No more Telerik boilerplate. You have done your deed. You have got us where we need to be. And we should have a spinner component now. And we can just say spinner on our homepage because Blazor is awesome. And all I have to do is put HTML inside of a file. And that thing is a component now. And if I build, whoa, what is it doing? Build. There we go. Hit the wrong key combination. Build. Come back to my project and refresh. And there is our spinner. Sans background. So let's see. Let's do this.
She needs no background.
What is this element here that we are looking at? We have our wheel container. And it's not a fake container. It's a wheel container.
What's a fake container? I'm confused.
It's the opposite of a wheel container.
Oh my god, I love dad jokes so much. That took me so long to process, though. I'm sorry, Ed.
Pretty bad, isn't it?
I'm like the worst audience ever.
So I'm going to do this. Let's take the spinner wrapper and let's find your background and let's just drop this directly onto...
You just like move body out of the namespace and it should work. Or
there we go. And Control F5.
Oh, you just went in on the wrapper, which might be collapsed. You put my background on the body.
Oh, come on. It should go on the wrapper and just be there.
Yeah, but then the wrapper's probably collapsed. Like you didn't give it.
Oh, I didn't say like
or anything like that.
Position. Is it position or is it? No, it's float. Yeah.
Not flossed.
Oh, come on. real time editing right here. Come on.
Like display block or
that's
or
what I want.
Width,
that's what I wanted. Display
500 pixels.
Block.
Try giving it a width and a height.
Fail.
Just do it. Just do it.
Fail. Well, it's not. Hang on. It's not getting the style at all. So
it's not? Are you on?
Maybe my CSS didn't compile right. It should have. Let's try empty cache hard reload.
You just said like a lot.
That was.
You just tried like a lot of words.
So I forgot to reload the cache.
I kind of like this better, like with the white border.
I think we're gonna say just good enough for now. This is good enough.
I really want to see those names getting plugged into the titles. So if you could show us that magic.
Okay, cool.
Do you know how to do that? Because like I don't know how to do that in Blazor.
I don't. I actually do. So the spinning part is going to be hard. I don't know if we'll finish that today. If we have time, which I don't think we will, we could probably just hijack your JavaScript code and just make that run.
You can put JavaScript in a Blazor app. Shut the front door.
Of course you can. So what we need to do is we need to.
Someone said it looks like a watermelon.
So let's get we're able to select things in our grid page, and they go in a variable that is on the grid page. We do not have access to that from the spinner. So what we need to do is create, and we're going to do this in services. We're going to say add a new class, and we're going to call this class our selected, or let's just call it business state or spinner state. We're going to call it spinner state, and we're going to get that property that we initially had in our grid, and we're going to move it to the spinner state. So let's take selected business out, and we will put it here in our spinner state, and we need a namespace reference, and we have selected businesses. We'll capitalize selected businesses because that's proper etiquette in a CS file.
And
fancy. We also need to clear up these using statements because that's a pet peeve of mine. And now we have just this simple class that has this one property, and we need to tell the entire application it exists. So we're going to go back to program CS, and I'm going to change this scoped or duplicate this service, and I'm going to call spinner state here. So what I've just done is I've said whenever the application runs, go ahead and create a new instance of spinner state and make it globally available to my project through dependency injection. And now I can go back to my grid, and I can go back up to the top where I have inject business service, and I can say inject spinner state. And wow, that big namespace came in. Look at all that hotness. I don't like that. Let's move that back and say using Curbsyd dot services dot. Why is the namespace so horrendous? All right. For lack of time, we will just leave it as is. Spinner state. Somehow it's in client services. Let's do this. Let's jump over to this guy, and there we go. We'll fix the namespace. That will do it. So a little namespace tweak. Now we can we'll call this state. So now we have something called state, and where we had selected businesses on the grid, we will now call that state dot selected businesses. And we also need, let's see here, we need that state to be available. Missing a link here. This needs to be spinner state, like so. Let's see, get set. And what is going wrong here? So we're able to get our service, but not our state. Why? I think I'm going a little too fast. I'm probably making some simple mistake here. So, I think I know what it is too. This was not public.
Oh, nice.
So I had everything I needed.
Like somebody in the chat already called that, schoolboy. Nice.
Oh, you are awesome, schoolboy. You got it before I did. That thing was not publicly available. Now it is. So there we could say state is selected businesses. And now in our spinner, if we copy that same piece of code, we take our inject and we move it over to spinner state or spinner. Where are you at? Spinner component. There we are. All the way up at the top. We'll say, give me a spinner state.
When you're ready, we need to change the button to watermelon red to make the audience happy. They want it to look more like a watermelon.
That's an interesting choice. We will give them that as soon as we can. So now we should have the same selected items here. So let's comment these out. And we have the selected items available. So we can say code. So this is a code block. We can put these in their own files if we want to, but we're short on time, so we'll put it here. And actually, we may not even need this. Let me think for a second. I don't think I need that. Let's try this instead. So we'll do a @ for each, and I'll double tab here, and I should get some help. For each item in state dot selected businesses. And now we will for each over one of these guys, and we will call item dot, at item dot name, because that's going to be the business name. We should now have our list of things, and we can remove this dead code like so. I don't think I even need code for that. So I think this should work. Famous last words. Services does not exist. Yeah, I don't need that anymore. I changed that namespace. Let's try build again. Everything looks good, and we shall load our spinner up. So it has no items. So far, so good. We need to go to our grid. We need to select some items here. And we can control click and everything. So we've got some items selected. And now we should be able to return home, and there's our items. So now we need to figure out how do we make this complete, because I've selected less items than the initial success. Okay. So this is what I need right here, is what you're saying. I need these variables. And this is where CSS variables are really cool. And let me see if we can get this to work. Hopefully we can. I'm just going to paste these in here just as a comment for now, just so we can see these. And we have the root. And you're saying we're able to set items. And we can set that. I'm trying to remember how we can do this in CSS variables. We should be able, in wheel, I believe, because the hierarchy here, if I set this in wheel as an inline style, it should override everything beneath it. I could also set it just in a style tag, but let's try this. So if we do style equals, and we set the style, because there's actually a style created like with CSS variables. So we actually have a new property, CSS property available to us. We can say items equals, and then we would count the number of items. So we'd say state dot selected. Oops, I need an @ symbol. At state dot selected businesses dot count. Right? So now we're setting an inline style called items, and we're giving it the count, which is the number of items in that list. And then we would have to do some math. Now, the calc is not, is this native CSS?
Yes. Well, it's...
but...
Let's see, is calc?
Is tangent native, like... Because we're going to have to calculate this thing, right?
No, tangent is with SAS. Is calc in CSS? I think it is. Yeah, calc's in CSS, but tangent is not.
Tangent is not. So we need to set that manually. We need to calculate that. So item side tangent is what I need to set, right?
Yes, and I'm pulling up. So let's see, this is, so if you'll see in, do you have this line? It's line in my CodePen. It's line, I think I did it on line 11. I don't know if you have the
commented out thingy.
Yeah, it's the commented out
item side tangent.
So that's the, like if you had tan, you would take 360, divide it by the number of items, and then divide it in half. And that's the number that item side tangent needs.
Okay, so what we need to do here, and I hope we have time for this, we're starting to run low on time, is we would, so that's the calculation part. Let me slap this in a code block. Code blocks normally go at the bottom. They can go anywhere. I'm going to leave it here just because this is where our eyeballs are focused. And we need to do this in .NET, right? So we could say var, oops, nope, can't do var there. We need to do an auto property. This is going to be a decimal value. Is this going to be a solid integer?
I
Probably
think it
a
was
decimal, right?
Because yeah, my first one was 0.27.
Let's do, so double should work, I think. Double, and then we'll call it item side. Oh, wow. What happened there? Is not happy with this piece of code. Hang on, let's comment that. So it will stop the ring fits. Item side, and we will do some fancy footwork. All right. Ceiling will likely round it. So yeah, we need to kind of transpose this into .NET code. So we need the math dot, I don't know if we have yeah, we do have ceiling.
You do.
So ceiling, right? Yeah, math dot ceiling. And then we can call math dot tangent or tan. And then
so is this all built in?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You could do so much math.
We have lots of maths.
Oh man, your face just got small again.
60. 360 degrees. That is degrees something.
It needs yeah. So DEG is like how you say degrees in CSS. So I basically just need those 360. You don't have to say it for this. Whenever you pass it back in, I just think I take the decimal and then use that.
So 360 I think should work there. We need to divide by the number of items. Is that right?
Yes. So yeah.
So that would be, let's put a shortcut in here because we're already using this once. We'll take that out and we'll say int items, or yeah, items is fine.
And then
items needs to be a lambda expression. Essentially what those are is read-only properties that we're creating with these lambda arrows. So this is a property of items that we can only read from, and we're getting that information from there. So it's just kind of syntactic sugar, so we don't have to keep typing that thing over and over again. So now we can say items.
Sorry, my husband's reminding me. Our tan function that we had needed to know degrees or radians. That's why I had degrees in there. What does your tan function need?
Returns the tangent of the specified angle. We're going to see.
Okay.
We're going to see where this goes. So number of items divided by 2. That looks like the same equation if those are the same maths. I don't know if they are, but we shall see. And then now that we have the item side, we can say at items and then at items side. Are there any other things that we need to override to make it span the right number of things?
T. Tutko is saying that all of that needs to be inside of tan. I think he's right. All of the divisions.
There we go. All right, so that goes there.
And then no content is saying at item side plus string of DEG. I don't know if that's needed for your function or more context is needed, but yes. Otherwise, CSS doesn't know. Oh, right, that it's a degree. But I'm thinking he's going to pass.
Yeah, I'm going straight to. I'm bypassing all of the calculations myself and just doing them .NET. This is not happy though.
It's not?
This wants
What's
an
wrong with
integer. It wants an integer, and when we do math tan. And put this in is no longer an integer, I guess. It's returning a double. I don't know. Something is not happy here. Unassigned local variable items.
So I know there's a CodeParty before we do our display. Is it cheating, Sarah?
Yeah.
If we fix this one small bit off camera and then we show it to you, since we had so many bugs in the beginning.
Oh my God, OBS! If I could physically remove it from the machine and go Office Space on it, I would.
Gosh, favorite scene of any movie when they go ham on the fax. It's a fax machine, right? That they're just like baseballing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The basic idea though is we can pass in these items to our spinner.
TJ said this might have to go to arbitration.
Well, we also didn't code days ahead of time. So we iterate over our list and we can then set that variable. What we could do for now is we could just say that we're going to select all of the items up to 12. So that should give us 12 items. Actually, let me reload this whole page because this is getting a little wonky.
Your mom's getting a little wonky.
I don't know where it's which one of those tabs was the active tab.
It was funny,
but as long as we select that was
funny.
12.
You didn't laugh at my mom joke.
Oh, mama jokes. Let's see. I think that's 12 because I think we have 14 minus 2. That should be 12. If we go back home, that fills our thing out. So it has the potential to have less than 12, but that makes. So there's all of our things. You can see there's all of our names, Ed and Sam's and 7 and blah, 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 blah.
And so it's working on hover. Yeet. Look at
that. We have 2 minutes. We're not going to be able to pull JavaScript in, but we could.
I think they said we will allow overtime. So me and you, while the code party's happening in a couple of minutes, we will make this work in Blazor so that we can show it off.
Okay, cool. So mind blown. You will get to see me call your JavaScript code.
Okay, so how do we pass it over? What's happening next, Ed? Can you explain to the world?
CodeParty is going to happen. So Jeff Fritz is getting ready to take over. And then I assume we will be Skype calling into him to share the results.
I think so after.
I think that's how it works.
Yeah. Because I think there's something
is all
before
very
displaying. Yeah.
Improvised. We are improvising all the things today. So why is the browser just fighting me here? There it is. I need your JavaScript code because we need to take it over to .NET Land.
Can you explain to us why you hate JavaScript while you're doing that?
So like the math part, you're like, oh, pretty, math is included. There's so many things that I already have.
CSS. Hey now. Of course, CSS isn't fully functional yet.
And I can, in math, in .NET, I can...
Everything's an object.
in the math part, I cannot assign So if I am in...
Dates are hot trash. Okay, guys, don't everybody speak at once on why you hate JavaScript.
Let's see. Here's a code section. So what I cannot do in .NET is say I have an integer and it is named foo, and I'm going to set it to 5 because this is not a string. Or this is a string. So that alone solves a lot of problems, a lot of headaches. That is valid JavaScript, by the way. So I can say var foo is 5, and then I can turn around and set it to FIVE, and it doesn't care. That's not a good thing. That's just the tip of the iceberg.
We should have a whole show on why you hate JavaScript. No, I'm kidding. JK.
A lot of the errors that we saw today had meaningful, it's like, hey, this thing was broken. Go fix it.
Well,
and
I mean,
it's not like
since
thing is undefined.
I live in Angular, so a lot of the things are I'm using TypeScript. So to be fair, I don't live in.
You don't like JavaScript.
I don't
either,
live
see?
in raw JavaScript. It's not like I even really remember what that's like. So.
Yeah, and to give Angular some credit, I was just talking about talking about it with John Bristow the other day, and Angular has the new update. Right? What is it, 9?
Mm-hmm. It's 9.
Am I on par? Yeah. Okay. 9 is out, and it actually has meaningful errors now. Things break, and it's line whatever of your template is wrong. Go fix it.
They had to redo the rendering engine though completely in order to make that possible. So that's why it was so long before we could have that kind of thing. So
that is very cool though. Very powerful stuff, and we've had that in .NET for ever.
That's because you're ancient .NET.
And then all the thing. Do you like TypeScript?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all the cool stuff in TypeScript came from C#, so enjoy that.
We're on the same team, Ed.
We are. We're on Team C#. You just didn't know it.
Oh my gosh! Somebody just said there. No content said I'm still using web forms at work. I think that wins. That's just.
Still gets the job done.
That's the comment of the day.
I mean,
somebody send him a sticker.
We've got jQuery going on in this other thing over here. So
wait, are you making fun of me using jQuery?
If it works, let's use it, right?
Okay. Did you want me to use raw JavaScript like a barbarian? No, she's gonna throw in jQuery.
What do you think this is? It's the end of the world. We're using raw JavaScript. So we will play with this, I guess, a little bit more. I don't know when CodeParty's starting. Did we get a cue that we need to shut up yet?
I got a cue that we need to not end the stream until we know if the host is ready. So if you want to keep chugging along, and then I'll just let you know once we have to bail like this.
So I'm going over to wroot where all of my static files live. This is where we put all the lame stuff like JavaScript. And I'm just teasing, guys. Don't get mad, because we're gonna show something that's pretty cool here. We're gonna say this is called spinner.js because we're clever, and I'm gonna paste in all of this lovely code that Alyssa has created for us, and we need to call this JavaScript code from .NET. So we're gonna have to fudge some stuff a little bit here. The function, which function initiates everything? Is it just the click?
I actually, there needs to be a wrapper function around all of it because I was inside of CodePen, so I didn't need that to kick it all off. So, see, I think
is this what's commented?
I commented out for outside of CodePen.
So this is going to go around all the things. This is going to scope it and load it on when the page initializes, correct?
Yes.
So this is the onReady type function thingy. Self-invoking function, is that the correct terminology? Self-invoking JavaScript function?
Yes, it is. Sorry, Sarah was saying that Sam is ready, so we need to finish our thought. So I don't know if you're close to calling this or if we need to do it off camera.
Yeah. So last thought here is we have one thing to rule them all here, right? Just this on-click event.
Yes.
Is going to do all the things, right? So instead of hooking this up to a literal button click, we would just call this function from .NET. So what we do here is we need to attach this function to window. So we'd say window dot, I don't think this part matters. We'll call it spinner. And then, well, that would be yeah, that would actually do it. So window.spinner equals function, something sort of like this. We'll hash it out later. But from within .NET, we can actually ping this function and tie it to a Blazor click event and invoke that JavaScript. And our wheel would then potentially
It's cool that my
spin.
function's calling another function, right? That's not going to break this whole .NET JavaScript chain.
It is a thing that we do sometimes when we need something like charts in Blazor.
Oh, you're saying like this is legit? People do this?
Oh yeah. Sometimes it's needed, sometimes it's not. Preferably, we would avoid this if we could. But when you're short on time, or maybe something doesn't exist. So I kind of pointed at this earlier, and after I finish this thought, we'll go over to Sam. When we call HTTP, but where is it? HTTP, oh, they're in another file. When I say HTTP post JSON async, there is no .NET equivalent in the browser to do this. So when we call that, it actually does invoke JavaScript behind the scenes. And it does the HTTP request, and it pulls back the data, serializes it into .NET, and gives it back to us. So we are running JavaScript under the hood, just like I would be if I'm calling your spin function. So we'll pass it off to Sam now.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for hanging out. We're going to head on over to the CodeParty, and maybe at the end of the day, find out that TeamFever is better. After all, I don't know. Who knows? Who can say? All right.
Team, I hate OBS.
Now that's the team that truly wins it all.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see you on the next side of this stream. Bye, guys.
Hear us. How we looking? There's my friend Sam Basu. He's over there. He's on that side now. There we go. How we doing? And things move just a smidge there. One second. This is what happens when I do things on the fly. Not a problem. We got this under control. One.
Do we hear an echo? I think I'm hearing it twice.
Now you're not hearing it twice.
Now it's good?
Yes, we've got.
Well, I am hearing it after like a while.
It might be. Are you watching the video?
Yes.
Don't do that.
Oh boy.
Don't do that.
All right.
Give me 1 second here. I'm just going to put you right in the middle of your box over there, on the side. Now,
still floating?
No, you're not floating. Floating? What are you talking about? What do you think this is? See, there we go. There's Sam. He's right over here. Ha ha! Just like Mama used to make it. There we go. How's it going, friends? Thank you. So, can we start over there, Sam? I'm going to start over real quick. Give me 1 second here. I'm just going to let's start over here. There we go. Just gonna rewind. Hey friends, welcome back. This is a CodeParty. We're here on Code It Live. My name is Jeff Fritz, and which way am I pointing? It's over that way. Sam's over that side. How you doing, Sam? It's been a long day here. Lots of.
It has been, but hey folks, welcome to the CodeParty. You have made it to the end of a long day. So. Just to recap, essentially what we were doing today is, again, these are fun times we're all living through. Hopefully you're being safe, you and your family. But we wanted to take a whole day of 12 hours of just coding something. So we have our developer advocates. We split up in teams of 2, and we tried building something on the fly, something to do with work from home. Kind of tips and tricks is what TJ and me built in the morning. And then Ed and Alyssa built something about restaurants and carry out delivery orders, so kind of in line with the times that we are living through. But all of that is behind us. We are going to get back on in a while and show you one more time what we built, and then all of you get to vote and tell us who did better, and clearly we did. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah,
that sounds like a challenge, awesome. Man. That sounds like a throwdown.
Little shade.
A little shade.
But this is the CodeParty. This is the fun stuff. Again, we are joined. We are in the presence of royalty here with Mr. Fritz.
Royalty.
So thank you for joining
us goodness.
On Coded Live. Yes. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We have a bunch of really good friends lined up, folks who do fun things with the developer community, and they are morphing the way we work because we cannot have as many in-person events now, and trying to do things virtually and having success doing that. So we're going to bring on some friends, talk to them about how they're doing, and then in the middle of all of that, Jeff is going to slide in a little bit of love. So talk
a little bit of love. We're going to have a couple of our friends join us. We're going to ask some questions, some trivia questions, to make sure that you folks at home, no, not you. You over there. Make sure you've been paying attention. Make sure you know what's going on. Some questions from some trivia from those folks that have been helping put on the event all day today. Zanyan, hail to the king, baby. That's me. I'm not the king, but that's I can certainly run with that. I will.
You are the king.
Something.
But we've been getting this. We've been getting this today. Like, it's unbelievable how much it's gross how much we touch our faces. So
I don't know what you're talking about touching my faces. There's.
Oh boy. Oh, I love your hat. That's a throwback hat from like 5 years back at least.
Wait a sec. Ninja. 5 years? Are you kidding? That's the .NET Ninja, my friend. Are you kidding?
That's kind of where .NET Core took off. So that's about 5 years.
Oh.
All right. Well, we are old on this call, if you can tell. Jeff is trying to be young.
That's all right. How's that? Now we're in CodeParty mode.
Yes, there we go.
All right.
Okay, so how about we bring on our first friend? What do you say?
Sure, we can do that. Let's. We're going to add in who's our first caller that we're going to be adding into the mix.
Santosh Hari, our good friend down in Florida. Do you have a space to put him?
Do I have a space for Santosh? Of course I do.
That may be a questionable question.
What are you saying, man? I got this. Let's add Santosh.
Let's add Santosh. All right. Santosh, can you hear us? Can you see us?
Clear and loud.
Yeah, there he is.
How are you guys doing?
Never had a bad day.
There. Yeah.
Awesome.
So, Fritz, do you need a minute to get him on?
Just a second. We're loading Santosh up. There he is. Look. Boom goes the dynamite. Sorry about that, friends. Change things over.
This, by the way, is the king of doing stream. So
changing things.
Fritz is taking a minute. Give him a minute.
So I was in the wrong scene, huh?
Yeah, I updated the 2-person scene that we had with the sound effects, and no, I forgot this one, and oops. It's all fixed now. We're good. How's it going, my friend? How are things in the Orlando area?
Things are good. It's bright and sunny, and here I am stuck indoors, so it's all good.
Now, come on, we're not necessarily stuck indoors. You're just maintaining social distance.
Yeah, right? I guess getting to tour my home. That's how I look at it.
There you go. Hey, I didn't know this was over here.
Yeah.
There's things to be said about that. My goodness.
Well, I guess what if you see your neighbor walking, taking like more than 1 or 2 walks a day, you may want to point it out. You're doing too much exercise. Stay indoors.
I've never seen so many people run. It's like, where are all these running people? Where have they been all my life?
Yeah. My goodness.
Cool. All right, Santosh. So once again, thanks for hopping on. So really quick, we do have probably 5 or 6 guests that we want to bring on. But the reason why you are being invited here is you're doing something really cool, and I guess you have been for a while. Your Orlando.NET user group, right? Is that something you and your friends?
Oh, I lost Sam there. Your audio cut out completely, Sam.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry about that. So Santosh, what I was asking is Orlando.NET user group. So you guys have been on social distancing, yes. You folks have been streaming your meetups for a while, right? So tell us a little bit about how you got started. What might one need to get their meetups?
Okay, so good question. And actually, I would like to give 100% credit to Mr. Fritz.
Who? Okay.
That man again.
So what happened was back in, I think it was last year, MVP Summit. We were in Redmond, and I went on Jeff's Twitch stream where we discussed online and offline communities. One of my key takeaways from that discussion was basically the fact that my community was an offline community, and that we were missing out on all the people that could join us from not only Orlando, but like from different parts of the country and the world. So, that was kind of my initial, inspiration. But what I did was after that, I decided to try streaming, our sessions over Twitch. So what we have is we have our speakers come in, and the speakers usually give live talks, and we try to share these talks not only live but also record them and share them on YouTube. So to achieve this, actually, if you go to my blog on santoshhari.wordpress.com, you'll see that there's a post on there that says how I set up my user group Twitch streaming for under $200. So
nice.
Yeah, so it was an interesting experience because we decided that we wanted to try this, but we didn't want to break the bank, and we are like a non-profit group, so we didn't want to break the bank. So we did some research, and we came up with some basic requirements. Was you want to stream the talks, you want to show the slides, you want to hear the speaker's voice. The speaker on camera is great, but optional. And the other thing is we didn't want the speaker to be standing at a microphone. We wanted to give the speaker ability to walk around. Finally, we didn't want it to be crazy expensive. So with that in mind, we kind of, we went we looked at some things, did some research, and basically came up with a setup that included a webcam, HDMI capture card, lapel mic, and so on. So it came out to be like, the main equipment came out to be like under $200. So that was really useful. So we first, so I'll warn you that it's not easy setup. So you'll be basically plugging in a whole bunch of things, and it's going to be a challenge to get those to work along with OBS. I heard plenty of criticism of OBS just a few minutes back. So OBS is all.
My criticism of OBS. Now let me just reel that in here just a second. My criticism of OBS basically boils down to there's a little bit of, you need to know what you're looking at as you're tuning things, and having some time to prep ahead of time absolutely gives you it. The pressures of making changes on the fly in scene layouts, that's a lot. That's a lot going on there. So Absolutely, it is not. It's not for the faint of heart to configure. You're spot on there, Santosh, and thank you for the kind words about my stream. It's a wonderful place for people to tune in and learn about technology. But I love hearing also that you don't have to spend a lot of money to get this set up. The outreach for an organization going from being in person, not just all right, let's get outside of my local geography, but I don't know if you've seen this, Santosh, but I've heard folks say, you know what, I'm not somebody who can easily travel and go to a user group, right? There are people who are shut-ins that want to learn about technology. There are people who are little, shut-ins the wrong word. There are also people who are, they get a little anxious about being around a lot of people, right? They have a little bit of social anxiety. So to offer a user group, to offer events like this that come right into people's homes and you can watch us, tremendous.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I wanted to do a quick shout out, if you let me. So one of our minions, now I shouldn't say minions, but our colleague Ivana, she's over at Sofia, Bulgaria. She's been with us since 6 a.m. and she's down there. She has been amazing, and so we have a whole set of folks in the background who are working nonstop to keep all of you guys engaged. So what Ivana did was post the link that Santosh was talking about to his blog. So that's santoshhari.wordpress.com. If you want to know exactly how Santosh did it, all the equipment that he did and what the setup was, go check that out.
Yeah, absolutely. Very cool. And when you get things set up, do you have any concerns? Do you have any questions from speakers as they're getting plugged into the system, or do they feel like they're just plugging in like a normal presentation?
So I think giving the speaker a lapel mic helped a lot because all they have to do is put the lapel mic in their pocket and put it somewhere close by on a collar or something, and they're all set and ready to go. The other thing is we simply take the HDMI output and route it through our output. So they really don't have to do that much of a setup. So, awesome. Most speakers are, now I will say one thing. Ask your speaker if they're okay with streaming and recording, because I've had a couple of people tell me that, you should have told me before. So that's one thing that I've started doing is, before I schedule the talk, I'm like, hey, we're going to be streaming this talk. Are you okay with it? Yeah. So that's
how dare you make me famous? No, but it's understandable. Like we need to ask and make sure people are okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So the other thing I do is I don't have a premium Twitch account. So we download the video and upload it to YouTube within 14 days, because after 14 days, it's goodbye to the video. So that's something I have forgotten to do it once, and I will not forget to do it again.
So our
stuff happens.
Our friend James Montemagno and I, we put on an event. It was a good 6-7 hours that were going on, and we didn't download the video right away.
Oh.
And we lost it from Twitch. Fortunately, somebody else downloaded the video. We were able to grab it from them and repost it. But it was like,
that was lucky.
Oh my gosh. So
yeah. All right. So Santosh, I know you had asked to be done by 5%. I'm going to be respectful. I know you and your wife are trying to stay healthy. So thank you again for hopping on. Folks, any other questions for Santosh?
I think we're
all right. We're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, thank you,
Great
guys.
community there in Orlando. Catch you later, Santosh.
All right. Catch you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Bye now.
All right.
All right, Jeff.
So we've got some trivia questions to go through here. We need to give out some prizes. And the bald-bearded builder just rated us. Look at that. 32, folks, into the chat room. Welcome in. Bald-bearded builder and his community. Look at this. I don't know what Sam. They're attacking. Look at this. Hello, good to see you, friends. Hey, welcome in. My name is Jeff Fritz, and that's Sam Basu. This is a Code Party. We're going to have some trivia. We're going to have some guests stop by, and we're going to talk a little bit about different things that are going on in the world of technology today. And to the bald-bearded builder, let us know how things were going over there on your channel. And do me a favor, whisper me your Skype. We'd like to get you dialed in and join us here on the call as well. He's a very cool streamer, absolutely. Squirrel costume. Dee, there is no squirrel costume today. No squirrels. That's a little nuts, if you ask me to go there. And I'm not drinking either.
Jeff, are you ready for
a trivia question?
Yeah, go for it. And then we'll bring on the next guest.
All right, so, no, that's not the right trivia question. Wait, no, how did that get in there? No. Moving on. I'm sorry, that was the wrong trivia question. My bad. Here, this is a trivia question from mobilize.net. It's a circular dependency. No, it's not. How's it going there? Robert Tables is here as well. Wow, fancy. This is a question from our friends at mobilize.net. Look at that. Mobilize.net creates powerful technology to transform old client-server code to ASP.NET Core, Blazor, and Mac. The company is also on the cutting edge of pop culture, as evidenced by this blog post, which references the greatest musician of modern times. And you can see the URL down below there. What musician, and for extra credit, which song, but what musician is called out in that blog post? That's the URL. Go to that URL and drop the name of the musician in the chat room. First one will get our first prize. What's the first prize that we're going to have there from our friends Sarah? It looks like, is it T. Tutko? Is that the right? There we go. We've got our first winner. What's the prize for that one, Dee?
I don't know.
I didn't.
This is a Dee question.
Mobilize.net. No.
Well, you get a .NET shirt and a Mobilize t-shirt. Yay!
Couple t-shirts. All right, that's pretty cool. So, Sam, you were talking to me a little bit earlier about some of the projects that were being worked on stream. So, your team, what did your team build on stream?
Today? If you hang out a little bit more after the Code Party, we will come back on. So all four of us, you're going to be able to see all four of us together if Skype holds on, because Skype and OBS has been a little funny today, and we would love to show you just running examples of what we built. And so essentially, just to answer your question, this morning, TJ and me, we built a quick SQL server in Azure, and we threw on a web API on top of it that gave us a RESTful service. And then we built two client apps. One was Xamarin, so iOS and Android native, and we were able to read and post to that API. And we could also go to Azure Cognitive Services for folks like Dee, folks like Fritz, who are always about profanity. We can tune out some of their moderation through foul words. So we did that, and then TJ had a lot of fun. He brought in like an 80s theme and built a React web app. So we would love to show you all of that running while we all four of us get on. And then Ed and Alyssa were up in the afternoon, and Ed looked like he built a web API that pings all of the restaurants that are close by. So we are supporting our local businesses, and who else is delivering, or you can pick up curbside. So all of that super fun. Now let's see if I can bring on somebody else if he's on, and I'm going to try to add. And this would be our very own Carl Bergenheim.
Fantastic. Where is that? Oh. Hey, look at that. Give me 1 second here to get...
Can you hear us? Can you see us?
I can see you, yeah.
All right. So I'll let Fritz do his little magic of getting you into a box so we can cage you and we can keep
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
I'm used to living in a box by this point, so I'd say okay.
There we go. There's Carl. Hey, how's it going, buddy? Hello.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute, Jeff. How are you, man?
I'm in a box, according to Sam. I don't know.
Well, we're all in boxes today, right?
That's right. Yeah. Quarantined, as it were.
Carl, go ahead and quickly introduce yourself, and then I'm going to let everybody in the audience know our running joke and what Carl stands for. So go ahead, sir.
Yeah, hey everybody, Carl Bergen, I'm here. I'm the product manager for Kendo UI over at Progress and Telerik. Previously, actually, Jeff and I have worked together as a part of dev advocacy at Telerik before, but now I'm heading up product management for Kendo UI, so anything related to jQuery, React, Angular, and Vue, I'm all here for. So coming in today to, I think, chat a little bit about how we're doing things now that we're all working remote, of course.
Nice. And you're in Boston, right now?
Correct, yes, right outside of Boston.
Cool. Now, quick thing here, just so everybody knows. We here at Progress Telerik, Progress Software, we make a whole bunch of things. We make Telerik line of products, we make Kendo UI, we make Fiddler, we make Sitefinity, anything and everything we can make developers more successful. And we are always talking about how else, what other value can we provide to our customers so we can make you happier? And almost always the answer is Carl. Carl needs to come with our bundles. He's the man.
I wish, maybe we should have cloning for something better, but, maybe if we invent it, it wouldn't be such a bad thing.
Yeah. All right. So, Carl, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time from your busy day to come and join us over here. Yes, that's Carl on the chat. So, all of us, we have talked a lot about this in the last few days and weeks, the fun times that we're living in. We are all working from home. We are all trying to be productive and trying different things. But I think you are in a unique position because all of us, like depending on the type of work we do, we could be a little like self-driven while you are actually building products. You are a PM, you're working with engineers nonstop. How is that working out for you?
Yeah, so it's fairly interesting actually because my entire team is always located in a different country that I'm in usually. So the Kendo UI team, ranging from designers into coders and everything like that, they're all based out of our Sofia, Bulgaria office. So I'm always about 7 hours off from my entire team. So the situation that we're in today, really, even though I show up to an office and of course there's great value, I sit on the sales floor actually for some of our products. So I get a lot of feedback and jump on a lot of customer calls, which is great, of course, for the product management role. And in terms of building product and interacting with my team, I'm essentially doing that remote anyways. So there's a lot that goes into that already to be successful, of course, with the team structure that we set up. So, everything we do is very transparent, right? We track things through a couple different tools. So AHA, for example, folks haven't used that before for product management. So it's an easy way for myself to manage things, for my team leads on the engineering side to come in and comment, and for other people within the organization to see what we're working on. It's essentially like a Trello board of all the various releases and the features that we're working on. That then is linked into GitHub and allows us to, of course, have the engineer's favorite tool of actually building the products. But, without going into a ton of different other tooling, the big thing that we do is constant communication. So whether it's through these tools that automate the communication that we're doing. So, you do a commit into GitHub, everybody sees what's going on, whether the discussions are happening in a public place, like a GitHub issue, sometimes email, or, even in a Teams chat, right? But the idea is to just be willing to make sure that everybody is open to having a discussion in front of other people. I think that's a big idea. So now, anybody that has access to these systems, Sam, you could come in and actually read through these threads and get an understanding of how we went from initial concept of a new component into design, into actual implementation, and just get an idea for how something is built. Even if you're not a part of the team, almost anybody can go ahead and get an understanding of how something, started and how it finished, which is great.
Oh my gosh, yes. There's something to be said about.
Awesome. Yeah. So yeah. Oh. Sorry, go on, Fritz.
I was going to say there's something to be said about that culture change that happens when you're able to bring product management into a completely remote space. Having all of those tools, we're losing Sam here, having all of those tools to allow folks to be able to collaborate appropriately is incredibly valuable. When you were setting that up, as you were building that out, Carl, did you have any challenges getting folks on board and getting things configured properly? Any pushback culturally on making that change?
Yeah, that's there's definitely some humps, I guess, you have to get over, right? I think a big part is, especially for me, I've been with the company for close to 11 years now, and even though I'd been with the company for that long, there were still some people that I didn't know on a personal basis in Bulgaria, for example.
Sure.
So a lot of the initial kind of I wouldn't necessarily call them issues, because it was more kind of getting into the groove of things and making sure that we all clicked, was just essentially, understanding who's who, right? Because even though we had these tools and even though people were using them, they weren't necessarily always connected. So being able to figure out who's who and how they operate and how they work and how we can get these tools in to kind of start either speaking to each other automatically or just understand when should somebody from engineering take a peek at this tool and when should somebody from marketing, for example, come in and take a look at an engineering tool, like, for example, being GitHub, right?
Oh my gosh, yes.
So, and that what helps is ensuring that everybody trusts each other, and that kind of starts with a lot of these kind of sessions, right? Skype, maybe some one-on-ones, or using MS Teams in order to be able to set up some group chats, right? And start having people click there. So it might be a little bit more of a manual process to begin with, but then we try things out. We're super open to any sort of feedback that folks might have. And I think, honestly, the biggest thing is text can often be misconstrued. And even though generally I'm a pretty happy-go-lucky guy, but sometimes, just an email, you don't necessarily understand the tone. So always assuming that somebody has the best intention. And I try to essentially imagine the person that wrote an email with a smile on their face as they're typing it definitely helps, because I've seen so many situations where people just read text and think that somebody has a particular attitude or whatever it might be. And especially if the language you're communicating in isn't always everybody's first language, there could be some items there, right? So if there's ever any doubt, I always say, hey, jump on a quick call so that you can hash anything out. My Bulgarian is way worse than any Bulgarian's English, so luckily we're communicating in English. But the little Bulgarian I know is mostly around "Hi, how are you?" and ordering more drinks and things like that, right? That constant thread of communication definitely removes some of the barriers of, eventually everybody's comfortable with jumping on and doing a chat, right? Even if there might initially be a little bit hesitant, you kind of chip at it, and eventually it just becomes a part of your day to day.
Oh my gosh, amen to that.
Good points. Can you still hear me, you folks?
Sure can.
Can you hear
me?
Okay. Yeah, that's a great point. We talk about this, like, we sound like old school, but like, pick up the phone. One of the things that Hanselman used to say is, like, your keystrokes are numbered. There's only you cannot conquer the world with your keyboard. So when you need a discussion, pick up the phone to hop on a quick call.
Absolutely.
Now, one more question for you, Carl. Do you ever feel like, when it comes to like prioritization of features for your product, do you ever feel like the need to draw things out on a whiteboard with your team?
Yeah. There's as much as I like to say that everything's 100% data driven, I plug it into an algorithm and out comes a result. That's the coder in me just wishes it was that easy. There's definitely sometimes a gut feel that goes along with the research, of course, and feedback, right? So I used to be right next to a window in our old office. We recently moved offices, and that window was just almost always cluttered with my notes. Just as a way for me to have those nature behind there, right? So I could see deer, foxes, turkeys. There was a falcon that hung out there, right? So it's kind of inspired by that, right? Yeah, it was a very neat setup that we had. But then, of course, that gets ruined with my chicken scratch right on the window. But I use that as a way to help. And then, of course, going back to the communication piece, right? Even though, yes, I have the ultimate say over what makes it and what doesn't make it, the whiteboard plus constantly communicating with everybody involved in the team, no matter if it's somebody that's a junior developer, junior support engineer, or somebody in marketing, everybody gets kind of an input along with it. So kind of a combination of actual whiteboarding or windowing, I guess, some virtual whiteboarding, and then that discussion ultimately is what kind of helps us come with the roadmap that we have.
Absolutely. Now, Jeff is Microsoft. I dropped something in the chat which I thought was funny. So Zoom has always let you do that, like you can have customized backgrounds. Teams, Jeff, I'm sure, has a Teams version that lets you customize, but he won't share with us. But they're doing more fun things. Did you see that, Jeff? Like you can actually draw on a whiteboard, and then you can put a camera behind it, so your team can see what you're drawing.
Yes.
Oh, that's really cool.
There's some of these new features that are coming in Teams. We're testing out internally, making sure that they work great before we release them out to the world. The link that you sent, it does the blurring of the background, and it does the replacement background. Carl, my gosh, you must hate this when you see this, especially in like movies, right, where you see that green outline around people. For a while we were testing it, you could really see that outline, and it was so sensitive that somebody's cat would walk by, and all of a sudden the cat appears, even though it was blurred out. It's like, what's that? So yeah, that's a feature that's coming. They're still working on it, but
I'm sure
we're dog fooding it internally.
Yeah. All right, Carl, awesome, and thank you for sharing your tips and tricks with us. Like I said, you're in a unique position, so keep doing what you're doing. You're awesome, and we thank you for hopping on a call with us.
All right, I appreciate you having me. Well, it's nice chatting with everybody. Bye-bye now.
All right, folks.
All right, see you, Carl. And you know what? We've got some more trivia questions to give away stuff.
Go for it.
The next question I have here is from Octopus. Do we have? Oh, yeah. Maybe we should do a couple, says Sarah. Let's do a couple. I can do a couple. We'll start with this question from Octopus, and then we have a second one right after that we can do from Uno. How's that sound? And can we drop in the chat room? The Octopus Prize is a 1-year license for Octopus server.
Oh, my God. That's nice.
The continuous deployment with Octopus is tremendous. It really is. So this question... Yeah, that's Octopus Deploy. So this question is right there. Look at that. No, not how do we... Yeah, there it is. This question is, the latest version of Octopus has a new feature that's easy on the eyes. It helps reduce your eye strain and looks fantastic. What's the name of this new feature? Head on over to the Octopus website. Take a look at what the name of that new feature is. Drop it in chat, and you can win that prize. Is it... Never want to give you up mode? Cyrolash, got it right. Dark mode. All right. 3D printed toilet paper trophies? No, we don't have those little one-on-one. Sorry, that's somewhere else. But what we do have, Sam, maybe you've seen this. I don't know if you know this, but I'm going to start a second business for the Lcokders. Our stream team, of course. We've got a tremendous, but we're going to start selling new Lcokders toilet paper.
Oh, that's awesome.
Not only do we keep your code clean and sanitized, but your butt too.
Don't go there.
Don't go there?
You did. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Right. I'm going to make Dee Dee jealous here for a minute.
Speaking of Dee Dee, why don't we have her on? Because
I have a question from Uno as well. I'm going to.
Oh, okay. Go for that first.
I'm having some candy here. Dee Dee can't. All right. Next question we have is from Uno. They make platform components, don't they, Sam?
Yes. They're wonderful. If you didn't like Xamarin from XAML, you can take UWP XAML everywhere on iOS, Android, and I would go to the point of saying Uno's WebAssembly support is really awesome at this point.
So you can take your XAML components, your XAML code, and get it running on WebAssembly. Really cool
and
stuff.
Una shirt and stickers up for grabs.
All right, so first one to answer this question coming up right there. And this question is, Uno complements WinUI by taking that same WinUI code and porting it to which platforms? Notice it's plural. It's not just WebAssembly. There's several platforms. What are they? Yeah, surprise was involved, not the toilet paper. You don't get the toilet paper. This is a Jeff Fritz limited product. There's only one of these, and should we run out here at the Fritz house, there will be a Fritz daughter using this, and I'm trying to avoid that. How we doing there? You don't get the toilet paper, Syra Lash. T. Tutko, is that right? No?
Okay, what is the web, mobile, desktop? Yes. It does cover most of the things.
Platforms?
How about platforms? Be more specific.
Web, Mac, and what did it say? Web, mobile, desktop. Get a little more specific on that. iOS, Android, and Windows?
Yes, that's true, but it also
Not
goes
complete?
a few more. And WebAssembly?
Little one-on-one is correct according to Sarah.
Yeah.
All right. So that was congratulations to Little One-on-One. That's a It was
it's a Una shirt and sticker.
Fantastic. Thank you to our friends at Uno Components. All right. So who do we want to call in next?
Our favorite person.
Hold on, let me get the sugar back out here. We're going to give a call to Dee Dee Walsh.
Yes, sir.
Get her dialed in here.
Yes, sir. Oh my God.
Should I worry?
Can you guys see me?
Hang on.
Can you see that? Can you see it?
Waiting for the. Oh my goodness! What is?
That's the now I'm not really sure how to get rid of it. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. What?
So it's a snap.
The snap filter.
My God. Go away, Katie. Yeah, it's a snap filter. Go away. Sorry, the dog. Remember the dog that has a little flatulence issue? She's still go away. Yeah. So what do you think of it?
That's
you said you cannot take it off. That's awesome.
Now I can't figure out how to get rid of it, but so I think I'm stuck with it for life. Is that awesome or what?
Yeah, it's quite a valuable headpiece you have there.
All right.
Your friend, the bald bearded builder, is asking. That's where all the TP went. Dee.
Hoarding.
All right, everybody on the call. Okay. Here's a quick shout out. This person that you see up on top of the screen is a legend because she woke up at 4 and she's been with us all freaking day. So thank you. Dee, introduce yourself real quick, please.
I'm Dee Dee Walsh, and I work at a company called Mobilize.net, and we take old stuff. So we're the old Visual Basic Visual Studio team. We also might have a sugar problem. We're the old Visual Basic Visual Studio team, and we take that old code and we move it to modern. And Jeff is just taunting me. Mm-hmm. Anyway, and so I worked at Microsoft for 21 years. Does that count? And I did all the original developer programs. Well, not me alone, but with my team, we created all of those. So that's me. I like your hat, Jeff.
You like that hat?
I do. It's cool.
Some really cool friends gave it to me.
So we have an inside joke. So Dee Dee Walsh and we'll bring on our good friend Sarah Fatz in a bit, and Beth Massey, who's over at Microsoft. Between the three of them, they control more than half of the money that goes in and out of the tech industry. Like, they own us. It's a cartel.
You didn't know.
We are the cartel.
Oh my gosh!
Do not mess with us.
Yes.
And...
Look. Yeah. Dee Dee, the bald bearded builder, he's getting all chafed using paper towels, and you
I know, I got it all, right? I sent you guys the link to getting this. Like I said, though, I kind of tried to get rid of it, and now I'm not sure how, so I'm pretty sure that for the rest of my life, I have to wear a toilet paper head, which it'll seem, people will get it for the next few months, but like 2 years from now, when I'm still wearing a toilet paper head, it won't seem quite as funny, right?
No, go on.
There's a bunch of fun and hijinks that we've had together on code parties, on different things. And between you and the bald-bearded builder, who, Sam, I think we should have him on next.
Oh, yeah. He's the greatest ever.
There came about a squirrel. Can we talk about the squirrel for a second?
Are we talking about the squirrel now?
Well, the first thing is that I have had, the good news is that periodically I've had to send some stuff to Jeff via Amazon. So I have his address in my one-click Amazon, which actually
it's
works
a wonderful thing.
To my benefit.
It works to my benefit, too. Look, Dee Dee sent me something. I don't know what it is, but okay.
So I felt like Jeff wasn't going to have enough romance for his Valentine's Day, and because it just seemed like he wasn't really, knocking it out of the park with his wife. So I figured a squirrel costume would help, and it did, didn't it? Like, you probably had the best Valentine's Day of your life.
It was nuts. No. Sorry. All right. I see how this goes. So, the squirrel happened, and I wore a squirrel costume on stream, thanks to the combination of Dee Dee and the bald-bearded builder.
Yeah, so he sent the link, and I just clicked on it, and all I had to do was one click with Amazon, and boom, it was at Jeff's house. Like the next day, right?
Like the next day, it arrived. Cyberlash, there isn't just a clip.
There's a whole video.
People like to bag on Amazon, but I'll tell you, Amazon Prime is rocking.
It's pretty good.
And who would have thought that a squirrel costume, a full-size squirrel costume, would be on Prime?
And available for the next day. Is the video online? Right? You better believe it. Pics, please. Go ahead. Twitch.tv/C#Fritz/clips. Check it out. Oh, now hang on. Random Factor is asking the appropriate question. But was it a sexy squirrel costume?
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
This is my fight song.
Mrs. C#Fritz had a fine evening.
Oh boy.
All right.
Yep. So yeah,
all right.
We all get very serious about our work, and we all, have these very strategic meetings, but the bottom line is you're always going to remember toilet paper. Like,
yes,
we gotta chill out, and the memorable moments are when we can make it fun, like the squirrel, like the toilet paper head.
Absolutely.
And we have many stories about making it fun and memorable, and that's the difference.
Yeah.
Well said. And Dee Dee, your company, your neck of the woods, you all holding up okay? Being productive, working from home?
Yeah, we're tuned for this. So we have a team in Costa Rica. We have a couple of hundred people in Costa Rica, and they actually are forced to work at home a couple of days a week because of their traffic anyway. So they're A-okay. And then here in Bellevue, we're doing great. So we're all good, and nobody is sick. And I hope that everybody starts getting well soon, those that are. Yeah.
Somebody posted the video.
There's the video.
Oh.
Yes.
Sarah has a great idea. Did you see Sarah's comment?
Let's do the Elma question.
Yeah.
Sure. Let me scroll down to that.
someday I might figure out how to get that toilet paper off my head. But...
So here we go. I'll put this question up for you. First one to answer this. What do we get? What's the prize for the Elma question, Sarah?
Can you guess?
It is. It's choose between 6 rolls of toilet paper or 1 Elma.io mug and stickers.
Okay. A mug and stickers are kind of
where
nice.
You are, the toilet paper is obviously much more valuable at this point.
Right.
Isn't that sad that we even said that?
Toast my goats. Let's put up the question.
Yes, go.
Elma.io has great support for nlog. Which Terminator model is frequently mentioned in the documentation for nlog on docs.elma.io? First one to answer this question will be able to wipe your butt. No! You're going to get Dee Dee's hat sent to you. Maybe.
I know. How many rolls is that on my head?
A lot.
Let me see it.
A lot.
Our grandkids are going to watch this video and go, what the heck were you doing? The first letter is correct.
Well, it's T for Terminator.
Yeah. Was it the T100? The TP? Which one is it? I know the answer.
Oh, I like C3PO. That's a good answer.
No. Don't have any winners just yet. The T63.
It's always 42.
It was the TI-85 is the Terminator that did. No, it wasn't the TI-85. Or not the 42. Not the rigged. It's not rigged. You just have to go to the website, look it up. Is it the T800? That was.
Yeah.
Ah, there we go. T Tutco. Congratulations.
Yeah. T Tutco is gonna have some great toilet paper. Something like and I'm gonna go with rigged.
Yeah, you just love that rigged.
Yeah, this is not the first. She does. And this is not the first time T Tutco is winning, so
I know.
Thanks for hanging out.
On a roll. T Tutco, you will have
that was a toilet
paper shortage.
On a roll.
You are on a roll to win more rolls of toilet paper.
Go, Sam.
Okay.
All right.
I see what I've got happening here.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So, let's see. We got like half an hour more left. We got a few more folks to bring on that we'd love to talk to. So, Dee Dee.
And I probably have not much left to say other than I'll send out the URL again because I think everybody needs to be a toilet paper head, especially since I'm not sure how to get rid of it. So I need some.
You need some help.
I need like a posse of people.
Look.
All right, cool. Thank you, Dee Dee, for taking the time to come and join us. We will talk to you soon.
Catch you later, Dee Dee.
Thanks, you guys. See ya.
All right, Jeff. So now, how about Caroline, or would you like to get bald bearded?
So our friend Lily Hazel, she had to take off, but that's okay. We still have the bald bearded builder that we can recruit to join us here. Okay. Let me add him into the mix here. Where is it? He's in my list of people that I just added. Where'd it go? There he is. Right there. This should be our friend, the bald-bearded builder, Michael Jolly. See if he answers the phone. Otherwise, we're going to, like, dance here for a while.
Yay!
Look at that! All right, let me get you dialed in here. Because we got to change over this scene. There we go. And, yeah, look at that. Michael Jolly. Hello, my friend.
Hello, fellas. How you doing?
Oh, my gosh.
Good. Long day. But, hey, quick shout-out. T Tutco, remember Fitz?
Yeah.
He's choosing not to hoard toilet paper. Look at that, people.
That is so
Look at
kind. That. But it's the Michael Jolly
right.
here. Look at this. Another member of the Live Coders team. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. How are y'all doing?
Oh, my gosh.
Good.
It's a code party. We're asking trivia. We're talking to friends. It's a good thing. And look at that. DD finally meets you. Look at that. Kind of virtually, right?
No TP.
No TP. So,
all right. So introduce yourself real quick, Michael.
Yeah. So I am a member of the Live Coders. My day job, I am a developer advocate at Vonage, specifically with their communication APIs, doing voice and video and SMS, all that kind of stuff. And then secretly, I hide out on Twitch all day, writing C# and JavaScript and breaking things, singing songs, and trolling everyone else.
Nice. I like your shirt.
Thank you.
All right, so
that's branding. That's what that is.
Yeah.
You know what? I actually, Jeff, much like you do on your stream where you raise money for charities, we raised money the first few months of this year. We're still doing it for an organization called Backpack Buddies, which is a group that feeds kids who don't know where their next meal's coming from. So we actually delivered them a check today for $1,000.
Oh my gosh, that's tremendous.
I got to go meet them. They introduced the program a little more, and we had to get a big check because of social distancing, because I can't hand her a little check because that'd be too close, right? So, it was great.
Oh, that's awesome. I love seeing
good for you.
Seeing folks here on Twitch being able to pay it forward and do some great things for other folks like that. Really cool to see.
Yeah. Fun.
So I've got a quick question for you, Michael. I was curious and I looked up your Twitter feed last night, and you're into music. You write songs? Is that true?
So yeah, I'm one of those people that everything you say to me, I filter it through every song I've ever heard. So if you were to say, that's awesome, I literally hear everything is awesome. That really goes through my mind, right? So I'm really bad about no matter what I'm doing, I sing about it. And it just works out perfectly because we end up writing songs about code. I think we did one. It was John Denver's Take Me Home Country Roads. We rewrote it as Take Me Home VS Code.
There you go.
We did.
I saw that. So, folks,
there you go. Go ahead, Sam.
Sorry, my audio is a little choppy. But what I was trying to ask is, like, I hear this from a lot of folks, and I am as artistically challenged as one can be. But folks like Carl Franklin and clearly you, like, is there a very natural correlation of the human brain that makes or writes songs and music and the code that we write?
100%. I actually, for 20 years before working at Vonage, I was in custom software development. And one of the things I used to interview people when we brought them in, one of the interview questions I had for them was, do you play any instruments? Because I did find a correlation with people who played any kind of instrument. Maybe they just sang. It's just something about, music is just math, right?
Yeah.
Really. So once you get into it, it seems like people with those talents, they kind of go hand in hand sometimes. It's really weird.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we saw that you published a clip the other day, slow rolling the JavaScript.
Oh, yeah.
Slow jamming the JavaScript.
Slow jam the code. You want to slow jam the code? We can do that.
I'm not going to say.
we slow jam the code. Or today we actually released one on stream. It's a take on Piano Man.
Yeah.
But it's an ode to data administrators called the Data Man.
Oh my gosh.
Do
you have a link to share?
You know what? It was too long for a clip, so I've got to go back and do a highlight.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a lot of fun. I can't find it. Oh well.
But yeah, that was in the ether.
It is. It'll be out. We'll get it done and do a highlight, put it out on Twitter or something today. But yeah, it goes into exactly what you would think about for a Chris Jones says, do it live. Yeah. Well, I can do it live. You want to do it live?
Go for it.
I can do it.
The mic is yours.
Okay, so let me see. Let me see if I can get my audio. I actually still have it queued up. We just ended our stream, so I've still got it queued up. Okay. I feel like I need to like go into like lights down on the stage, just to really
back in the shadows there.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see. So I'm gonna hit play on the music. You tell me if you can hear the music.
No.
No music there?
Yeah, you're gonna need to patch it in.
Okay.
See, this is what happens when we try and patch things, try and do things on the fly too much.
That's my fault. Darn it, Michael. God, so stupid. So stupid.
The mashups of emotes here in chat is amazing. Oh my goodness.
Oh well.
We'll find the links and share them. So
yeah,
I wanted to talk to you briefly. We've got the Lcokd Conf coming up in 2 weeks.
We do, yeah, April 9th.
Oh my gosh. So
excited.
Yeah, this is big. This is an organized conference. 14 of some of your favorite live streamers giving presentations, sharing with a full day of code, and not just code, but soft skills presentations live on Twitch, just like we're doing here, but in 2 weeks. Oh my gosh, I'm so looking forward to it.
You got a URL to drop in?
You can go to conf.livecoders.dev. I'll drop that in the chat.
There you go.
And that'll give you, it's not a live coding conference, but it's some of your favorite live coders will be presenting. Michael, I don't think either one of us are presenting, but we're going to be moderating.
I'm not cool enough. Yeah.
No, there's some really cool folks that are presenting. Suze Hinton, of course, will be presenting. We've got, I think, I need to look at the list. So many folks are on the list. I need to go back to it now. But it's 14 hours of content. It's going to be tremendous. So
nice. Michael, question for you. In your years of streaming, how long have you been streaming?
Well, if by years you mean year.
Okay, say that?
A year. Year is good. Tell us your proudest moment and tell us your most cringeworthy moment.
Well, okay. Proudest moment, 100%. Well, I've got a couple of them. One of them was delivering that check today. That was really special.
That's huge.
But beyond that, when this really what got me hooked into streaming to begin with, within the first month or so of streaming, we were doing something, I don't remember what it was, Docker or something. And somebody sent me a message outside of the stream and said, listen, I appreciate what you're doing on stream. That's always seemed so difficult, but you made it seem approachable. And that to me was just like really what more than just kept streaming. It's what transitioned me from doing customer software to developer relations. I realized that my fulfillment is helping others and building others up. So transitioned immediately. Yeah. Somebody mentioned in chat, yeah, my daughter's interviewing the heroines of JavaScript. That's a big high point. Cringeworthy moments. Well, that's pretty much every stream. I mean, if you've ever it's just, what day is it? Let me tell you about today. There's a new one every day. There really is. I was joking in our Discord. I wasn't joking. It was a true story. Yesterday, what was it we did yesterday on stream? Oh, we slow jammed the code. Okay. So slow jam the code is where we turn on some Barry White and I transitioned from talking like this to going into very much of the hold on. All right, we're gonna mutate that state. Sit back, relax. We're gonna write that view day and night, night and day. This is the ball drill. Writing code. All right. So we're going to that kind of mode for a few minutes.
Oh my God!
There you go. Huh? Come on, that's pretty good. Listen.
I know. That was great. But that's not the cringeworthy part. So like we clipped that, and I was so proud of it because I'm usually oblivious to my corniness, as most like dad jokes, like dads. So I go into my bedroom later, and I tell my wife, I was like, "Hey, how's it going?" She's, I'm really, I'm really down about all this COVID stuff. And I said, "Well, let me cheer you up." I said, "Come here, let me cheer you up." She says, "Are you gonna?" Speaking of toilet paper, are you gonna try and show me how long something you've done in the toilet is?
Oh,
and I'm gonna be honest, that stung a little, but I said, "No, not this time." No, not this time. I want to show you something from the stream. So she follows me into the office. I play her the slow jam of the code, and she immediately just asked, she shook her head no, and she immediately asked me to go into Discord and apologize to everyone for having done that. So I don't think they're cringy until I hear my kids. Matter of fact, today we did that Billy Joel song, Data Man. And within 2 minutes, my 4-year-old comes in the room and he's like, "Dad, can you stop that? The sisters think that's stupid. And I need some quiet and some calm while I'm doing my painting." So you realize.
Yeah. Isn't that part of Twitch?
We're all having fun. Yeah, we're all having fun. Part of Twitch. But I did want to do a quick shout out. Both of you, you've been doing it for a year, Michael. Fritz, you're about 2+ years.
2.5 years in. Yeah.
2.5 years. Thank you for inspiring us. Thank you for getting all of us into this, because again, we learn from each other, and we have fun doing so.
Absolutely.
I think, Michael, I think we can agree. The most fun we have on Twitch is when we make fun of ourselves.
Absolutely. And I tell everybody all the time, what did you accomplish on your stream? Did you get something built? Maybe not. Maybe we didn't. My goal on stream is to have fun, and most of the time that includes code. Yeah. If sometimes somebody will leave the channel and send me a message and say, "Hey, I was really down today, and I'm leaving your stream really cheered up. Thanks a lot." And to me, that's what it's all about. I mean, the bald bearded builder, everybody thinks builder as in code, but personally, I see it as people. So like if you leave the stream being built up, whether it was you learned something professionally, you learned something just personally, you feel better emotionally, whatever, if you leave being improved in some way, then, I've ticked that box. The stream was a success, and we'll do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Well said.
All right.
So it looks like we got a bunch of more prizes to go on, and there is one more person I want to bring on. We got 12 minutes left. So Michael, thank you so much, sir.
Y'all have a great day.
All righty. Catch you later.
We'll talk to you soon. All right. So let's do a question.
Let's put up a question. I have a question here from Skater. How we doing? Is that a good one to put up there? It was, we're going to put some prizes out here. Absolutely. This is a question from our friends at Skater, and here it comes right now. I need to scroll. There we go. Skater protects code after it's been compiled into the .NET intermediate language. This allows your protected code to contain methods overloaded based on what factor not normally permitted in languages like C#. It's called enhanced overload induction. This is called enhanced overload induction. What? Did I read that right? This allows protected code to contain methods overloaded based on what factor not normally promoted. Right. This will get you a coffee tumbler, t-shirt, sunglasses, and sticker. Wow.
What? First answer, term type.
Wow.
Well done.
Well done indeed. Congratulations. You just won a coffee tumbler, t-shirt, sunglasses, and sticker. Very cool. From the folks at...
How many questions? No, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 questions left. Should we hit 2 more?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. Next question I have here is from White Source. And the question is, what white source solution allows you to scan an unlimited number of public and private repositories to find and fix open source vulnerabilities for free? What white source solution does that? Let us know in the chat room. First person to answer that wins. It's not a Buick. I didn't see what the prize is. It a case of turtle wax? It might not be turtle wax. Is it Ovaltine? I don't know. Is it White Source Bolt? Is that the answer? Are we
What's
going through
the price,
this?
Sarah?
No content. Yes, it's Bolt. White Source Bolt. No, not dark mode. No, that's not right. That's not right. And you just won a prize from our friends at White Source. A power bank, a webcam cover, and a sticker. Very cool.
Look at that. Yeah.
All right.
All right, let's do one more and then I'll
One more?
bring on another person. Yes.
All right, this one's from our friends at Lead Tools. Lead Tools makes that imaging software. You can scan things, OCR, and inspect what's going on out there. It's easy on the ideas. It reduces strain. It looks fantastic. That's a different question, Mobabo. Make sure you're watching the live feed here. The question here is, here we go. How many lines of code does it take to create a barcode scanner or a barcode writer application using Lead Tools? Hint, we have a URL right there if you want to go take a look. First person to write back and let us know. It's a Lead Tools sweatshirt and mousepad.com. He says 1 line. Might be a little bit more than 1 line. Do I hear 7?
This is an auction.
This is an auction. Maybe. Wow, look at all the numbers coming in. 1, 3, 2, nope. 15, nope. 6, 5, 7, 5 or 7.
How do you do your brackets?
Brackets.
Are you .NET? Are you JavaScript? Do you count your brackets as code, lines of code?
Do you? T-Tutco has it 5 lines of code. Yes. That gets you a Lead Tools sweatshirt and a mousepad. Congratulations.
You're
Big winner.
Up.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to you. Big winner there. All right. Who should we call in next, Sam?
You know who. The person that we both love.
It's my mom? Wait, how do you know my mom?
If Skype does its thing.
Let's see here.
I don't know.
Who? Let's see if we can get this.
Try.
Get my mother's calling in? No. No. Somebody a little bit closer to the situation here. There we go.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. I see you right there.
There we go. There's Sarah.
So let's do your magic so we can see Sarah. There.
Magic.
That
Here we
is
go.
another legend, folks. All right, Sarah, introduce yourself quick, please.
I am Sarah Fatz, and I lead the DevRel team here at Progress. So all of the fantastic people that you heard from today are part of my team, and couldn't be happier to be here. And I get to do things like the CodeParty, like Jeff's wearing on his hat, with Jeff and Dee, and yeah, just general shenanigans and tomfoolery and fun here at Progress and the developer community.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
There's always, whenever we do these, when you see us in the same room, there isn't just candy in the room. There are piles of candy in the room from Sarah and Dee, and they end up throwing it at each other at some point during the show.
Yeah. You know, if we had, you know, it is a kind of Easter time. If we could actually all be in the same place, I would be throwing peeps at Dee right about now. So.
So they make Peeps near Allentown, Pennsylvania. It's maybe an hour and a half drive from me. And when I learned this, I'm like, oh, it'd be really cool to take a camera and tour the Peeps factory.
Yeah.
So I started looking this up, Sarah. I'm like, I'm going to go to the home of Peeps. That's an actual place. And they don't do factory tours.
Well, what?
I know.
I mean, I think maybe you could get like a media pass, right? I think that would be a thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's for science, right?
It's for science.
This may be a throwdown. Smab UK said, luckily we don't have beeps.
What?
Don't make me come over there.
Just think about the number of things we have signed up to do on our stream today. So Didi is planning a road trip to you, Fritz.
Wait, what?
And yes, to go to the factory, even though you can't get a tour. And then Sarah and Didi are on for a donut eating challenge live.
Oh boy! Now, will it be Top Pot or Dunkin' Donuts? Which?
Well, it depends on where we are. We could actually, if we were in New England, we would go with Dunkin'. If we were down here in the Virginia Beach area, we'd have to go with Duck Donuts.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
I'm thinking Top Pot if we're in Pacific Northwest. So it really just kind of depends. And Didi and I have been on this quest. I don't know if you guys have heard this, but to find the best donut ice cream sandwich. So far, San Diego is kind of leading. San Francisco was so-so, but there are more places for us to discover. So that's got to be on the list too if we go remote.
Now, I've heard tales at baseball parks, the donut cheeseburger.
Oh.
Yes, I've heard of that.
I have not tried that.
They cut the donut in half horizontally, turn it around so that the sugary side is in the middle, and put the cheeseburger in between the two. And see, life goals. Look at that. Dee Dee's saying that's a life. Okay.
And you know what? I think John Brown is absolutely right. I think this is essential business that we find the best donut ice cream sandwich. We were going to start in America and then expand beyond. And if need be, we would bring them to other parts of the world because that's our mission, we think, in life.
The donut ice cream sandwich pilgrims. Oh,
yes.
Donuts. Now, but what about like New Orleans? You could get beignets.
It's very true. Yes. Yeah.
It'll be funny to look into our pantries and see like how many of us are hoarding donuts.
Not
essential foods.
No.
Also, in Germany, they said so. He's talking about she's talking about getting. Where can they get them in Germany? Now you have like the spaghetti ice cream though in Germany, which is pretty amazing. It's not a donut, but it's like ice cream that's shaped like spaghetti.
I don't know about that.
Wait a minute.
Do you not know?
You don't know about that?
No.
That makes two of us.
Sam, did I not take you when we were in Berlin 2 summers ago? Did I not share this magic with you? Oh, no. I'm a terrible person.
Jenny Nexus is here. Hello, Jenny. She's the latest member of the Live Coders team there, Sarah. Good to see you. Is that like mochi but spaghetti?
So it's ice cream that's shaped like it looks like spaghetti noodles, and then they put chocolate sauce over it, so it looks like it looks like spaghetti. I mean, it's quite tasty.
Can you get it al dente?
I have not day drinking, I promise.
Can you get it as soup?
That would be awesome.
What?
I do actually. This is a little known fact about me,
yeah.
And I don't know that I should be admitting this, but I actually usually put my ice cream in the microwave for 12 seconds just to get it just soft enough that it's not soup, but soft enough that I can enjoy it without it feeling too,
Okay.
Yeah. So, Sam, I'm not far off from the whole soup thing. Ice cream soup.
I believe ice cream soup is sometimes referred to as cream.
Well, there's that.
Okay. It's totally a thing here. We're highly technical people here. Can you tell their chat room?
Oh no, Alyssa thinks I'm a monster, but TJ can get on board with microwaving your ice cream, so that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, if your ice cream is hard enough that it can hurt somebody if you throw it, probably not the right way.
Look, consider this: when you do that freeze dry with the nitrogen to make Dippin' Dots, you're literally taking what the ingredients for ice cream and turning it into weather. You're turning it into snow.
Exactly.
Think about this. Would you rather have ice cream or weather?
Ice cream every day, although I do like sunshine.
See that?
All right, so while
Edible weather.
Edible weather. How many questions are we left with, Jess?
How many questions are we left with? Oh my goodness, we could go through a couple of these, I'm sure. I am scrolling down. We have I have, it looks like 4 left.
Okay.
Sarah, should we hit a couple of these?
Let's do it. Yep.
Okay. This first question is from the 3B team. Oh, 3B, they're terrific. Here we go. In current times, social media seems to be the only way to keep your social life. Which member of the 3B team is helping us to stay in touch? A hint you may be able to find at 3bit.io.en-us/company/team.
And this is for a €25 Amazon gift card.
€25 at Amazon. You'll be able to buy 1 roll of toilet paper.
We have our first one is correct.
Oh my gosh.
Or 0C 370T. Yay.
Wow.
So I will
all right.
I'm going to make a note of it, and I will connect with you after I am and get you all hooked up.
That was fast.
Yes.
That was...
So folks, Sarah is your person. She has all the notes for all your prizes.
That's right. Now, the next question I have here is about the stream we've been watching all day here today. Have you been watching the stream all day, friends, in the chat room? If you haven't, you might not know the answer to this one, but take a look at this question. There were 2 teams during today's quarantine coding competition, Sam and TJ, as well as Alyssa and Ed. What were the 2 team names? Answer that question right, and you'll win
an Amazon Echo Dot and a gift card.
An Echo Dot?
We are seeing answers fly.
Okay, wait, who's the first one? Okay.
C370T.
Yep, he wins. He or she wins again. Sweet.
It's a twofer?
It's a twofer. My goodness. Which makes my life easier when I reach out to you in just a few minutes. So.
Yeah. Wait. They're saying he or she is saying I'll pass to the next.
Okay, so the next person will...
Anybody else want to take a guess? What were the 2 teams? That's very nice of you, by the way.
I think Little One-on-One is just scrolling down. No, I'm wrong. You
got half of it.
Random Factor didn't get it spelled quite right. Oh, is that Thirst TV Gaming is from 3B. Hey, good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us from Germany. It's a late evening there. Hope you're having a good time.
Hey, our good friend Joseph Godagno is here. Hey, Joe.
Joey G. Hello. So, do we have...
So who did we end up with? So we were supposed to pass it on to the next person. So who was the next person?
Little One-on-One, if I read down.
Okay.
Random Factor is not quite spelled right, but Little One-on-One has the 2 named right.
There you go. Again, I will connect with you before the end of the evening.
I think we have 2 left. Should we do these last 2?
Dee Dee, we're not ignoring your answer. Let's do the last 2, yeah. Let's do it.
And, your answer, what was Dee Dee's answer? 42 and
42.
rigged. This question is about Conveyor. Conveyor is a free Visual Studio extension that lets you access which web server from other devices. Let us know in the chat room. First one wins what's the
Oh, I'm sorry. $25 Amazon gift card.
There you go. 42. No, rigged. Chris Jones says IIS.
Almost. Part of it's there.
Visual
You're
Studio
just missing the last end. No, IIS. There's one more word after that.
No. It's a web server, not a mobile device. It's not IIS rigged.
I bet Dee Dee has said the word rigged about 1,000 times today. There you go.
Oh my gosh, our guest that was just on with us, the Bald Bearded Builder, wins that one. IIS Express.
Wait, what do you win?
A $25 Amazon gift card.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Congratulations.
And our last one here. Oh no, wait, hang on. No content was actually just before the Bald Bearded Builder.
I apologize. Okay.
You're right.
Then we will go.
My apologies.
Sorry, no content. I will hook you up right now. Okay.
All right. Last question. Here it is. This is the big one from our friends at Twilio. What? And the price for this one?
Sorry, Twilio socks, stickers, and a promo code.
Fantastic.
I love their socks.
Okay, hang on. Promotional socks. Nobody sees my socks.
We should have a socks cam.
No, we don't want a socks cam. No. My friend David Ortnow had a pants cam on during the .NET Conf focus on Xamarin. I don't know what that is. I don't want to see your pants. I don't want to see your socks either. All right. Let's get to this. You've got a pair of Telerik socks. I didn't know we made Telerik socks.
We have some Kendo UI socks and native script socks. Ooh. And yeah, actually the funny thing about the Kendo UI socks is that, it's the little Kendoka, and my daughter plays ice hockey. She comes in one day and I have some sitting in my office. She's like, Mom, where'd you get these cool goalie socks? Like, that's exactly what they are.
Wear the socks with shorts, says the bald bearded Bill, to pull them up to my knees. Okay, I might be an older man, but I'm not that old man. The last question from our friends at Twilio. Let's get to this. What animal is Twilio's mascot? Extra kudos if you know its name. You don't need to know its name, but what animal is the mascot? And it's not a teen wearing socks with sandals. Just like his granddad. No.
I don't know what to do with Dee Dee. She said, you show me yours and I'll show you mine.
God, somebody...
An owl, yes. Who said owl first?
An owl.
ZeroC370T.
There we go.
The winner again.
Congratulations.
Beautiful.
You won a Twilio prize pack valued at, I don't know how much
socks, stickers, and a promo code.
There you go. Congratulations. Always a lot of fun doing these code parties.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, does anybody know the name, by the way, just as an extra?
Anybody know the name? He has a name? Yeah, I know what his name is here. I'll write it in chat. Right there. That's not the name?
It's a good friend, Brent Shuley. We love him.
It is not
a freestyle.
No, the owl's name is Alex.
But
every time I think of that, I think of Madagascar.
It's not...
Alex the lion, but it's Alex the owl.
Okay, it's not Corey Hurricane Weathers.
No, but he's pretty awesome too. They've got a rad group of people over there. They have Layla, they have Corey, they have Brent, they have Devin.
Yeah. Hey, so folks, I posted the link to our landing page one more time for all the things we are doing today. So you have seen probably a dozen or so questions by now. That's all courtesy of all of our sponsors. So please give them some love. Their URLs and their logos are right at the bottom of that page. So thank you for supporting us.
All right. I think that's all for me. I think it's time for your application showdown, huh?
Show and tell.
All right.
Yes. Thank you so much, Jeff, for coming on today and hosting this code party. You're awesome. And now you have something big coming up on April 9th. Yes.
So April 9th, we're going to have Live Coders Conf. Go to conf.livecoders.dev, and you can learn more about all the speakers. We have 14 speakers throughout the day. You're going to see some of your favorite live coders that you find on the team, giving different presentations about different technologies, about soft skills, about all kinds of things that you might not know a lot about. But you know what? It's free. Tune in. You might find something interesting there that'll get you started on your next project.
Yes. Okay. And if for those of you who still have a little time, we're going to stick around. I think, Sam, we're going to switch. Yes, is that correct? And we're going to go to, we're going to have TJ and Alyssa and Sam and Ed all come back on and talk about their apps that they built, because you guys need to vote. We still need to decide, is it TeamCabin or is it TeamFever that's winning today?
All right.
And that's happening on Twitter, is that correct?
The voting, but we're going to be right here on Code It Live in just a second as soon as we switch over.
All righty.
Yep.
Take care, friends.
So thank you, Jeff. Thanks for hanging out with us, and give us a few minutes, just a quick changeover, and then we'll start back up.
All righty. See you soon.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, folks. So, trail end of the day. We are all a little tired, but this is our opportunity for those of you who are joining us right now to kind of show us what we did throughout the day. And just so you know, we have not had the best of luck with OBS and Skype today, so we are going to probably just do 2 at a time. I would love to have all 4 of us join us today. Let's see. Broadcast has ended. No, we're still going. So Ozzy Bobwa, I think we're still going. Dropping frames.
A little bit of latency, but I think we're good to keep going.
Okay. All right. So yeah, hopefully it's just a network thing. We'll keep going and we come back to this. So essentially, we would like to do this 2 at a time. So as we have better luck with our networks. So it's going to be TJ and me again to start things off, and then we'll bring on Ed and Alyssa. And essentially, both teams, essentially top right and bottom left. TJ, why is it 2 of you?
Hey, look, I'm very talented. I've been moving around all day. That's fine.
This is nuts.
Just we're good.
Oh, is that the second video? Maybe just from Skype. We're good. Hang on. So I'm gonna move the Skype call video off to a side. Yeah, that's what it was. All right.
I mean, 2 is better than 1, right? 1 is the loneliest number.
Yes. All right. So, like I said, we'll do 2 at a time, and now we have TG in full screen mode. Is that still the case?
Just need more of me. There you go.
Are we back to normal? Okay, good. Okay, so let's do a quick pitch. We have probably 45 minutes left. We may not need the whole thing, but let's do a quick round of introductions, and then we'll pitch what we built, and then we'll bring on Ed and Alyssa, and they'll pitch what they built, and if it doesn't work, then we didn't build it. So it's got to work. It's got to be functional, and maybe a little nicer looking and fun looking. All right, so TJ and me, we are both dev advocates here at Progress Software. I focus mostly on the Telerik side of the family, which is .NET, and TJ does a lot of React. I'm in Northwest Pennsylvania, and TJ, you are Lansing, right? Lansing, Michigan?
Yep.
All right, so let's talk about what we did. If you look at the schedule for the day, we started super early. We had a few technical glitches, but then TJ and I had like solid 4 hours. And despite what Ed might come on and tell you, we did build things from scratch. It was only a backend that we had pre-built because we wanted to build the client apps. He will just keep on trolling us forever. But essentially what we did was... it's fun and depressing times we're living through. Hopefully we can put this behind us sometime soon. But for now, we are all doing social distancing. We are working from our homes. We are trying to be as productive as we can. And for a lot of us, this is business as usual. But maybe for a lot of you, this is a change. So we can all learn from each other and see how best to work with everybody. And we wanted to build something where we bring out kind of the tips and tricks of how we deal with things on our end. I see more rants about OBS. It's been fun. Ed, I think, Ed said it best, where you need to really look at the last 2 letters of OBS. No, I don't want to crap on them. It holds up once it's in motion. So essentially, TJ and me took a stab at building a quick web API backend over some SQL data. And that's just the data we want to expose out as a CRUD service so we can read and write to it. And that service is actually also a web API. So while I'm pulling this up, TJ, feel free to chime in if I missed saying anything.
Yeah, and I'll note that the poll for this is already up. So we're going to walk you through our app. The other team, the losing team, will be coming up here in a minute. But if you go to twitter.com/TELERIK, bring that up and go ahead and vote, because that'll decide on the final.
All right,
winner.
Cool. So let me walk you through a little bit of what we did. And so what you're looking at is the Azure portal, because we wanted to store the data somewhere so we can read and write to it. This is a SQL Server backend, which may be a little heavy-handed for what it is, but we just wanted like tabular data somewhere. So let me get in and show you the backend real quick. It's just got one table. Oh no, if I can type. Where's my keyboard? My keyboard is tired at the end of the day. folks. Hopefully we are back up again. Sorry, that was just OBS doing a hard crash. And every time we crash, Ed says rest in peace. But let me show you my stuff from circa 2000. So here's my table, and I'm going to go into this quick mode where, what did Joe say? Solid Florida. Okay, so here's our data. It's got some tips and some whys and hows, and we can read and write to it, and we can see how stuff is working. So on top of this data, we had a quick service, which was our Azure Web API, not just Qua. There we go. I think I named my service wrong. It doesn't have the QRA. Anyways, so once this is coming up, so what you see is this is a web API, and it returns just the JSON for the stuff out of the table directly. It's got the tips and the IDs and the why and the how, and so that's what we went off. And this is again a service that we built with ASP.NET Core 3.1 and Web API, and we pointed it to the SQL Azure database so it can give us that service, and it's over Entity Framework. So then, while Ed was busy having his gigantic breakfast that he has every day, we built some things by hand. Let me show you if Visual Studio would come up.
Yeah, and we had some of the back-end work done before, but to our credit, cheating was not explicitly disallowed, so that's actually okay.
All right, so that's my backend. Just so you know, I built it. It's not some random service. We did build the web API. And now let me show you really quick the client that we built. Actually, I could have just brought up the simulator, but I do want to switch the pages just to show.
Visual Studio being its normally very fast self. It's very, very snappy tool.
My MacBook is like, just shut me down. I'm done for the day. I've been up since 6. All right, come on, Visual Studio. I need to just run this thing one time. That's all I ask of you. Just this one time. Yeah, and actually, while Visual Studio is doing its thing, I can show you what TJ built, which is way cooler.
New dependencies.
All right, I'm going to go in here and just quickly change up my starting page, because this is a Xamarin Forms application. So we built 2 pages, and Visual Studio is really thinking. It's called Work From Home Tips, man. There you go, tips list. All right, so we will fire this up. No, I don't want you to be a generic simulator. I do want you to be an iOS simulator. Let's do a quick build. The voting links are out.
I have to go vote real quick. There's only 3 votes so far. I think people are waiting to hear both sides of the argument.
Fair. Okay, while Visual Studio is doing its thing, TJ is smart enough to have it already deployed. I wish I could deploy my Xamarin app to somewhere real easy and showcase that, but I can't. But in the meantime, what you are looking at, if it's hurting your eyes, you're just not cool enough, because this is back to the 80s. This is GeoCities. So TJ, walk us through this real quick.
Yeah, so our idea was we wanted to take the API that Sam had built and worked on and expose it through a web app, with the idea being you can view other people's tips. So these are other work from home tips that other people have submitted, as well as, and Sam's face right now I think is over the add new button, but you'll just have to trust us that it's in the the bottom corner there, and you can submit things. But we wanted to add a little bit of fun because working from home is not always the most glamorous thing. So what's more fun than a GeoCities themed site? And this is actually coming from, I'm actually, I want to dig into who put this together, but if you just Google GeoCities Bootstrap theme, you'll for sure find this thing. And it's possibly a big meme, but it's actually completely, totally functioning CSS. So some kind person through the magic of the internet put this out here. And a lot of what we're doing is just leveraging this. So just using the appropriate class names. That's where we get some of the different GIFs that we're using throughout this. So Sam, you should go into the app and try to add a new one with some errors.
But this just makes you chuckle. This is awesome, right? So one more quick shout out before we go and look into the app. Just keep an eye out when TeamFever comes in, if they are able to drop a live API for you that you can mess with. I know the internet can be merciful, but there's an API that you guys can read and write to. I'm just making fun. Ed and Alyssa are awesome, and the stuff that they built is really cool. But this is the app, and it's using all kinds of rainbow thingies. And let's do the add tip and wait for this. How do I trigger the fire, TJ?
So go to add tip, and then there's actual functioning form validation on here. So if you try to submit it empty, it's going to yell at you GeoCities style. Which is pretty fun.
Oh my goodness! All right, cancel it.
And then you have to submit one valid tip to end this up, because we did put some work into the confirmation process as well. So you got to make up a work from home tip here on the fly.
All right. Obviously, save. And it's thinking. Oh my God! Did you hear that music? There's a sound wave. Did you see that thing? Effects. Did you see that thing go across? That's an animated unicorn.
A lot of this was researching technology, it's like a mixing of the old and the new. So it's a modern audio tag that's being used to play like a very old school sound effect. It's like CSS animations being used to move the screen. So there's a lot of more advanced CSS stuff going on here to try to replicate like 90s browser behavior.
Absolutely.
The name of the active.
Yes. And just case in point of how the chat room has been helping us. When I first threw the API out, TJ had issues with cross origin because it would not allow him to read and write data. So I'm forgetting the handle here, but this person has helped us throughout, and I was able to get some help to fix course. So I did like 4 live push to Azure while TJ was building his stuff, so we could finally have something to pull and push to. So my Visual Studio is still like, I don't want to work with you, so let's see if I have the app. And no, I think I don't have it in the simulator, but we did build a Xamarin Forms thing. So let me try this one more time. And I think it's just the build target is wrong, so it's not building for iPhone.
Yeah, and does anybody in the chat have any questions? Because I think we'll take a look at this Forms app, and then Alyssa and Ed, if you want to get ready, we will probably toss it to you after that, so you have a chance to show off your losing application as well.
Team Donut. I wish we had a Team Donut.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't think Visual Studio wants to work with me right now. I was just trying to do one quick push and bring up the simulator, but it really looks like it's like struggling at its needs. So we're going to let Visual Studio go, but again, we are not faking this. If you want to go back and look at the streams from this morning, we had a fully working, I know Ed's going to be all over me for this, but we had a fully working Xamarin app, and we were able to pull up the list, and we were able to write back to the database. Oh, and we did something else fun, since we had Didi and other folks who are known to be using some foul words. So we put in a little bit of moderation. So we actually, when you type in, didn't Sam say it had to be working? Yes, I did say, and I'm regretting every minute of it. And like, sure, I get it. If only Visual Studio will work. Does anyone know real quick, like how do I think it's just in the build config that I can, okay, that's the startup project, but I think I can set it to be the properties. I think it's just how it builds is wrong. Options. Okay, I'm going to give myself 2 more minutes, and then if not, we will go. General and run with. No content. What I'm looking for is just the iOS iPhone build. Yeah, that all looks good. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to eat into TeamFever's nice empty functions. Yes, thanks, Ed. But anyways, I can show you a little bit of what we did. Essentially, we wrote a little XAML front end, and I can bring it up. So our list Visual Studio is really struggling. We had a list to show the tips in the first place, and then we had a little bit of a UI where you could type in the tip, and before you added it to the database, we hit Azure, and it came back with a bunch of terms that were meant to be foul. So we flagged them, we made them red, and that's how we rolled. Okay. So hit up the UI. I'm going to drop the UI unless TJ, do you have it handy? I have it actually here. So here are working apps, folks. Okay, I gave you the API, and here is the React application. So go hit that and see how it's working. Do the add tip. That was a lot of fun, and kudos to TJ for building that. That was super fun. Okay.
All right. I think at this point we're probably you'll see Sam and I on screen. So thanks everybody for hanging out, especially those of you that have been with us for all day, and those of you that have stepped in to help in with bugs to help us get through this. We really do appreciate it. If you've enjoyed what you've seen, the Code It Live channel, we really appreciate you subscribe, follow. We plan to do a lot more of these streams, especially as we are very much quarantined for the indefinite future, as a lot of you are as well. So if you enjoyed hanging out with us, we'd love to do some more of this. So for me at least, thanks. Yep. Also vote for us. If you find the link to the poll in the chat, and the correct answer is TeamCabin.
Indeed. Thank you, TJ. So stay on the Skype call for a second. We're going to go into a quick break mode, and I'm going to try to see if I can bring on.
Chat room. Can you hear us? Oh, I can. I'm gonna have Hall of Mirrors here in a second. I think we're streaming. I'm trying to get my chat. Twitch folks, can you hear us okay? Yes, everybody says yes. Yes, they hear us. They hear us. Sure. I'm going to drop in chat Alyssa's portion of the app, by the way, because you can run that locally. So they can't hear you. All right. So Alyssa said that TeamCabin is absolute trash, and you should really find another career because that was just the worst. Yeah. Sorry, this is going to be awkward at the water cooler later, but, Alyssa just couldn't help herself. She had to really throw you guys under the bus. So So I put Alyssa's portion of the app in chat. You can play with that since we don't have a deployable backend because guess what? I'm a developer. I don't do DevOps.
Am I here?
That's not my thing.
I think I have Mike. So Ed was totally making that up. I love you, TeamCabin, even though TeamFever is a little bit spicier. But yeah, so sorry about that, everyone. OBS has been fun today. So we built this beautiful roulette lunch wheel, and he did put it in chat. You can play with the CodePin version, but he also got, this guy, whenever we were offline, got the jQuery working in his Blazor app, and I was like, I don't even know what you're doing right now. Like, worlds are colliding. So I was very, very much impressed with what you did, Ed.
So we built in 4 frustrating OBS-filled hours a fully enabled create, read, update, delete experience with a data grid. We've got the multi-select checkbox madness here where you can select all of or none of the things. And then we can navigate back to our home page and we can, and thank you, Telerik, I love you, but the nag message today, I have personally my own commercial version. But, I was trying to make something I could share. So we got a nag message here, but we can spin our wheel and we land on our random pick of the day. And this is Jerry's something or other. Jerry's Jambalaya. And that is where we're going to get our curbside delivery for lunch today. So what's really cool about this app is, first of all, Alyssa built this amazing, colorful front end from scratch with all of her own CSS that she made in Sass. She didn't borrow some third-party CSS framework that's
no, I did have
somebody
a little
else.
bit of help from my husband doing with the math. Like, I'm sorry, but whenever it gets to complicated math, my brain starts to fuzz over. So I did have help, but it is all custom built.
Alyssa, you're not helping?
Why? Math is hard, Ed.
Should I talk to you offline real quick? I think I should talk to you offline real quick. So this amazing front end, and it has these slices that spin around the wheel, and we pick a random lunch place. And all of this was Sass in amazing colors, and the colors do they are generated by the Sass, they what do you call this, gradient? Yeah, yes. They gradient and everything
based on
which is totally
index
awesome.
It is, and that's how the triangles are being placed as well. So that was so fun. You should check out our SCSS and that CodePin if you haven't. It's fun.
There was triangles involved. It was quite amazing. So we learned that boxes are cut apart and we use the border to make triangles. It's pretty elaborate stuff. I would say it's not rocket surgery, but it is pretty impressive.
Rocket surgery, that's a new one.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes, it is. It's brain science.
I will say that even though this has been fun, as far as, OBS issues, it has distracted me a little bit from just, the world. So thank you, chat and Ed and the other team for just making this happen, because sometimes you can get a little bogged down by what's going on. So thank you guys.
Chat has been absolutely amazing. Chat fed us all of the, no pun intended, by the way, fed us all of these business names. So we've got some amazing business names in our little database here, which is locally hosted, but for good reason. I'm a little weary about putting these endpoints online while we're live streaming, because
I think nothing
people do trolly things. Yeah, people do trolly things, and so we kept it offline, but we did keep it platform independent. So you can grab this. It is on GitHub. So I did push it to my GitHub page. So it is on github.com/Ed Charbeneau, because my name is so easy to remember and spell. I'm sure you will not have any difficulty finding it. And under repositories, it is Curbsyd. And it does work. So one of the cool things that Alyssa was pointing at is her very lovely spinner wheel. Was written in JavaScript jQuery. So we had to do a little mashup action. And it was pretty cool because what we have is our spinner, and then the jQuery part attaches to the button and then makes the wheel actually spin. So what we did is we're actually calling from .NET to JavaScript through an invoke void async function. If we go all the way over to our JavaScript side of the world, we are just simply wrapping the code that Alyssa wrote in jQuery and just calling an init method on it when the spinner loads, and that does all the heavy lifting for us, and it marries up the two very different worlds. But we managed to accomplish something very cool, which is that animated spinner that you saw. So we're pretty happy with the way that turned out. Look at that, Leet Eats just popping up right there, a nice font and stuff. I mean, I hate to be the one to drag Alyssa down and not let TeamFever win. So make sure you put a little extra vote in there to offset my sorry rear end. Do you have anything else to add, Alyssa?
Think so I just really want to thank everyone so much, and thanks to our sponsors, and don't forget to vote on Twitter. I put the link in the chat again. We would love for you to vote for us. But if you're not going to vote for us, at least put your vote in for Cabin, because we want to see what you all think. But yeah, a huge thank you to everyone who came on the stream today and made this happen. And we're going to have more Code It live streams next week. So just, come join us for some fun. We'll break from reality and try not to get bogged down by everything, guys. Stay strong. So.
Yeah, we're going to do some more live streaming, and we're going to try to fix some of these OBS issues as much as we possibly can so we don't have them again. But it was still, even with the little frustrations, it was a lot of fun.
It was, and I think we're going to get better at this as we do it. So thanks for sticking with us, and please tweet at us, either Telerik or Kender UI, and let us know what you'd like to see more of in the future, because we are, as we all become more of a virtual remote world, we're trying to come up with more fun things to do online. So if you guys have ideas, we are all open ears. So
and I'm not I'm not beneath bribing. Bribery is totally doable.
Wait, they bribe us or we bribe? Who's bribing?
No, here's what I'm gonna do, guys. Here's what I'm gonna do.
What?
All right. So listen up. If you go now to our poll and you click on,
you're bribing them.
You click on TeamFever. All right. I am gonna give. Now this might get out of hand, but I'll try to do my best. How many people do we have in chat? I don't know how many of these I can
right now. We've got 35 people in chat.
35 people. All 35 of you. If you go to Telerik.com, I will give you a free 30-day free trial if you just vote for us.
Whoa, low blow. You can't throw out timeout, ref. You can't throw out free trials just for TeamFever. I feel like TeamCabin can also just vote. Just put your votes out there, and then we'll, spread the love around.
I think we need to have a talk again, Alyssa.
All right, I know. I keep getting...
This is only for TeamFever voters. You go to Telerik.com, 30-day free trial. on me, personally. This is coming out of my pocket.
Ed said, or Sarah said, Ed, you're a generous fella. Well, any last words, Ed, before we wrap it up?
Nope. Vote TeamFever, and we will see you again. We're gonna do some fun stuff next time. We're gonna do some
and the rest. I think we've got some fun stuff planned. So
yeah, we're gonna do some cross training type things. I think we're gonna start doing some we have different people on our team with different flavors of technology, and we're gonna start showing each other how to do stuff, and it'll be fun.
Yeah. So have a marvelous evening or morning, whatever the time is for you all, and we will see you online. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Bye.